BGMI rewards with KFC Zinger Box. Chicken lunch.
क्या अब भी लैंड होते ही मर जाते हो?
तो भाइयों टेंशन मत लो, आ रहा हूं मैं विक्टर टिप वाला इस सीरीज में जिसका नाम है चबाजेट। अब ध्यान से सुनिए, इस सीरीज में होंगे 12 एपिसोड। हर एपिसोड में तुम्हारा भाई एक इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक पकड़ेगा और अपनी टिप्पणी तुम्हारे सामने रखेगा। दोस्तों भूलना नहीं, ये सब करने का एक ही मकसद है, विनर विनर चिकन डिनर।
नमस्कार दोस्तों, हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आपका चिट-चैट और चिकन डिनर में। पॉजिटिव वाइब्स आ रही है। पकड़ के मारूंगा।
क्या क्या करा दिया यार वैसे भाई?
कुछ ऑफेंसिव बोल देता हूँ।
स्टोरी लाइन कंटिन्यू हो रही है।
ऐसा है क्या भाई? अबे यार सोना पापा, माय गॉड, नंगा घूमूंगा। मेरा गेमिंग से हो गया।
थोड़ा गेम सिखा रहा हूँ इनको।
तो अच्छा प्लेयर नहीं है।
जितना बार हुआ इतना बार मारूंगा।
टीममेट्स को वेट करके। ये पर्सनल था। 7 हाला मेरे आंखों में से आंसू आ गए आपकी कहानी सुने। ट्विटर हैक हो गया ट्विटर। कैसे फेक लोग होते हैं? ही एज अ मिडिल फिंगर फॉर यू। नेचुरल शो है ना? एक जान गए भाई। रेडी हो?
हाय
हाय।
రికార్డ్స్ చూసుకో, ఎంతవరకు ఒక్క ఫైట్ కూడా ఓడిపోలేదు. ప్రపంచంలో ఒకటే ఒక సైడ్, నీ సైడ్.
Hyderabad! We are live with the most passionate and dedicated gaming fans in the country, both in this arena and around the globe. And around the globe, हिंदुस्तान और हिंदुस्तानियों का सीना चौड़ा किया हमारे Indian men's cricket team ne. So ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our men in blue. When I say champions, you say India. Champions! Champions! Vande! Ladies and gentlemen, अब जैरेड और मैं थोड़ी काम की बातें भी करेंगे। हिंदुस्तान के हर कोने से लाखों की तादाद में लोगों ने भाग लिया इंडिया के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट लेवल BGMI टूर्नामेंट में, यानी कि BGIS 2024। एंड अब बस कुछ घंटों में हमें पता चल जाएगा कि कौन ले जाएगा ये चमचमाती ट्रॉफी और कौन कहलाएगा द बेस्ट BGMI team of 2024?
Ladies and gentlemen, from an incredible number of registrations, 2024 battling it out in round one. We've witnessed some fierce firefights, strategic brilliance, and unforgettable clutches. Today, only 16 remain in the top, each having navigated through chicken dinners and final circles. The journey has been tough and arduous, but these teams have consistently showed us why they are on the top.
पर एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं हैदराबाद से. Hello, Naro! That's amazing! अब 16 टीम्स यहां पर इस मंच पर आने वाली हैं और हर एक टीम का सपना सिर्फ एक ही है. और आज पता चलेगा कि 2 दिन के इंटेंस गेम प्ले के बाद इस आखिरी दिन कौन सी एक टीम का सपना होगा सच, और बस पता चल जाएगा कि कौन सी टीम है द चैंपियन ऑफ द चैंपियंस.
All right, guys, once more before we go ahead, now I want you to shout not only for the Indian team, but for our 16 teams. All right? We're going to do it once more. Champions! Champions!
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start with some BGMI action. Legan Jarrett, for one last time, for BGIS 2024. देखिए, हम दोनों तो रेडी हैं, हमारे कास्टर्स भी रेडी हैं, बैकस्टेज हमारे प्लेयर्स भी रेडी हैं, आपकी फेवरेट टीम्स भी रेडी है, लेकिन क्या हैदराबाद रेडी है?
Ladies and gentlemen, the one question looms large. Who is going to be crowned the champion? Will it be the experienced tactician Mavi, whose strategies never fail to scope the on to everyone watching around the globe? This is esports. This is BGI.
Let's begin the BGMI action. Ladies and gentlemen, this is day 3 of the grand finals, and let's head over to our amazing casters.
My goodness, now that was electric, and thank you so much for that, Rohit and Jared. And guys, it is going to be an amazing evening ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. BGIS 2024, the grand finals, day number 3, the ultimate conclusion. This is Super Johnny joined by Necros and Fixes alongside with me. And guys, all of that energy behind us, can you feel it? Just the electricity running through your veins right now.
Yeah, man, it's so electric. You see all those people in the back, and today is almost house full right now in this arena, and we can feel the heat, we can feel the energy out there. Everybody in this arena is supporting their favorite teams, but there is only going to be one winner out of all these 16 teams.
I'm already having goosebumps. No second thoughts about it. The way these things have started. You're talking about India's biggest grassroots level competition, and now we've finally come down to the final day, the last 6 matches, which defines the fate and the careers of all these players, because whatever lies ahead is ultimate glory.
Of course, and think about the long journey we have had. A few months ago, we began with the grind, then the main event started, and of course, a lot of teams registered through the in-game qualifiers. We came down to the top 1024 in round 1, and now, as Fixes you just mentioned, last day, last 6 matches to decide who lifts the trophy and walks away, calling themselves the champions of BGIS 2024. It has been very exciting so far, but now I think it is time to start calling these teams on the stage and seeing what they are going to be made of and how they will perform today. Of course, Global Esports to kick things off, stomping upon the competition. Instructions just very simple from the IGL. Just rush, just take care of whoever you see.
Yeah, Everybody in the arena, I mean, for the boys of Global Esports specifically, they have went all in, getting 73 finishes in total with 12 matches that they have played already. Global Esports, they're looking pretty strong, and the only team to cross the 100 marker as of now in the entire Grand Finals. They're sitting on 103 points fixes, but right now, 6 more matches. 2 to 3 teams are still tailing behind. Xpark, FS, iQOO, Soul, even Team TAMILAS are having the contention.
Oh, of course they are. And when you talk about Global Esports, it is always that redemption arc that goes along with Mavi. He has been battered, he has been bruised, but finally he's closer than ever. But then again, when you look at the others, there's so many else, everybody wanting to pull him back. And right in front of us, we've got Team AARU. Did not have the best of starts, but I've had a chat with the boys. They are here. They still want to push as much hard as they can.
Exactly, all of that experience within Team AARU, the strategic and the patience that they have within the team itself is the only thing that has kept them in the fight for the competition as of now. The first 2 days of the Grand Finals not really going their way, but still hoping to turn things around and finish at a respectable position. But is that going to be possible? Well, they have 6 matches to prove it. Let's see how things turn out for them. But let's follow up with the next team in line. And this team is a lineup that is actually contesting the trophy. And there is a possibility. I was going around asking a lot of people questions like, who do you think is going to win? And a lot of them, they'd in fact say Xpark.
Yeah, I mean, everybody felt the spark yesterday. They had a good game. They had a lot of good games right there. And even Xpark, they're looking pretty confident. Today, it's the day that they have to close the gap that was made by Global Esports. And also, they have to make a good lead so that they don't, like, Global Esports don't come behind them.
They've been in this situation before. In the previous BGIS, they placed 3rd. But this time, they're closer than ever to kiss that trophy. And whenever you're talking about the players, it has always been about Shadow leading 3 of the best assaulters in the country right now. And who knows, are they going to crumble to the pressure or are they going to soar high and electrify everybody and take the trophy home?
I think if I was to describe Xpark in 3 words, it's going to be fearless, relentless, and of course the true definition of what firepower means.
Yes.
This time around they have been absolutely incredible, but the question is, last day, it's a lot of pressure to deal with. Can these lads pull off a miracle and deliver upon the expectations of the fans?
Yeah, that is a really big concern. But you ask me, from the Grand Finals perspective, you don't see a very big difference between both the first and second position. So I really don't think it would be a very big job. But again, the pressure, the 6 matches pressure is on every other team who is contesting for the trophy fixes.
But
and sometimes when you're on the top, it's so difficult, right, to hold on because there's so many others who are just on the chase. So yeah, for Xpark, they've got a lot coming their way.
Exactly, they have a lot coming their way, and one of them is going to be a team that is not just the 4 players that are there, or their manager behind them, or their analyst, or their coach behind them as well. It's the millions, the tens upon thousands of fans that they have garnered over the years. Ladies and gentlemen, iQOO Soul, the face of competitive BGMI, a legacy to uphold. Can these 4 players pull it off?
That's a very big question. They didn't had a great day yesterday, if you ask me. But today, 6 matches, anything can be done. Anything is possible. They have made a lot of comebacks in the past, and this is the day. This has to be the day for iQOO Soul to get their redemption done.
Surely, and they can do that. I really feel like they're quite poised at this point. They still know what needs to be done. Yes, yesterday wasn't really a good day in the office, but they have to rub it off their shoulders and move ahead because trophy is their prize. Anything short than the first position, I don't think they'll be happy about this.
Exactly, not just them. All of the people standing behind us aren't going to be happy if iQOO Soul doesn't lift the trophy. But it's not going to be that easy. They have a lot more teams standing in their way. And of course, day number 2, we saw them take a fall on that overall leaderboard, which might cause some trouble, but it is iQOO Soul. But ladies and gentlemen, the next team that will follow up is a team that wasn't that well known. Well, the name was well known of the banner that they play under, but the players weren't. But after this BGIS 2024, I'm pretty sure they will have their very own fan base, and all of these players have earned a lot of respect from the competitive community because of how they have played, not just in the Grand Finals, but throughout the tournament. Ever so consistent, ladies and gentlemen, FS Esports.
They have done an incredible job. Nobody expected this team to pop off this well. I mean, they came out of syllabus for other 15 teams and now still competing for the trophy. They're in the 3rd position for now, but this last 6 matches are going to decide their fate.
When the biggest names have trembled in fear, their hands were shaking, thinking these
Yeah.
boys were there executing one of the cleanest rotations. And
Exactly.
they have gone closer than this. And certainly have that Cinderella story running behind them for Hitman. It is also a redemption arc. He's got a lot to prove. And now, being so close to that trophy. And let me remind you, he also goes by the name of Rohit Sharma. And well, he's also Hitman.
Exactly, and this Hitman, we're going to have to see how hard he hits, because the other one has already brought a trophy home for all of us to celebrate. But it is going to be interesting, FS Esports and their journey, and I'm pretty sure the future is very bright for all of these players that are there in this playing four. But moving forward, we have one more team to talk about. A lot of expectations from this lineup before the grand finals begun. And of course, day number one was extremely difficult for them, but they have tried their level best to bounce back. I'm talking about VASISTA Esports.
Yeah, definitely. They were really pumped up before the grand final started, but didn't went the way they wanted it to be. They had some shuffles within their playing 4. K47 came to play in the first day, then MJ got substituted in the second day, but still the results did not came up for them.
Yeah, for VASISTA Esports, it's all about just playing their hearts out today. They know they've made a lot of changes. Things haven't really worked out. Wasn't really their best of tournaments.
Yeah.
But now it is all about living the moment and see how far can they push.
Of course, and it is not going to be easy. The dream of the trophy was already slipping out of their hands after the way day one turned out for them, but yet they keep on fighting. Although, when we talk about the next team, I mean, there's a very specific army that's been backing them for years and years and years and years, and it's just unwavering faith from their fans to see them lift one trophy, and they also refuse to give up every single time we see them show up to the finals, perform, play their hearts out. But Team Tamilas, is today going to be the day where all of those dreams, all of those prayers of their fans are going to be answered?
They have done a brilliant job in the day number 2 itself, and that's why they are in the 5th position in the overall standings. Today is the day that they will be looking forward to collect a lot more points in the terms of placement and finishes to be in the top 3 or maybe win the championship.
They already have the ball rolling. They've got the momentum. They're starting to feel ecstatic about it.
Yeah.
But it's all about holding on. 1-2 good games, get inside the top 3, and who knows, they might also be lifting the trophy.
Exactly. I mean, there is a very real possibility that Team Tamilas, if they have 1 or 2 chicken dinners early during the day, will start contesting that first position on that overall leaderboard. But while we talk about Team Tamilas, there's going to be a pressure. The expectations are there. They are in the top 5. Although when we talk about the next team, not a lot of expectations when they showed up to the finals, but the way they have been playing, I mean, their attitude itself on the stage, inside of the game, you can't ignore them. And it is that one thing that has personally for me been very impressive about this lineup, because it is again fresh faces we are seeing for the first time. Reven Esports, they are taking the stage right now. Nothing to lose and everything to gain from this experience.
They have been the silent hunters in the entire lobby. They have dominated the entire day 2 with the terms of finishes as well as in the terms of placement points. But this is the moment, Fixes. Can they do it once more to be in the top 3?
Sometimes it's the toughest to pull it off, but right now they're on the chase. And who knows, like we said, right, we did not expect anything from them. And that is the kind of pressure that I want to be surviving under. And for Raven Esports, who knows, they're going to be clipping few wings apart.
Of course, I mean, they are going to be clipping a few wings, but people are going to try to clip their wings as well.
Yes.
But when we talk about storylines, I mean, no story is more lucrative than the story of redemption. And of course, the next team to take on stage, that is what they are hoping for, to redeem themselves in the eyes of their fans. Ladies and gentlemen, Carnival Gaming, a big fan base for these 4 players, especially Goblin, who, I mean, at the start of the journey of BGIS, there was a little bit of a slump, but now he has recovered and they're firing on all cylinders again.
You know what? It seemed to me there was a conversation that Carnival Gaming, they're planning to go all out today, and let's see how these boys are going to pop off.
And every single time, day number 3 has been the best day for Carnival Gaming. We have seen that during the league stages. We have seen that during the grand finals. And in fact, just hoping for the same to happen even today, right? Grand finals, final day has always been the lucky day, and they need to push as hard as possible.
Of course, but when we talk about lucky days, the next team hasn't had a lucky day till yet.
Yeah.
But they have definitely brute forced their way through every single stage of this tournament. It took us a while before we saw them make their debut on the big screens, but when we saw them, they were unignorable. I mean, you could not take their eyes off of them. And again, fresh faces, undergods as we like to call them, but these undergods are now taking on the old guards of BGMI in this country. I'm talking about Team LIMRA.
Yeah, I mean, the kind of competition that they were putting up, every time you see this team getting inside the circle, having clean rotations for themselves. But yes, they have crumbled down, but they have definitely made their name out there in the entire Indian circuit. And I really believe that these boys have a very bright future ahead.
Yeah, for Team LIMRA, it's always been about that storyline, right? That dream being fulfilled. They're living it. And again, the big question, how much deeper can they push? They have been crawling, they have been scratching, but today is the moment. They have to seize it. Who knows when we're going to see them next? But right now, they've played their hearts out. I just hope exactly for the same.
Well, some teams crawl their way to victory in a few matches here and there, and in fact crawl their way on the overall leaderboard as well. The next team we're going to call on stage fixes is a team that does not crawl, because they are fearless, they have a lot of aggression in their blood, but along with that, they're extremely cunning with how they start their games, and of course, who they go after. I'm talking about VENOM Gaming. Extremely poisonous, especially to the likes of X-Pac.
Oh my god, every match you see these boys from the very previous stages of this entire BGIS 2024, they have been dominating, and coming down to the finals, the day one went really well for them. Day two, not the kind of the way they wanted it to go, but finally, this is the last 6 games that they have got. Definitely the venomous snakes will be spitting poison.
They started off with the chicken dinner, then took a couple of strides back, and now they're all coiled up. And who are they leashing after? Who are they going after? That's the big question, because Cameron VENOM certainly is one of those teams that can still lift the trophy.
Exactly, but one thing is guaranteed, they will go after a few of these teams, because that is what they like to do. Early fights, that is their specialty. But there's another team that makes victory look extremely easy. If they win a game, they're going to make it look like they did it without a stretch. Without breaking a sweat, but sometimes their strut will have a little bit of a limp in it, because some of the games they do face early fights inside of the matches, and of course day number 1 not going well for them. Recovery initiated on day number 2. It has gotten them in a position from where they can end up on a respectable spot, and there it is, Team 8-Bit.
Yep. Definitely looking forward for a good day, at least to finish in a great spot. They have made a good comeback. They're still in the 10th position. At least finishing the top 5 will be their aim.
For them, it's all about having a good start to the evening. And if they get a chicken dinner, if they decide to go big, it opens up once again. We've had a chat with the players. This is one of those teams, Johnny, had no idea they would be playing the event or not. They come in so far, and they're not going back. Empty-handed.
I mean, that's the thing. They weren't even sure they were going to make it to the grand finals, and yet they are. This is what I love about Team 8-Bit, and especially their IGL Juicy. Every single tournament you see him, and he's like, yeah, man, I don't know, things are not going well. And then you see him at the grand finals. He's always there. He's always on stage. But let's talk about the team that will be taking the stage now, and it is Team Insane. We always say the same thing. They start strong, but then they fumble the ball the next few days. This time it was the same as well, and yet Team Insane, they refuse to give up on their play style.
They're still not giving up. They will be looking forward to finish in a good spot, 9th position as what they are holding for now, and finishing top 5 should be a very good result for them from this point.
Yeah, I think for Team Insane, it has always been about the storyline where we do not expect much from them. They always tend to fight back. Even yesterday, I really feel like day number 3 has always been good for them. So who knows, they also might be breaking a few hearts here and there.
The good thing for them was they did not fall too far away from the competition, so they still might be in the fight if the first 3 matches go well. But the next team, we expected them to wreak havoc, and they kind of have, but still undecided as to where they will finish. Reckoning Esports, young players, they lack some experience, but I think this could be their moment to shine.
A very freshly new lineup, completely based on the momentum, but oh my god, he looks interested to get the trophy.
Already. And for Reckoning, they're still in the race, right? They're still on the hunt. And it's all about trying to cover up as many points as they can possibly in the first 3 games. If they still do that, get into the top 4, who knows? They also might have a chance at the trophy.
Of course, but the next team that we will have on stage, it is going to be a lineup again, an undergod team. This time we have had a few of them, in fact more than a few of them, make it all the way towards the grand finals. But the next one, we had a lot of expectations from them. But when the grand finals began, the nerves actually got to the players, at least in the first few matches. Then they let go of all of their vices and they're back in their form, setting the stage ablaze, ladies and gentlemen. Inferno squad.
One thing is for sure, Johnny, this lineup will go very far. The kind of potential all these players have within themselves, it's phenomenal. And specifically, one of their players is Jatin, who has popped off brilliantly in the entire grand finals.
Do not go by their faces. They might look a little demotivated at this point, but suddenly you enter inside the lobby, they might be in for some shenanigans. What do they have to lose? They can just destroy everybody's dreams, throw a spanner, do whatever they want, have fun at the end of the day.
But now only one name remains. It's the players that lifted the trophy the last time in BGIS 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, the lineup built of the defending champions, MOGO Esports. The title has almost been snatched from their hands, but it can be that last-ditch effort to hold on to the crown that helps them regain that trophy. Do you think that can happen, Fixes? 6 chicken dinners, can they make it work?
Well, the ask is too much. I mean, the climb is going to be too steep. Yes, they can do it. We're going to be dreamers. You and I, we've all been in the grand finals. If somebody can soak and thrive under pressure, it is Destro and the boys.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Johnny. And they have done it before. Maybe it's too late for them to make a big comeback to gain the trophy, but I really believe they will be looking forward to actually spoil the party for the top teams.
Of course, I believe that too. I mean, not just spoil the party, but if they can take out the competition in the top 5, it gives them more points, plus it helps them climb up the rankings by leaps and bounds. And if anyone can pull a miracle like this off, it is Destro and the boys from MOGO Esports.
No doubt about it, and I really believe the players like Justin, if you talk about Shogun and Delta PG with the back support that they have given the boys itself. Again, MOGO Esports will be looking for, because they've got nothing to lose at this point. Going all out this should be the main motive for themselves.
To be honest, realistically, the trophy is too far-fetched.
Exactly.
But we have a chat with the boys, and they've already showcased and they've already said this out loud and clear that we are going to be playing to play for our pride. Somehow defended. They're still the defending champions nonetheless. But when you look at the overview of BGIS, it's been such a dream run.
Exactly. I mean, 3 days of the grand finale. Friday was intense. Saturday got worse for a few teams. But now on Sunday, it is time for the ultimate conclusion. 6 matches to decide who gets the crown, who gets the trophy, and who gets to call themselves the champions of BGIS 2024. We have gone over all of this before, Fixes. The point structure, the prize pool, 2 crore rupees in prize money on the line. The winners walking away with 60 lakhs in the bag.
You've got everything going right. 2 crores, like you said, 60 lakh for the winners, 30, 20 lakhs. We've got MVPs. We've got it all. But finally, it comes down to the final 6 games, the last 6 matches, which decides, like I said, the fate of our players. And the grand finalists, everybody has a storyline. Everybody has a chance. Everybody has a dream. Some get fulfilled. Some get broken.
Exactly. The 16 teams that are here, as you said, Fixes, the dream for a few of them. In fact, the dream for only one of these teams will be turned into reality today. Everyone else, well, they're going to go back home crying.
They certainly will. And look at them. You know, already top 8. Anybody could become the champion. One good game for the mid-order table, and suddenly it opens up till the top 12. And who knows, the teams from 13 to the 16 can maybe spoil anybody's and everybody's games. We're going to see all of them unleashing their true firepower. And in the midst of it all, the tension keeps on increasing.
Well, let's see. I mean, the tension is at its max, but let's see how things are going to turn out. And in the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, there's something special happening right now.
तो देवी और संजनो कैसे हो आप लोग?
Oh,
buddy, wrong desk.
Bro,
What's English?
What happened?
We're on the English desk. We're smart people here. What are you doing?
So I have to commentate in English.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to try.
Yeah, what happens? How are you guys?
We're doing great. What about you? Where is your team and why are you not playing there?
I was just trying to, help you guys with the casting and all. So that's why I left my team at bootcamp.
You think we can't do our job?
Clearly not.
Johnny.
Alrighty, so since you are here and I clearly see you have something against Fixes, we're going to settle. I'm with you. We are going to have a chat with him later on. What are your thoughts on how day 2 turned out overall? I mean, we are going to have a look at recap, but I want to know your perspective for all of these 16 teams.
I think G played really well. We were expecting a comeback from them, and they really did that in the last matches. So I think, G can win this tournament.
Then can we have a G fighting from you?
No.
Why not?
Contract issues.
Oh.
And he's such a wild liar. Yesterday on the Hindi desk, he went on say, and he said that Team Xbox gonna lift the trophy, and suddenly you have changed colors.
I told Ki I want them to win,
So you're saying G will win, and you're rooting for Team Xbox from within. And what about your dream team?
I think they are still dreaming, so let them dream. Including me too, guys.
Do you want to have Fixes in your lineup ever?
I think we don't need whatever in our lineup. We just need athlete, assaulter and all.
Hey, that's you on the screen of day 2 recap. I heard you had a little bit of a brawl with Maisie and Sparrow yesterday on the
Yeah,
Hindi.
I think there's something wrong with that Lilliput. You know, he always mess up with me. He always, spread hate. Sensei is not able to play well in recent times. So yeah.
You know what, Johnny? I'm telling you, this is the future, okay?
Yeah.
I was a dead player. I had to eventually make peace with commentating.
Still are a dead player.
Yeah, I still am. But looking at him right now, I feel a little bit more relieved because I'm also going to have another player with me because I don't think his career, I feel like, is pretty much done. I mean, he's still watching. He's here.
Do you want to say something to him?
I think you should pray that I play better because if my career is dead, I'm coming for you guys, right?
You know, I still have a lot of offers for other jobs. What about you?
Yeah, but I don't think you can do those jobs. It's hard for the people who are old as you.
Short-heighted.
No.
And
You are
fat.
not short-heighted. You are one of the best-looking casters out there, bro.
Wow, man. I feel next to you, man. I feel sad now. Sensei doesn't think I'm good looking.
Yeah. No, you are, but Johnny, see, we both are alike.
Yeah, we're bros, man.
So,
we're homies.
yeah.
Although one more homie on the stage right now, Ninja Boy is doing very well as a player. In contention for the MVP. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think Ninja Boy is a blessed player. He is so calm, he meditates and all, and he's so calm, and his fragging skills is so good. I don't think there's a match in the community right now.
Okay, Sensei, one more thing, fixes, with this perspective, he gives us old information. With you, we can get a lot of current info, right? Going up against teams like Global Esports, going up against teams like VASISTA, iQOO, so much aggression in these lineups, such young players. How does the pressure feel like when you know, like, all right, these are the teams that we have to fight if we want to win? What's that mental pressure like, especially for an IGL?
Actually, I think I should not be the one who should tell, I already faced that pressure and I'm out of the tournament. But these teams don't have experience and all, and they just try to, I think most of the team think this is our first tournament, we'll gain experience from it, so they go for that only.
And also I just want to say, it's okay, sometimes some make it through, some don't make it through. Not everyone will qualify, man. And it is time to have a look at the schedule. Although, Sensei, what is your favorite map?
I think Miramar.
Miramar is your favorite map?
Yeah.
Alright, me too, buddy. See,
Every esports player who has graced the stage loves Miramar.
Yeah.
But again, going on, we've got 6 matches. Sensei, I would want to know your thing. Like, who do you think is going to win the first game? Your prediction?
I think Venom Gaming or it can be TX2.
Also, if he says anything to you, let me know. I'm going to take care of him, okay?
Sure, brother.
Yeah.
I think you guys have joined the ranks of being
Yes.
police officers in a different universe.
Yeah.
So he is what, rank 4?
Rank 5.
Rank 5.
You're rank 5, just a new recruit. And
Yes.
he's rank 3.
I'm at 3, yeah.
Who's rank 1?
That's all the way on the other side. That's Mr. Anki Bot. He's rank 1 right now.
Just saying, you bunch of idiots. Trust me.
Yeah, we definitely. I think Fixes is going to vanish from the desk in a few short moments, and we are not going to have an idea where he went.
But
am I wrong about this?
I mean, I still am a fat man. I can manage for myself because look at these guys. I can literally deadlift both of them together. But Sensei, you're with us. This time, we were all thinking about, the MVP prize, being the best in the country. Don't you think, the players really eyeing out for that? Certainly are called quite egoistic, kind of called quite selfish. What is your opinion on being the MVP? Do you need to be with your team or it's all about a solo game?
First of all, I want to say nice casting. And that was clearly very hard for me to understand. But yeah, whatever you were saying, I think you are, you are sensible enough to say. I think I'll pass that question to.
I think you need an ego.
So, okay.
Be the MVP.
Alright, I need to, rephrase myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've been talking about the MVP storylines. Yeah. It's always been Ninja Jord, it's always been S-Power. But this time, when you're looking at the list, they're nowhere to be seen.
I think it's all depend on the hunger of the player. I think, to come and be the MVP in the tournament, you have to be hungry enough, overcome all the other MVPs and all.
Does it matter or the trophy?
I think trophy matters.
Trophy matters.
But some players really eye out for that MVP.
Yeah, that is why you failed to qualify, right?
I was never the MVP. I was the filter.
Yeah, you're still the filter.
And he's the IGL.
Yeah.
Do you want him to filter your calls?
No, I don't think so. I have seen his casting, I think he won't be any use to me.
Oh, you know a lot more than him. I mean, yes, to be fair, We are the past, Sensei. You are the future. Thank you so much for joining us on the desk. We're going to let you enjoy the match. And again, thank you so much for being here, buddy. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to jump into match number 13 of the grand finals of BGIS 2024. The map of Erangel on the screen. The flight path starts from Severny and goes all the way towards the southern edge of Milta Power.
All right. 6 matches that decide the fate of all these teams. We've been talking about this. This has been a long, treacherous, arduous journey. It's been grueling, it's been tiring, it's been exciting, but it all comes down to this. This flight path trajectory, like Johnny said, all the way Severny to Novoripnoi, Global Esports, Team X Park. We've been talking about iQOO, Seoul. Everybody gets a run for their money. And Necros, my man, what do you think is going to happen?
I really believe deep down, somehow I feel that Cheminx Venom will be the team to reign supreme. They have got their desired drop location for now, and there is no X-Park around the corner. So it is a very, very comfortable spot for themselves, but also we see all the teams taking their respective drop location. X-Park, not taking a risk, has decided to go towards the area of Novoripnoi, where they might face some contention, but I really don't see any of the teams going in that place.
For Team X Park, like you said, right, dropping down at Novoripnoi. It's going to be interesting because this time it's quite vacant. Because Inferno squad, they've headed along Georgopol. So them trying to execute something different. But if the circle goes up north, it's going to be a whole different story. We have seen X Park a couple of times come down to Novoripnoi, but we already have some fights brewing up. Carnival Gaming pretty much right in the open. And this is as worse as it could get.
Yeah, Team LIMRA, they could have got that one finish of Omega, but they decide not to engage, not to overextend, because they know there might be a backup coming on the way for Omega or to pick him up. So it would be a very risky move. And Team LIMRA, it's quite clear by this decision, isn't it, Sofix, is that they are not trying to take any risks, even if they know that there's nothing for them to lose at this point, but still trying to gain a lot more points on an early note, at least to play for their pride is what they desire.
Yeah, again, that's the point, right? What do you desire? Do you get it? But I think you have to be the go-getters, live your dream, do whatever needs to be done to try and salvage as many points as possible over here. But for Team LIMRA, still at the 13th position, still at 51 points. And like I said, right, one good games, one 20-pointer chicken dinner, and it kind of all might open up. And this time, Raven Esports, Aim God, was just caught strolling around. And Team LIMRA, they're already on the roll. They open things up. And for Raven Esports, it is an absolute disaster because Hulk, he could be next on their hit list.
These are just the free finishes that they're getting. Hulk, he goes down as well. Not the desired start for the side of Raven Esports, but Team LIMRA, they have announced this loud and clear. If they even get a single-inch chance for themselves to convert finishes, they are not going to back out from that.
For Team LIMRA, I think the idea is clear. All they want to do is go out. And go out with their hands blazed hot with flames. Because this is one of those teams, the underdogs, we've called them out. Very young lads, have a beautiful dream up ahead. But for Raven Esports, seems like two of their wings already have been clipped off. Reaper and Hanzo, two players surviving. What can they do? This Samurai for Raven Esports, feeling all alone in the lands of Pochinki, in the city. And at this point, this really sets them back, especially after the kind of a start they had yesterday.
Exactly. If you are Raven Esports, you would anticipate that we are going to play a very similar game at what we had done in the previous day itself. At least to play for the pride, play for the positioning as they desire. And even the circle looks pretty comfortable for the teams like Raven Esports, FS, Carnival Gaming. You have got a lot of breathing space for yourself, especially for Carnival Gaming. The entire Gatka will be vacant for them to loot around without any neighbors around the corner.
At this point, yeah, I think they've got those open spaces. And this is one of those circles which is quite simple, yet so tricky. because it's got so many of those iterations. You've got Ruins also trying to build up. You can also have the South Pachinki Circle. That is where I feel like 8-bit might be headed. But when you look at the contenders, Global Esports still feeling quite settled at Siverni. They have nobody to really worry about. And what's interesting and what's funny is Yasnaya is pretty vacant. Cheminix Venom, they've taken that longer rotation up north. The idea, of course, is there to keep their backlines pretty clear.
Yeah. I mean, they would have anticipated that, you know what, that X-Park might be coming. You never know, because there is a possibility. We see a lot of teams going for those early vehicles on an early note. They try to grab it as early as possible to have those clean rotations for themselves, not to search for those vehicles later on, which might just cause them some early casualties. So, from the X-Venom's perspective, they might have thought, okay, Yasuna might be clear, but X-Park can come, so it's better not to take any risk, and let's go down to up on the north of Kameshki and just get the loots done. But talking about this team in the contention, iQOO Seoul, what are your thoughts about them?
No, iQOO Seoul, yesterday we saw them getting a chicken dinner, but right after, they really dropped the ball hard. And today it's all about, trying to go a little slow, right, for iQOO Seoul, trying to get a good start, trying to really cover up all those points, because when you're looking at their scores, it's 83. And when you talk about Global Esports, they're sitting at 103. So they need one good game, and also they need to ensure that GE do not muster enough points, because GE has always been one of those teams that regardless, even if they get picked off early, they still have so many finishes, and they always keep themselves ahead.
Talking about being ahead, Fixes, Team X-Park, they are also ahead of iQOO Seoul and FS Esports, having 89 total points on the board. And out of all these top 5 teams, they are having the second highest finishes, 66 finishes out of 12 matches that they have played. And that kind of showcases and gives us an info. With X-Park, they have gone very wild, they have been hungry for the finishes, and they will be still looking forward for that same gameplay style. But right now, today, there has to be a little bit focus, in my opinion, that going for the placement points would be very, very obvious for the side of X-Park, and they will be more focusing on the later half of the game to grab the finishes.
Now for X-Park, I really feel like this first game will set them up. The timing is going to be of the utmost importance, because the moment they try to cross over from the Novripnoy bridge, you will have the players of Team Insane guarding them. And Team Insane, like I said, right, all they also need is that one big game, and they could also be in the race. They're not really far behind, still at the 9th position. Maybe try and squeak in through that 80-pointer marker. But this team in front of us, they came up with so much promises. Still, they're in the race. Not really, out of contention yet, because 78 points, I think, get around 8 to 9 points from finishes, and then have maybe 4 to 5 points. They might also enter the top 3.
Hey, it's easy for us to tell, right? But for them to actually do it, they need the first 2 games to go in their way. They need to come at least in the top 2, if not a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
And if they can do so, Fixes, I mean, we have seen so many comebacks, and unpredictable ones especially. So if Reckoning does similar things like that, I won't be surprised at all.
Now for Reckoning Esports, I really do not like the storyline that followed. Because the script that we have written, the script that they had been following, it's always been about messing things up in the final day.
Yeah.
They kind of tend to take in a lot of pressure, and they crumble. But for Reckoning, like we've said, right, had a chat with the players. They were trembling with fear. Yesterday was still a good recovery for Reckoning. Opened the day on a higher note, but could not maintain that consistent run. So I'm really hopeful that they also get a good start, so that once they enter inside the top 3, top 4, they really might push hard.
Yeah. You know what? If I was one of the IGLs of the team playing in there, among those 16 teams, if I am out of the contention for the trophy, I would just go like, okay, boys, we've got this. If not the trophy, we'll play all the 6 matches as our last matches of this entire tournament. And let's give it our best shot, so that at least we can finish in a good spot, and for the audience. And they will be at least appreciating us that, yes, these guys, they have done a very good hard work for themselves.
Yeah, of course. I mean, just living the dream, like you said, right? Go as hard as you can, go push yourself as much as possible. For Reckoning Esports, I think I would have that kind kind of words the moment the third game ends and they're out of 9th or 10th. I still feel they have a very, very good chance to maybe battle for the trophy also. And Reckoning is also one of those teams, you know, that can any single time change gears. You want them to go aggressive, they can. But when you look at their position, there has been a slight change in their play. Reckoning Esports, mostly at these times, they kind of tend to roam around the edges. But this time, they're contending for the center. So really want to see how it pans out. But we do see a few knocks here and there. I feel like it's somebody from FS taking on a fight, and there you have it, the IGL being dealt down, and it's going to be Manya doing the deed, and FS Esports. This is a team still at the third position, and these are not good signs for them.
iQOO, they have finally opened up. FS Esports, definitely the team that nobody kind of expected to be at this position, but they are contesting for the trophy. They're not here for the second or the third spot, they are here to win. And they will ensure it. Yes, not the ideal start as what they expected on the final day. But hey, we've seen FS being on 3-man or maybe 2-man and still clinching so many points for themselves because they can balance it out pretty well. They can balance the finishes, the aggression, as well as the placement points. And that is the reason they don't have like the highest finishes. They've got 46 finishes in 12 matches, but still in the third spot with 86 points on total. So that kind of justifies the play or the steady approach that they're having towards all these matches.
For sure, I think their USP has always been about taking those circles, always inside of it, and yeah, having that early casualty would be a severe blow, especially losing out on your IGL at that. But like you said, right, they've got that firepower. The two new young bloods, Stray Squad and Wizard, they've been nothing short of being phenomenal. Yesterday we saw in that game of Vikendi the way they held on to their composure going up against Team AARU. And if they could replicate that once more, and still, I think nothing's really lost for them. 5 to 6 points and they're good to go. But for now, you could see Carnival Gaming just lurking around like vultures. You can see Neo already trying to take a dig at Mr. IGL. Some damage has been done from afar. Neo just steps out of his buggy, but now he's nowhere safe. He's in no man's land. He's got a little bit of a cover to work around with, but he needs to back off.
Oh my god, what a beautiful cover fire coming up from the side of Carnival Gaming. But Omega, he might have got a chance. Mr. IGL barely surviving. Even he dodged the kind of vehicle ran over coming up from side of Neo. So have to just kind of appreciate the survival instincts from the side of Team Tamilas. But right now the push is coming. Mr. IGL, it is going to be unbeatable. But he finally goes down as Akshat opens it up. Team Tamilas, they are into some real trouble as Carnival Gaming, they're literally on the hunting grounds.
Look at this, Carnival Gaming showing no mercy, showing no remorse, and this is the mindset that they have come up with. They're on the hunt. Team Tamilas had a really nice recovery yesterday, but here Carnival Gaming is. They are enjoying this Gala Fest and seems like they're going to be on the chase pretty soon. Yes, he does miss his spray, but look at him, Carnival Gaming and Neo. This time, however, deciding to disengage, or is it about them taking a few strides back again to leap ahead?
X's, I have never seen Carnival Gaming coming down to Ferry Pair from the areas of Ghatka when the circle is still favoring the Pochinki area and the central area. So you can kind of get a gist about their approach from the very first game. They are on a hunt.
Yeah.
They don't care about the placement points anymore.
Yeah, of course. At least for Carnival Gaming, exactly where they're really positioned at, I think they will have to be on that hunt. And they have to go big. The only idea is to try and keep as many players as possible. Just opening your hands up, feeling warm, feeling cozy, and get around 10 finishes this game, maybe even a third, fourth finish. And yeah, really good pointer shown up because Carnival Gaming always felt like they were thinking too much. They've shut down their brains and have always relied on the bronze in those final days. And there you have it, one after the other. This time deciding to go after Team LIMRA, but Team LIMRA also do fight back. And this is where Carnival Gaming, just when they thought that they could pull off something really big, Team LIMRA shuts them down. And look at the number of finishes, 6 already on the board.
Dragon is literally breathing fire. 4 finishes on the name of this lad, but Gokul, he might have been compromised with Team LIMRA. My god, this is the aggression we wanted. This was Team LIMRA in the beginning stages of BGIS 2024. But right now, again, coming back into the contention, Dragon OP, he is literally pulling the strings for these boys. And I really believe Team LIMRA, they can have a good run. But right now, onto their radius, on their areas, spot the boys of VASISTA Esports.
Oh, this is going to be a biggie. Reckoning Esports real close to the players of iQOO Soul. Knuckle pending fall for himself. He has some assistance though, but that needs to take some time. And of course, for now, iQOO Soul, they already have one finish to their name, but this is the moment. They have to survive. They have to get a couple more. Still inside the circle, still at a very good position. It's all about that next shift. And Reckoning, they've decided to back off. And there you have it, iQOO Soul having a good position inside the circle. But Manya and Knuckle, they need to recon and rendezvous with their teammates.
Exactly, they're way too far. They're way too far. Manya, no, this is not the ideal position to lose your buggy. He has to reunite with his teammates. I really believe it's not a big task, and as soon as you ask them, but Ronnie, this is going to be concerning because Global Esports, FS, they're coming from the backlands, and there, on those compounds, there is only 2 players surviving from iQOO Soul.
Global Esports come knocking at their doors, and if Team iQOO Soul cannot reunite, this is going to be nasty. But now, look at this. Team Insane spotting out the players of Team X-Park. Information, of course, being relayed already. But they're still trying to keep things mellow. Here's again, one of those teams still in the race. And there you have it, Aditya opening things up against VASISTA Esports. Even for 8-bit, what do they have to lose? And so much trouble is going on, so much fights happening all over the place. This means that we're going to have much breathable final end circles, as now Aditya keeps going on with the onslaught, just hammering down those bullets, and hasn't really found a knock yet, but still, damage done is going to be quite monumental.
Yeah. I mean, his praise has been very brilliant and very precise in the grand final so far. Aditya still will be looking forward to grab some openings for his team. You can see 3 teams around the corner. You don't only see 8-bit taking the Pochinki control. You have got Team VASISTA Esports coming into question. Reven Esports, they were way too ahead. They were holding these compounds itself. They might have lost 2 of their players, and that can actually be a very disadvantageous position for them.
A lot of these teams are actually anticipating that the circle goes towards Pochinki. And we've seen a city circle yesterday around Los Leones. Who knows? We might get to see something happen in this big city, the heart of Erangel. 3 teams already stationed, whilst Team X-Park, they haven't really opened up their accounts. They decided once again, thinking that they might take down the players of Inferno squad who are really low on their morale. And look at this. iQOO Soul getting pushed away. Global Esports have a beautiful spread working along with them. And for now, even Global Esports, they just don't want to start getting all those frags right now. They want to wait for the next circle shift. We know Mavi is known as the zone magnet. What if the circle shifts on him once again?
Oh, fixes. Now, this is the kind of prediction that the fans of Global Esports would want, definitely. And even they want the circle to go in the favor of Global Esports, but it has always been the case. Global Esports, they haven't forced any fight until and unless it is necessary till the stage 4 or 5. They have made some early collisions, they have taken some early contention only when they decided that yes, if we clear this team, it can benefit us. Otherwise, you don't see Mavi taking any risky decisions at all in the entire grand finals. And talking about risky decisions as well, even Reckoning seems to be a little steady around the potato hill.
Reckoning Esports, I think clearly a change in gears. Yesterday, and in fact during even the league stages, we have seen them always even go outside the circle if necessary, go for all those fights, all those drama that they love to do. This time, they're playing quite safe. I think it's all about trying to have that high ground advantage, maybe wait for that next hard shift, still around the edges. And the moment you're around those edges, it kind of makes your rotation inside the circle much more easier. So who knows, Reckoning Esports, if they start off with a chicken dinner, they also might suddenly become one of those teams in the race. But for Team LIMRA, I think they've got enough finish points. It's also all about getting those couple of more position points. And if they can accrue that, then who knows. But look at this circle this time. The gods of BGMI, they're playing with our hearts.
Oh, I am really not aware of where the holding positions are going to be, because you see almost all the hard compounds are occupied already. Team TAMILAS have the church area under their control. You see FS holding these quarters of Pochinki. 8-bit will be looking forward to gatekeep a lot of teams. You see MOGO, you see Team AARU, even Insane rotating down south. So this is really important. Even the compound of iQOO Soul will be crucial, because there are 3 teams that might come in the contention.
Look at this, Reckoning Esports. They've dropped the ball, they've thrown their hat onto the ring, and Raven Esports could be the next on their radar. This is a fight they can really engage in, but Reaper already cooking up his grenade, throws into perfection, but does that land? Seems like hasn't hit its mark. But for Team AARU, it was such an emotional storyline, but this time Hunters gets a knock onto his Reaper, and now only Hanzo survives. Raven Esports just crumbling down to the pressure. Hanzo trying to make a run for his life, but Reckoning Esports, a big call they've got to make. Are they going to go for the chase, or are they going to hold the position? Because they know where Hanzo is, but they do not know where the other players are.
I don't think they want to go any risky position, or they want to push it, but Hanzo finds Veyron's finish. Oh my god, that's a big steal for them, but even Team Xbox, they are in the contention. If it's not in the Yasunaya, but it's Water City itself, Venom Gaming versus Team Xbox. Now this is the fight that we were asking for.
We certainly wanted this fight a little bit earlier, but now it has come down to this. Both of these teams quite strong in terms of their firepower. It's all about who finds that first opener. Ninja Jot barely even survives, gives his position away. Now Sarang has all the idea on the word, but no, seems like not. And for now, Spray God already being taken down. It is going to be Global Esports who've done the deed, and now Keminex Venom might want to capitalize on this. As Phantom, he lobs that grenade, and Shadow also falls down. This is absolutely disastrous for Team X-Park. They need to recover, but Venom Gaming, they want to inject their fangs into their hearts, inject all that venom, as now X-Park, they have to cut on their losses. They have to walk their merry ways.
Oh, even the vehicle is trap fixes. This is just the time delay that they did not want for themselves, but Global Esports in the contention. Keminex Venom rotating. Fury has a beautiful shot, and Ninja Boy barely surviving. If he goes up ahead against Phantom, he can be taken down. He's very, very much vulnerable. They need to enter the circle around the corners of Spider Hill. It's never easy to play along with Global Esports. This has been their hunting grounds. Mavi knows this place more than anybody else in this entire lobby.
We have seen them conjuring some beautiful chicken dinners from this circuit. Global Esports, if they get a chicken dinner, this could be absolutely monumental. One step closer to the big prize. But for Venom Gaming, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Inferno squad might come closing in any given moment. Alto trying to traverse his vehicle around, but there you have it. Trace God open things up against the players of Team LIMRA. Poke already down, and there you have Team X-Park coming out of nowhere. Spray God not having the best of HPs, but takes down a couple of players of Venom Gaming. So much damage having been dealt with, but Phantom from the backlines, he gets knocked, and Alto also gets wiped out. Team X-Park surviving the onslaught, but Global Esports, they know Team X-Park, they are pincered down to that one little corner. They need to recover, they need to recuperate. Global Esports isn't going to make that happen, but look at this. iQOO Soul from the backlines, unleashing terror, unleashing hellfire. This is drama at its peak.
Oh my god, iQOO Soul, they never back off from this fight, but the counter trades are coming as well. But look at the nade parade, not on the right slot, but this nade might just give a lot of hefty damage. Slug, he gets the revival done, but still the nades are continuously coming. iQOO Soul, they won't try to go overextending themselves, but Global Esports, just imagine the scenario fixes. One nade coming up from the side of X-Park can literally wipe the entirety of the Global Esports from this spot, but still Manya, he gets another knock. These nades are coming on slot. Global Esports, what are they going to do? Because even X-Park, they're crumbling down. An injured Jod, he might just not survive this fatal blows.
He's still alive. He's still patching himself up. Global Esports, they know that the time is running away, and now they decide to initiate that push. Beast knocks down Ninja Jod, and suddenly it's all down to Spray God. He still fights back, but there you have it. iQOO Soul from the backlines. Knuckle gets the deed done. Global Esports, they're also in a whole world of trouble, but iQOO Soul have all 4 of their players breathing, and all these teams, they're contesting for the grand prize. Mavi getting back to his teammates, gets knocked out, and Ronnie, he is spitting fire.
The table toppers are crumbling down, Fixes. I don't see any room for breathing space for themselves, but iQOO Soul, they will be walking away with 5 total finishes that they have accumulated, and they will have a lot more breathing space even if they enter the circle. But there is nobody. Both the table toppers, X-Park, Global Esports, they're down and out.
iQOO Soul, 5 finishes, all 4 of their players alive. And still around the edges, but if you talk about the circle, still many foes to deal with. Inferno squad, they're trying to move in around. Owen already down on his knees. Jatin, he's facing elsewhere as S-Power strikes from the sidelines, and suddenly all you can see is Team Tamilas. They're also inching in closer at this point. Fox, he's trying to gauge the situation, but then again, right around Church, you've also got the players of VASISTA Esports just on the opposite side. As Inferno squad, VASISTA, everybody trying to fight it out, but from the backlines comes the players of Team iQOO Soul.
The Boogiemans are on a hunt, Fixes. They want to go all out and they want to go nasty. There is no limits to it. But Team AARU on the deeper end, still troubling the players of Team Tamilas. Dionysus opens it up, had some hefty blows on the players, but Inferno squad, 2 of the players remaining, they need to enter the circle, and for that, they need to eradicate the players of Team Tamilas. But it seems like, on the other hand as well, Insane Esports, they are struggling against 8-bit.
Got a beautiful city fight happening also. Team Insane, they have a couple of their players alive. Evil and Afu stuck in the middle of nowhere. And look at this, iQOO Soul, they're also on the hunt once again. And this will be Manthan who deals with their wrath. And suddenly Manya decides he wants even more. He's hungry, he needs a chicken dinner with a lot of finish points. Already 7 to 8 collected. Still have a decent position to play around, but the circle keeps going away from them. 7 finishes. Now if they can get a chicken dinner, there's no stopping this team.
This is a testament for iQOO Soul. They want to go all in, but now this is an urban circle, Fixes. It's not like you see all the players in the open grounds and take the finishes. You need to push the compounds, you need to dump the utils, and then only you will breach through all those teams to get a good spot for yourself inside the circle. But talking about the predictable positions in which iQOO Soul might just go, it's FS or either Team AARU, the compounds that they might push, but Reckoning, they're on a hunt. They want to eradicate this team, and FS, if they get down as well, it would be a green path for iQOO Soul, but Mania goes down.
Yeah, that was a hasty push. They had to do it, and now suddenly the players are starting to drop down like flies. S-Power falling down as well. It has all come down to the nimble shoulders of their last surviving member, Knuckle. But for now, Reckoning Esports also fighting tooth and nails. Viper gets that finish onto its Wizard, and now Clutch remains to be the final player surviving. iQOO Soul still have a couple of numbers alive as Knuckle gets taken down, but look at that. Ronnie gets that revive onto its S-Power, but Reckoning, they have deployed all the smoke grenades. They need to commit for the push because they know they've got the players of FS. Pinsett down, Trace got also down and out, and Clutch barely even surviving.
Reckoning, they want to go all in. 2 finishes done. Clutch has to clutch it out actually by his name, but Trace got Clutch. Both goes down by the nade of Viper, and that is FS Esports down and out with 3 finishes in the 9th spot. But talking about on the other end, even Team AARU is actually troubling the players of iQOO Soul. Austin gets Delta PG out, and MOGO are coming into the circle, but not with a good entry for themselves.
Look at this situation. You only see teams everywhere as far as the horizon is. VASISTA Esports, they're all playing around the corners. Delta PG knocked out. He needs some cover. Justin just around the houses. Yes, he's gotten that knock onto Weds Austin on his knees, but look at this. MJ from the sidelines trying to provide that cover fire, but he also needs to watch out. He's got some cover to play around with though for MOGO Esports. Oh my god, VASISTA. This is disastrous. MJ just blowing his own teammate up. But look at this. 8-bit fighting for everything. Up already down on his knees. And there you have it. That's all she wrote. Team Insane wiped out from the face of the earth. But iQOO Soul still surviving. But they've got Team AARU to deal up against.
Not only AARU Fixes, they also got Reckoning. Viper is pushing on the broken walls, and iQOO Soul, they have a read. The pre-nades, they need to walk. iQOO Soul, they are there. Reckoning, they are on a hunt. They won't spare a single soul coming in front of them. But right now, Ronnie, he is doomed, but the nade has made the connection. Viper is down. His power is there. Shikari shot coming up close, and Personal gets taken down by Ronnie as well. Reckoning, they are into shambles.
They certainly are in tatters right now. Numbers falling left, right, and center. Look at this. 8-bit. They also decide to join the fray, and they're going to take in everybody along with them. S-Power, the last hope. He also falls. 8-bit. They're on a rampage. but right now they still have the better of the circle, as now they have to move in. MOGO Esports, they're still alive. Team TAMILAS, they had a very rough start, but they have also recovered.
Look at MJ's position as well, being the solo survivor, but this game has to be on the favor of Team 8-Bit. But if Team AARU pops up as the party spoilers, they can literally snatch it away. 9 finishes for the boys of 8-Bit. They have literally dominated the area of Pochinki for themselves. But right now, one final move, one final circle, and 8-Bit can just start off the things very well for them in the day number 3.
Game of chess, 8-Bit, they've got the numbers. Team TAMILAS, they've got the position. Team AARU, they've got the hunger. And MOGO Esports, they've got the resilience. And then you have VASISTA Esports. MJ, just that final player surviving. And now the floodgates have opened, the circle starting to inch in ever so close. 8-Bit trying to scissor their way around Team AARU. Atanki Gaming is going to be the point of contact, but it is going to be Mighty who opens things up against Justin. But they know they have to get inside the circle somehow, given the fact that Team Atanki Gaming from AARU, he's looking out for him. Dionysus on a whole world of his own, as now 8-Bit, they are the favorites right now, but any given moment, anything could happen.
Oh, that nade blows up both of the players, and that is what I was really eager to talk about. Everybody is confined in a very single spot. 8-Bit, the Aditya might be getting the revival, but I don't know about Mac. Delta PG also goes down with the Payson, but this nade should be enough to get Mac down as well. Atanki wants to go up close and personal, but 8-Bit down to 3 players, still looking forward for a good opportunity, and Atanki, he knows the position of Manti right now.
Atanki, he's trying to be cool over here. He's trying to play calm. But look at this. These are those shivering fingers. A grenade that goes in 9 out of 10 times suddenly slipped out. It's the grand finals. It is the pressure. And now, who knows, we might have a healing battle up our way. For 8-Bit, still the numbers are there. For Team AARU, this time, have a really good position for themselves. Enter inside the top 4. Have those 4 finish points to work around with. As a little silence has set upon, and as the dust settles, we will find out who the winner was. So far, Dionysus having the higher grounds, 8-Bit right underneath them. But Team TAMILAS, they've got a lot of force to deal with, and now it's all gone to a standstill.
Suddenly, Fixes, you can feel the pressure. The intensity of the air in a small circle is so heavy. Team TAMILAS, nobody is risking to go in the balcony, not to take even a single risk. MJ is intact. Literally no steps, literally no sound. He doesn't even have a helmet, it seems. But now MJ, if he survives, if he gets at least 2 frags of Team TAMILAS, this can boost the points of VASISTA Esports. But Atanki, he misses the shot at the right moment.
Yeah, tried to thread the needle, tried to find that golden window, but it's quite difficult, especially at that angle. And look at this, the top 4 teams that we have in front of us. None of them were really in contention barring Team TAMILAS. And if Team TAMILAS continue their consistent run, but here comes 8-Bit just pushing in like madmen. And there you have it, Juicy gets a knock, and Team AARU, they get obliterated. 12 finishes, 8-Bit, they're making it happen, and now Manti wants to capitalize on this golden opportunity, wants to reap them off and just shred them apart, but now 8-Bit, they really need to recover, they need to recuperate, and Juicy, those tiny little mistakes, it's hurting him.
Definitely, and between all those commotion, that one single player from VASISTA Esports still breathing in this intense air when it comes down to a 2v2 fight. Team TAMILAS versus 8-Bit, who is gonna win it away? Because now it seems like we will be moving forward for the death circle, and when it just starts, everybody needs to step outside of their comfort zone and has to take a fight, and in which MJ might have the biggest advantage.
Team TAMILAS had such a rough start to the game. We all thought they would be eliminated pretty early, but here they are, still breathing, still have those points to work around with. And now, considering the top order, they've all been cut off. Team TAMILAS, they're going to close in on the gap. But MJ is still alive though, could throw a spanner to their works. And finally the final circle starts moving in. Mighty blows Manti up. And now MJ, he's going to take his chances. He's also going to do some wonders. But no, look at this. Maxi, he's gotten that heal battle. But 8-Bit need to go on a hunt. Do they have enough meds on them? 7 first hits, but does not matter. As 8-Bit has pulled off a comeback of the ages. and now suddenly they claim their stake on the throne. It's all out in the open, folks, and this is BGIS.
New team in the contention, ladies and gentlemen, 8-Bit. They are back in the business, and it seems like with this start that they have 12 to 14 finishes and a chicken in at 24 points, and this is how the OGs strike back.
I mean, why are you guys surprised? What did I tell you guys? Fearless, focused, and of course, making winning look effortless since this lineup came together. What an amazing performance coming in from 8-Bit, and of course that intense end game. My goodness, I don't think my heart is beating right at this point.
Oh, never. It's two of us. We still cannot process what we just saw in the area of Pochinki. I mean, we know Pochinki is a very big urban circle, and whenever the circle ends there, you see a lot of commotion. But to this level, well, it's BGIS 2024, right?
You know, the gods are angered. At this point, we've never seen a Pochinki circle throughout the BGIS. It is always anticipated, it goes out, but suddenly the gods decided they wanted it inside the city. And wow, I mean, we were talking about this, right? The top 8, they're in contention, and suddenly 8-Bit out of nowhere bounced back in with 14, I think around 24 points. I think they might have crossed the 80 marker.
I think they have as well, and I think it is going to be an incredible moment for everyone once we have a look at the overall rankings. Because as you guys pointed out, when the game came to an end, all of a sudden we have a new contender rising up to the challenge. And if they keep this momentum going, there is another team that will rise up and stand against Global Esports and look them in the eye to eye for the trophy. But let's have a look at the highlights and the reactions of the players when the match was happening, when the teams were getting eliminated and things were not going right for a lot of them.
Yeah, definitely. The early elimination of Carnival Gaming literally put a lot of faith down on them from the fans that are attending in the arena, but one after another you see a lot of commotion, you see a lot of expression. Xpark, Global Esports going down, but even iQOO, the kind of points that they have resembled for themselves should be enough for them to go in the top 3 and maybe comfortable, maybe push them into the top 2 as well, because Xpark and Global, both the top 2 teams are down, and 8-Bit coming from behind now puts 2 new faces on the loop.
iQOO playing from around the edges. Yes, they did not get that chicken dinner, but I'm pretty sure they've got a lot of finishes to work around with. And now it was all about inching in that gap, and I think they've done that. If they've gone past the 90 marker, they still have some beautiful chances. But for Reckoning Esports, they also were one of the players trying to contend for the throne. They had some early finishes. They had got some early couple of points, but towards the end, they also crumbled.
Exactly. I mean, unable to handle the pressure. And of course, what a grand start to the last day of the grand finale, right? We get a Pochinki circle out of nowhere. As you said, Fixtures, I mean, the gods of BGMI have heard us, and I have specially been just praying for chaos, unadulterated chaos, and that is what we got to witness. Let's have a recap at the final few moments of the match, and I want you guys to break it all down.
I mean, it all started with 8-Bit, right? Wiping out iQOO, Reckoning all together, and they knew they had the numbers advantage. And this is where Team TAMILAS wanted to dish out some hefty amount of damage. You see a little bit of those mistakes, but it's still A-okay. But Mighty, this player contending for the MVP title, having taken down Manti over there, I think kind of opened the floodgates for 8-Bit. And Maxi, he kind of went on the back foot, wanted to go for that healing battle. But I think still a second position finish is all he wanted also.
He had 7 first aids on him.
Yeah.
He had 7 first aids. Anything could have happened. But 8-Bit, I mean, impressive. And of course, VASISTA Esports. Let's talk about them for a minute. Because top 3 finished, but there were blunders being made throughout the game.
Yeah, completely agree with that, because they have messed up a lot more fights. I mean, they were rotating around the areas of Pochinki, trying to figure out, should they go inside the urban circles? Should they get some properties for themselves, or they just stay out and wait for the circle to shift? And I really believe that made the cause, because 8-Bit, they got a very good idea of where VASISTA Esports were and instantly trying to put them down, creating a pressure. That made a very big impact. But later down the line, MJ still surviving to the last. I really believe that he could have pulled out, but again, it's a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, we saw MJ making a couple of those mistakes, blowing his own teammate up, but that had all been covered up. Because VASISTA Esports, they were pretty much languishing down at the very bottom, and now getting those really good points, the top 3 finishes. I think that should instill that confidence. And even when you talk about the OGs, Mortal himself, right, he has come here, he wants to lift the trophy. I would still say it was a decent start for iQOO.
Yeah, it was a decent start indeed, and especially considering that everyone is hoping to see them lift the trophy. Mortal as well. We saw a few moments ago the reaction that was there on the faces of Mortal and Scout. I believe that was when iQOO and Xpark took an early exit, and of course, they are rooting for their teams, their respective teams. But Mortal, I think all of the concern fades away for a split seconds when he is with his fans.
Yeah. I mean, he has gained this fan base through all these years. He has started it in this city as well. And he's still there, and everybody. I mean, he's such a humble guy. You can just go up to him and like, Mortal, I want to take a click, and he's always up for it.
It certainly is. Now, iQOO, I mean, for Mortal, I think the dream is quite clear.
Yeah.
They've inched in so much closer. Before this lineup, they've also clinched an official trophy, but it was not the BGIS. And this time, they're still in the race, Johnny.
Yes.
But when you look at the grand scheme of things, Team X-Park, X, VENOM, Global Esports, and even Team iQOO, all four of the heavy contenders, they decided to suddenly lock horns around the edges. You could see that intensity really high.
I think all of the top contenders had the same plan, or at least came with the same plan for the matches of the last day. But then again, those plans intersecting did not really work out for anyone. But it did open the doors for that middle pack, and now we have to see, will the middle pack actually capitalize on this opportunity that has been given out to them? 8-Bit just did it. Who else is next in line?
I guess Reven Esports might be one of them. They got a very hefty start, not a good one. Two of the players getting taken down on an early note before even completing their loot. So I really believe when you are going down to the map of Miramar, Reven Esports, they have performed decently on that. And if 8-Bit can do it, now the other teams in the middle order will be thinking, hey, if 8-Bit has done it, why not us?
Exactly, but one more question for you, Fixes. We've been talking a lot about 8-Bit, but we can't ignore the performance from Team TAMILAS because they were already quite high up on that leaderboard. And with this top 2 finish, I'm pretty sure they are going to start moving towards the top 3.
And imagine, they have had such a rough start. They had to go up against a team like Carnival Gaming, who had nothing to lose, still survived the onslaught, decided to instantly ram in around Pochinki, and now back-to-back 3 consistent games for Team TAMILAS. That is enough to build up that momentum, and who knows, they might have entered inside the top 4 or 5.
Oh, but we do have the MVP of the match, and it is Aditya from the side of 8-Bit. Well, this 5 finishes secured. Damage dished out 836. 3 assists as well. Met him before the game. He was completely focused, zoned in as to what needs to be done. Only one instruction, one word was said: I will destroy them all.
And he did it, like his words. But talking about the other performers, Dragon OP, he opened up his wealth inside of Team LIMRA again. A disappointing end to them because they started off pretty well, but they couldn't finish how they wanted it to be. Manti coming in the third chart with 4 finishes, followed by 8-Bit Smack, and even Atanki provided such a huge support to his team's performance and the points with 3 of the finishes. Team AARU holded those compounds for a very longer period of time. Even they spoiled the game for iQOO.
Yes, if iQOO could not get the chicken dinner, I think Atanki had such a huge role to play. And then it was Team 8-Bit just coming in, wiping the floor. Even for Dragon, it was so important because he had to stop the onslaught of Carnival Gaming because they are literally madmen going on a rampage at this point. We know what the idea they're coming up with, and 8-Bit getting these 24 points, iQOO getting these 11 points, TAMILAS these 10, and look at the teams on the top 3, nowhere to be seen in the top 8.
Yeah, exactly, and it is going to be interesting as to how the storyboard develops after this match. These 24 points definitely will propel the side of 8-Bit quite high up on that overall leaderboard, but along with them, VASISTA Esports also having decent performance in this game as we spoke about them. Had the opportunity of speaking with one of our colleagues, Arka, and he was mentioning that the team is brewing with confidence today, so let's see how all of that turns out. But look at that, iQOO 1932 damage dished out. Now that is impressive.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Even Team TAMILAS is coming up with a lot of finishes, but the main setbacks are coming on the second chart. You see Carnival Gaming with 2 points, X VENOM with 2 points, X-Park, Global Esports walking away with 2 points itself, and only FS Esports got 3. I mean, all the top 3 teams are on the single digit, which will not actually get them the advantage, or it also will be creating a big loophole for the other teams to go and get up front, because now the gap is very small.
That is true. The gap is quite small. And of course, everyone is going to try to topple each other off because only 5 matches remain before we find out who gets to lift the trophy. And with all of these storylines changing and evolving with every single second that goes by in the game, it's extremely difficult to predict as to who will it be.
And especially considering how game number 1 ended.
Yeah.
All the top teams, they were out of equation. Now the bottom teams, they have come back into the race. We started the day with imagining that the top 8 will be in the race, and suddenly it has opened up till 12. 8-bit making such a huge leap. Now I'm looking at them being at maybe the 6th or 7th position, and suddenly even Team AARU, they also can start dreaming, because who knows, you know, you still have 5 more games to go, and one more big game, maybe with a chicken dinner, they also might have a chance.
You never know. They might have a chance, but for that, they have to perform in the upcoming matches. Let's have a look at the overall leaderboard as of now and how it stands after game number 13 is done and dusted. Here we have it, Global Esports, 105 points. Still the only team to be able to cross that 100-point marker. On the second, we have iQOO with 94. Team TAMILAS take the leap to the top 3, 91 points, but they are tied up with Team XPark, who are also there on the 4th with 91 points. We have FS Esports on the 5th with 89. Team 8-bit, the leap we were talking about, 86 points, getting them to the 6th position in the overall leaderboard. That is exactly where they want to be. Just a few more steps, and the top 2 is not too far away. We have Reckoning on the 7th with 83. Chem and VENOM on the 8th with 81.
Yeah, already talking about the other squads, even MOGO, Carnival, they are all down to 13 and 14. Not a big comeback, not a great game for those teams as well. Team AARU still kind of lingering around 11th position, and they are still intact where they started. Revenue Sports team insane, they have dropped down a little bit, but they also are looking for a good match, and if they can perform like what 8-bit did, I guess we will have a lot of possibilities about that.
So, we see XPark on the overall leaderboard with no chicken dinners, the only team to have no chicken dinners within the top 9. And right now, I think Sparrow is actually trying to get the crowd riled up, asking them if they think XPark is going to win a chicken. Most of the people said yes. What do you think? Do you think XPark is going to win a chicken dinner on the last day of the grand finals? And if it happens within the next 2 matches, that will propel them within the top 2 again.
Johnny, let's talk about stats and figures. BGIS 2023.
Yeah.
Gladiators.
Oh, yeah.
Had no chicken dinner at the trophy.
I'm not
For
saying anything. Same.
For XPark, they're still on the 3rd spot, not have a single chicken dinner for themselves. Who knows, we might have a storyline repeating.
Were you talking about stats and figures or superstition? Because that was a little superstition.
Hey, this guy was supporting XPark, isn't it? So he was like, okay, XPark is going to win this one.
All the way.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, he can support whoever he wants. He's also a human being. But, I mean, it is going to be important that the team he supports performs, because if they don't, then we know Fixes was the unlucky charm. I'm just kidding about that. But it is going to be exciting to see how XPark actually moves along in this journey, because winning without chicken dinners is difficult. But, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes a few things make winning easy, and this is one of them.
I feel the vibe, life is a game. I got the power. Click, clap, bring it back. The power. Click, clap, bring it back. The power. I'm born to win. 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 Power in my veins. I feel the vibe, life is a game. I got the power. I'm born to win. iQOO Neo 9 Pro with dual chip power.
The official partners of BGIS 2024, the iQOO Neo 9 Pro, ladies and gentlemen. A beast of a device for the price segment, and of course the 144Hz refresh rate of the display makes things extremely easy, especially when you're trying to win. But anyways, coming back to the conversation, we were talking about XPark, still in the top 5 on the 4th position, looking quite comfortable. Global Esports still have a little bit of a safety cushion to work with, but the question is, how long do you think it will last, especially considering it is the next map, the map of Miramar.
See, honestly, now Mavi has got the composure, he's got the experience, but the 3 lads along with him, now this is such a big moment for them. And the big ask is if they're going to crumble or are they going to shine. But right now, iQOO, they're literally breathing down underneath their noses. You've got Team TAMILAS out of nowhere, and Team TAMILAS quite infamous for their Miramar success. Even XPark, I think the idea for them is clear. They want to fight it out. If they're not getting the chicken dinners, they would be looking at getting around 10 and 11 finished points. So, are they going to go aggressive? Are they still going to play around the edges? That is the big question.
It is a big question, and I think it is going to take us a while before we find the answer to that question.
Yeah.
But Crores, what are your thoughts on the top 8 right now?
I still feel like, you know, like the way Team TAMILAS, they have made the comeback. 8-bit are also in the question. They have climbed up 4 positions. And 8-bit actually looks very dominant and very confident with this performance coming up on the very first match itself. Also opens it up that XPark, Global Esports, even FS, they are facing a little bit of pressure. I really assume that because global esports, I don't see these kind of rotations usually happening from them and stepping and kind of waiting on those areas of Spider Hill. That was a really big troubling position. You know, Kemenex Venom is in front of you, Xpark coming from behind, and that is the position which iQOO actually utilized.
Your expression says you have a lot to say about.
Yeah, because I really feel like all of these teams kind of had to make peace with the fact that they're not getting inside the circle. So the only way out was try and engage in as many fights as possible. But so many teams were surrounding. It was just teams getting caught in the middle of nowhere. And it was iQOO who just survived the onslaught. They had to have the last laugh. But then again, in Miramar, anything can happen, Johnny.
Exactly, anything can happen when we all know teams have been avoiding those awkward starts for themselves, the early drop clashes. But considering it is the last day of the grand finals, only 5 more matches left, maybe an attempt is going to be made to steal away a few points from someone else.
Yeah, definitely. And as it seems like, I really assume that Xpark FS will be facing a lot of consequences, and it can be the approach for the side of iQOO Seoul. Even Carnival Gaming looked a really aggression side in today's first match. They don't usually go down in the ferry pad area to just maybe get their loot, because they were not going for loot, right? They were going for the finishes, and they met Team TAMILAS out there. So I really assume that even when they drop down in Picado, there's a high possibility that Carnival Gaming will be going again all out to hunt down the finishes.
Again, if we talk about numbers, I think 8-Bit has got some really good success rate in Miramar. Yesterday also we saw them making it into the final circles, and now they're on a roll. And all they need to make sure is they're at the 6th position, and one more good game, they easily can enter into the top 3. When you're looking at the others, the top contenders, Global Esports, they will have to rotate in from the edges. Are they going to execute a quick one? Are they going to start fighting it out, play their normal style? There is some huge decisions that Mavi needs to make. Because this game could be quite decisive.
Exactly, important decisions to be made to be successful at the end of the day. But are those decisions that were taken or are going to be taken in the upcoming map, are they going to result in the team walking away with the good performances out of the top 3 with a lot of eliminations, or will they be the ones getting taken out early? Only a few moments remain before we jump into game number 14 of the grand finals. Again, a reminder, it will be the map of Miramar, and it is going to be an exciting one nonetheless. Last day, we expect a lot of drop clashes. Fixes, you have been saying, I mean, Kemenex went on one of those teams that is not afraid to drop clash anyone. And before day number 2 began, they were in a fighting position for the trophy. Day number 2 wasn't kind to them. We saw them fall off the ladder. Do you think now with a few drop clashes, we can see them bounce back within the top 5?
For Kemenex Venom, they haven't really looked quite stoic. They haven't, shown those composure, and there you have it. All the fans out there, they've got their lights on, right? And now the cheer, the electricity, everybody rooting for Team iQOO. There you have it, the OG outfit of Mortal. And it is their love that has brought them here. And the stadium looks jam-packed. Let's get the second game started already.
I mean, I'm also waiting for the same thing, Fixes. And it is going to happen. It is going to happen soon. We have to be patient. But let's talk about the teams that are not doing so well. I mean, we did see a lot of the top contenders fall, but Team LIMRA not really looking that great. I mean, we expected a lot more from them, but considering it is the final day, it seems like they have also let go of everything.
For Team LIMRA, really, I think they were feeling the heat over there. Hunted down by the players of Carnival Gaming. They just came in out of nowhere. But Dragon, if you remember, he just clutched them out. All 4 of their players just done and dusted. So this is something that Team LIMRA could also latch upon. Now, like Necro said, right, Miramar has always been Team LIMRA's strong suit. Who knows, getting a decent performance previously in Erangel, getting a couple of eliminations might just give them that confidence to do well.
Exactly, it can be a confidence booster, but let's see how things are going to turn out. Before that, let's have a look at the players. It seems like everyone is ready for the action to begin. And Team 8-Bit, of course, if they can keep this ball rolling, if they can keep the momentum going into this map of Miramar, this will propel them into the top 5. But it is almost time for us to step, or in fact take over the map of Miramar. It is game number 14, day 3 of the grand finals, and here we go. Fixes, are you ready?
I certainly am, but are you ready, the ones watching us on this broadcast? Because this flight path trajectory is going to be breaking so many of those hearts, heading down south, and the teams up north, they're going to be thrown off for a toss, Johnny.
Of course. I mean, this flight path, I mean, another interesting one. It is going to lead to a few early fights, and that is what we also appreciate from the gods of BGMI, to be honest. it is going to be quite interesting to see if we actually get to see fights being forced because of the flight path being so southern heavy in this map. And of course, Miramar, we know these days, over the last few months, there has been a lot of priority being given by a lot of these teams towards the northeastern quadrant, which, by the way, is the furthest away from this flight path.
And, as things are, the Northern Circle, if we get to see that, it's going to be so exciting, right? And considering how the teams are just dropping down, I am eyeing out for any changes in the drops, anything that we aren't really aware of right now. Because X-Pac, look at them. Ideally, they tend to drop around us at Minas Generalis, but they need to search for those vehicles. Because this flight path trajectory is playing with their hearts.
Well, let's see, though. I mean, as you said, X-Pac off to a very unorthodox start, but it is X-Pac. Always able to brute force their way no matter what the situation is. But it will be interesting to see how things turn out. But another interesting thing, another interesting development in our storyboard for the day is going to be the fact that, well, we are going to be back on your screens. There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a small little rehost. We are going to be jumping back into the match of Miramar again. But Fixes, I think now that you will be happy, right? X-Pac, that off drop, that wasn't really theirs.
Yeah, I mean, look at them. They almost had 4 teams around them. And anything could happen because MOGO, they have nothing to lose.
That is what I wanted to see.
ESPORTS, they had nothing to lose. Reckoning, they're hungry for those points. And X-Pac, I don't know if they're starting to tremble.
Man, that is that one fight I wanted to see. Impala, X-Pac versus MOGO. Who wins? An all-out war.
He's every time looking for fights, and I mean, everybody wants fight, right? Like all those fights bring up the entertainment in the entire arena, as well as the viewers watching us live and on a YouTube platform. They're also enjoying and they're also up for the fights. There's a lot of supporters for X-Pac, a lot of, I would say, hopes up high for all those top 3 teams. But the way they have started, again, as you mentioned, they might be feeling the heat, they might be trembling down a little bit. But yes, indeed, there's one thing for sure, that the pressure is on for all the top 5 to 8 teams.
And don't you guys enjoy seeing some early shanking going on inside of the game?
I mean, not gonna lie, yeah.
See, as commentators, hell yes. But, when you are a player and suddenly you're so close to the trophy, just one step away. Now I'm talking about global esports. Even the mightiest tend to tremble. And this is where you need to hold on, because all these teams below global esports, they're on the chase. They're not on the top spot. Still, we've seen most of the times, majority times, teams at the 4th or the 5th eventually end up taking the trophy. So who knows what might happen?
I mean, exactly, who knows what might happen, and especially with how TAMILAS is playing right now, how 8-Bit is playing right now, these teams definitely have what it takes to take the throne away from the current top contenders, that is global esports, up at the top on the first position. And again, 5 matches to go. Anything can happen. But before we jump into the conversation about the next few games, let's just continue the discussion about the map of Miramar. I mean, we are going to have a different flight path now. What are you guys hoping for? Standard one, kind of dissecting the map in equal halves, down the middle, horizontal or vertical? Or are you hoping it leans heavily towards either sides, east, west, or maybe north, south?
I really believe that. I want to see a centralized flight path, if you ask me why. Because I want all the teams to have an equal chance of reaching their drop locations without any early clashes, or because we usually see players dropping down to get the vehicles, and in that process you see 1 or 2 players. That's what happened to Raven Esports previously. I don't want that, because I want other players to get the loot and then collide against each other.
And if you even remember, Team LIMRA, I think they were the ones going on a hunt, right? They got a couple of finishes, and Raven Esports, they were the ones who clipped off their wings. I don't know, I mean, the flight path trajectory, I'm okay with it, but I really want to see a central circle, because when you get a central circle, that is when there's so many possible iterations, just like the ones we had in Erangel. We thought it might go towards the South Pochinki Hills, some thought it may be going towards the school area or the ruins area, and what happened? We were all thrown off when we saw a Pochinki circle.
Exactly, I agree with what you said just now. Flight path doesn't matter where it goes, but the circle needs to be central one, because that allows a lot of tactical playmaking opportunities to almost every single team out there in the map right now. There was a time when we were excited about those Oasis zones, smack in the center up north of the map, but now during the previous rounds of this BGIS, I think all of our wishes for those Oasis circles did in fact get fulfilled a few times. We did get to see it, I think, twice throughout the entire tournament.
See, it was around Oasis, but it really did not end over there.
Completely in Oasis.
But, Johnny, we have seen the unexpected happen today. Who knows? who knows, we might be in for
Hey,
something new.
you know what? I want a circle in Vikendi to go in the water areas. I
No,
mean, it has
Vikendi
been.
I
is
mean,
always
shock
castle,
Vikendi right now. Let's talk about
Miramar,
Miramar.
yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to go to prison.
I mean,
No, I don't want to go to prison. I want the circle to go to prison.
What about, what about a truck stop circle?
Sorry?
Truck stop circle.
Truck stop is interesting, but truck stop gives you a lot of cover, and truck stop is one of those locations that has been explored by a lot of these teams because of how common those northeastern quadrant zones were. So teams would use it to, well, find their rotation, but
all right.
but
Yes.
I mean, prison is one of those areas where you only go when you're desperate for points. So it has been left unexplored. It has been left quite isolated. I think throughout the entire tournament, there were like 10 instances of teams heading towards the southwestern edge of the map. And of course, interesting positions, interesting fighting tactics, because how do you cross that Valle del Mar bridge or the Los Higos bridge? It's very difficult.
If you're going down south, then yes, I think there are a couple of teams. We saw yesterday VASISTA eSports drop down over there. There were a couple of teams, like you said, at prison area. The southern areas look kind of a little stacked, but look at all the guests, all the chairs stacked. Some players have gotten in their parents, their family. Then we've got some big VIPs. Everybody gracing the final day. And Johnny and Necros.
Yeah.
I mean, so many pretty faces also out there. And they also have Hector in the midst of it all.
You're a pretty face, Fixus.
I know.
I was just kidding.
I am liking
Why are
this
you
banner.
laughing?
Can you guys go on, please?
Yeah, why are
I'm
you laughing,
enjoying-
Necros?
I mean, it's every time these kind of topics revolve around me, and it's sometimes it's fixes right now. So I'm enjoying being the audience.
You don't have the right to laugh. He's older than you. You know that,
Yeah.
right? Respect
I mean-
your elders.
I do expect, but you know,
What do you expect?
For him to just grow older and older every day.
I mean, he is a young guy, right? You can't just assume his age just by his looks. But
I
yeah,
know
he
his
might
age.
be a little
I
older.
look younger than you.
No, you don't.
Hey, I'm gonna completely disagree with this statement, please.
Yeah, of course, you've not hit puberty. I'm sorry.
I think we need to decide this with a 1v1 inside of BGMI.
Yeah, for
Oh
sure.
yeah,
Bring it on,
I'm
bring
up
it
for
on.
it. I'm up for it. No hard feelings.
Who is better looking, Necros or Fixus? That will happen. I mean, you can follow them on their socials. Results are
Excuse
gonna
me.
be posted.
How are you gonna decide who is better looking in the game?
I don't know, whoever wins.
I've got the better cosmetics. I've already ordered the iQOO Neo 9 Pro. I'm gonna get that 144 FPS
Necros, you watch
advantage
out.
already. And yeah, he's already lost because I have got the best weapons with
Hey,
me.
he doesn't know that I've also ordered this one.
Yeah, but he already has it.
Yes. By the time it comes, you're already defeated. Maybe some other day
Maybe
for a
round 2,
rematch.
yeah. But talking about round 2, I think it is going to be round 2 for all of these teams on map of Miramar, match number 14. For the second time, everyone will be ready to drop. And of course, they are going to drop. And I hope for the second time, ladies and gentlemen, that you guys are prepared with an equal amount of enthusiasm and an equal amount of excitement. Because here it is again. We are heading into the map of Miramar, match number 14 of the grand finale, BGIS 2024. And there it is. The plane has taken off to the sky.
This time, much more likable flight path trajectory. La Cobreria towards Porto Paraiso.
Yeah.
Teams going down towards Chumacera, Minas del Sur prison. Yeah, they're going to have such a long glide. But now when you look at Team X-Pac, they're not going to have any issues because, yeah, Minas Generales is pretty much getting crossed over. For Carnival Gaming, yeah, Picardo is pretty much out in the open. Even for Global Esports, iQOO Seoul, they're not going to have any trouble heading towards El Pozo. Even for FS Esports, La Cobreria seems to be quite clear. Reckoning, they're dropping around Torre Hamuda. Let's see what's up next.
Yeah, let's see what is going to happen next in the next few moments. And of course, I want to see if X-Pac make the drop. Oh no, my heart is already broken. They're heading towards their home ground, but it is fair. They also want to have a comfortable start to the game, and they are still hoping and looking for a win. Anyways, I mean, we have Carnival Gaming. They continue on with their glide, and of course, heading towards the western half of the map, trying to take control of Picardo along with the spread. So they have gone for a split drop early game fixes.
All right. I mean, pretty much shows the body language. They want to go aggressive right from the very start, get the split done, and go out on a hunt. I mean, when you talk about Carnival Gaming, now this is one of those teams, they've got some very early neighbors around, right? And the nearest ones will be the likes of Kevin X Venom. You also got the likes of 8-bit also around them. Team Insane dropping right next to them. And even two of the biggest contenders for the titles, they're dropping down at Los Leones. You've got Team Tamilas and also 8-bit.
Team Tamilas, 8-bit, Inferno squad gliding down south, and Carnival Gaming and the players from the side of Team Insane just waiting outside on the northern edge of Los Leones. Anything can happen over there. Depends on how much commotion is going to be caused in the early start. All right, this is a fair circle. I think we can deal with this or live with this, Pixis.
Look at this. Team X Park next to the players of Team LIMRA. And we know the body language that LIMRA boys had come in with. They wanted to take those fights. And now Team X Park, they split apart from each other. Dropping down at truck stop. They were sort of expecting maybe a drop collision. And that almost happened. Spray God almost had Dragon in his crosshairs. And he knows that, you know, at this point, anything could possibly happen because for X-Park, first game really did not go their way. And can they recover? Because if this game also is kind of a disaster for them, I think they're really going to lose out on their morals.
Of course, I mean, they can't really afford to miss out on another opportunity, another chicken dinner. They have to do whatever it takes to straight time to kick things off in the early game stages. And then we turn around, Hacienda del Patron under control of Global Esports, still sitting at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, they deserve to call themselves the bosses, at least for now. I mean, hopefully they don't fall off the overall leaderboard and stick around at the top spot till the very end. That is what they are hoping for as well. Incredible firepower displayed across the board throughout the entire tournament. And that is the only way this team has stayed alive in BGIS 2024. Just raw, unadulterated, unfiltered aggression.
Yeah, and that has been the go-to success story for Global Esports. The way they have played, even yesterday, they had such a rough start. But then they came back swinging that big, big chicken dinner. Kind of made up for everything lost.
Yeah.
And it was the map of Sandhawk. But Sandhawk is always one of those off maps. Yes, even I feel like Global Esports can really excel well in Miramar. They've got the circuit, and look at this. FS Esports, Trey scored, one of their finest players, gets hunted down.
An early casualty, but Chemex Venom, they welcome it with open arms. 1 point secured in the early stages of the game. Question is, do they go for a hunt? FS, they are split up. Clutch up north. The other players just south of water treatment. Chemex Venom, they are moving towards the city of San Martin. So I do not expect a collision between Chemex Venom and the players of FS anytime soon. But as soon as they get to San Martin, I think they are going to have to be extremely careful because Global Esports have also started moving towards the west now from their position.
For Global Esports, a little bit of a split is clear for from their side, right?
Yeah.
And at this point, I don't know if that's really advisable. In GE, their go-to approach has always been staying around the edges. Centers haven't really favored them.
Yeah.
And imagine you get a hard shift and then Global Esports en route gets picked off. For Carnival Gaming, they're still down with their loot, haven't really made an entry inside the circle. But look at X-Park, they've completely changed the style of play. This time, you know, having the circle center to them will be beneficial. Again, that hard shift is what gets me worried.
Exactly, I think they will be comfortable for at least the next 10 to 12 minutes. And after that, maybe there's going to be trouble in paradise for them. Although I do love the position that was taken over by Ninja Jord. He does have a nice high ground, small hill to work with, smack in the center of the circle, as you pointed out. But FS, that early casualty, not really what they were hoping for. And of course, scrambling for loot as of now, early stage of the game. They are getting surrounded slowly and steadily. I mean, we do not see anyone on the radar, but there are a few teams just a few hundred meters north and south.
At this point, MOGO Esports, also one of those teams we saw pushing in quite deep in the previous game of Erangel. And this is one of the circles where do have their backlines also clear. My eyes are searching for the players of Reckoning Esports. We've seen them head towards Puerto Paraiso, but this time they've decided to play around the water treatment area. So again, they still have their backs clear. They've got FS in front of them. And for FS Esports, Now, this was one of those teams that was quite consistent yesterday. Ended the day on a high, but today there has been a massive dip, right? They've already lost their third spot. Team TAMILAS and iQOO. And look at how volatile, how vulnerable the top three is right now. One good game, one bad game, and everybody is just falling down and rising up.
Exactly, I mean, it is going to be important for them to rise above all of the challenges that are there, especially climbing up the leaderboard. Now focusing on Team LIMRA, looking to take out anyone and everyone who steps in their way. I think at this point, LIMRA, they have nothing else to lose. All of the momentum from the previous stages of the tournament has been completely shut down, and from here on out, either they pull off a miracle, the greatest comeback in the history of BGMI esports, and move up the leaderboard, or not a lot is going to change. I mean, one thing is for sure, LIMRA has gained a lot of respect amongst the fans with how they've played throughout the entire tournament. They've been quite consistent.
Yeah, they certainly have. And in the previous game also, we saw them go aggressive. But right beside Team LIMRA, Team TAMILAS, that is something unorthodox. That is something we haven't seen them execute quite often. This is what I'm talking about. Because for Team TAMILAS and for a lot of these teams from the Southern Circuit, they kind of like to play around the central of the circle. But they also understand that for Team TAMILAS, being at the center, they might become easy targets. And a lot of those teams might also third-party them. So this is something that X-Park have to deal with. And they have looked quite solid throughout the entire BGIS, even in the grand finals. Imagine still not having a single chicken dinner, still not getting a lot of those top threes, but always having those enough points. That has been, so far, the USP of X-Park. But this time, one chicken dinner should pretty much help them in their endeavors of trying to break in inside the top three once more.
And of course, in the standard Miramar playstyle, we have a very slow early stage, just a single frag secured by the players of VENOM as they kind of had a drop collision against the players of FS. Apart from that, no contact between any of the other 15, 14 teams. Maybe all of that is going to change. iQOO on our screens, they are moving out of El Pozo, heading towards the northwestern edge of the circle. And I think if they keep moving in the same direction, they might just run into the players of VENOM in the city of San Martin. But I believe that rotating point is going to be avoided, especially considering iQOO also realized that they are a little bit late to challenge anyone in an urban fight.
Honestly, the kind of a mindset that the players of iQOO have come in with, we have seen them not hesitating to engage in those fights. They do not care who is in front of them. And that has to be that champion's mentality. They've shown that, now are in the second spot, just a couple of points behind of Global Esports. And again, look at the circle center, quite a concentric one at that. But Team X-Park and Global Esports in real close proximities once again. And that is not good, at least for both these teams, because both these teams are fighters. And none of them like to back off.
Exactly. I mean, no one is going to try or even attempt to back off. It is important to secure those points, but how do you make it happen? In the meanwhile, look at this, 8-bit on the move. Not going to be alone in a few moments. They need to find some cover for themselves because just down south, they have the players of Carnival Gaming on their tail. I wonder if the players of CG have spotted out 8-bit and all of these vehicles. I mean, a lot of hills in this map of Miramar provides some cover, and if you can avoid the line of sight of teams when they are moving around, just wait for them on the other side of the ridge. You can lay out a trap and just let your prey fall within.
At this point, it's so difficult to say where the circle's heading around next. We have even seen circles going towards the southern side of Picard, or maybe towards the eastern areas. And right now, 8-bit, look at this. They've gone in for the smack center. And every single time they have the center themselves, they suddenly find themselves in a fighting position. And 8-bit just secured a historic chicken dinner. They went big. And imagine one more, and who knows, top 3 also could be theirs.
And you never know. One more, as you mentioned, one more win, and the top 3 will be there. And from there on out, just 4 games for them to try and take the trophy away from Global Esports, who are inching closer and closer with every single minute. But we are seeing a cluster of teams closing in for the center of the circle very early in this game of Miramar. Global Esports definitely one of them, but an awkward play style, at least in the early stages of this map. We have a two-player split coming in from Global Esports. Of course, the two squads that have sort of been born of that split are at least 1,000 meters away from each other. So there is definitely not going to be any sort of follow-up if they try and pick a fight against anyone.
But there could be a fight here. Kevin Venom and Raven Esports real up close to each other. Raven Esports did not have the best of starts previously, but who knows, they might bounce back in this one. Carnival Gaming though, still quite poised around the eastern side of those Picado. They've got that church under their control. They've got a little bit of a high ground to work around with. And I'm pretty sure they might have spotted out 8-bit coming in from the southern areas, and even 8-bit might be aware of them. Global Esports, like you said, that split of two, quite understandable, right? They want to have the center of the circle at this point, even if the fight comes to them. It's one of those teams that's quite proficient and does excel, has that raw firepower to work around with. At a little bit of a standstill. Both these teams trying to gauge the situation. All they want to find is an off angle. One knock, and you could see the floodgates open.
Exactly, one knock, and there's just going to be all four players of the opposing team panicking in an instant. And of course, whoever finds that opening will have the opportunity to make that push. But I like the fact that both of these teams did a lot of recon before they made a decision, and a decision still yet to be made. Information being gathered from either sides. Venom keeping an eye on the players of Revan, and Revan keeping an eye on at least Altu, who's the player that has overextended on the flank. Phantom, I wonder if he's spotted out as well.
I think, considering the bullets have been let loose, pretty sure both these teams have information on the other. But considering, in a map like Miramar, you've got so many of the ridges to play around. This is as technical as it gets. But then again, all these teams also needs to understand that if you get fixated, if you are tunnel visioned, and you're still around the center, so you might open yourself for a third party from the back lines. Now, the previous game had a whole different pace to itself. This time, things have slowed down. It's all the calm before the storm, because everybody is just waiting for that one hard shift, and then you would see absolute pandemonium throughout the desert.
It's definitely going to be a pandemonium. I can guarantee you that, Fixtures. I mean, there's no two ways about this. This is such a chaotic position for all of the teams that are trying to look for the trophy. Juicy takes a few shots in the direction of Global Esports just to preemptive fire, but that has given away his position. And now GE, as they look in their direction, look in the direction of Team 8, but they are going to be made aware of the squad who has the high ground advantage in this fight. Global Esports are going to have to keep their heads down if they want to have a good performance, at least in these matches today.
Global Esports, look at so many enemies already swarming around them. It's not just one, it's not just two, it's around at least 4 or 5, and same can be said for Team X-Park. Also, iQOO, however, they're also trying to inject their way. Everybody wants a piece of the pie, but now this is going to be such a decisive moment. This is the moment of truth, Johnny. We might get to see a hard shift, and there you have it. iQOO right at the smack center. Instantly need to regroup. Instantly need to unite, as Reckoning Esports, they might be coming up from the northern side. You also have the players of FS Esports. Who knows, they might pick a fight here.
Yeah, and it is going to be important for iQOO, FS, and Reckoning Esports, all of them to target that hill between Hacienda and El Patron and water treatment. That high ground advantage will give you so much benefit. You can see the threat coming towards you from a long distance. But iQOO, they are in a troublesome position. The cluster of teams pouring in towards them from the southern edge and the eastern edge as well. Reckoning Esports, look at how quick they are to go about things. They're already heading for that hill, but in the meanwhile, Carnival Gaming up against the players of Revan Esports. And what was that? Akshat, guns not needed, just smacks his vehicle into the face of the player. Aim got knocked out as well. And all of a sudden, the first big fight of this game, it is Carnival Gaming against Revan Esports.
And they do it once again. Carnival Gaming this time. However, Neo, he's been answered back, and Goblin has also fallen down, and that is going to be Global Esports. A little bit out in the open, a little complacent, and Carnival Gaming suddenly start losing on numbers. But for Global Esports, such a beautiful news. One more finish point secured. Every single 1 point is so valuable. Could really mean gold for them at this point. As Global Esports, finally the numbers, finally the players, they all reunite and still have the Hacienda del Patron to themselves. Where is the next shift going to be, Johnny?
And we're still a long time. 45 seconds remaining, 47 in fact, before we have the next, in fact, before we have the blue zone moving in, and a few minutes after that before we get to see the next shift. But it would be interesting if it takes us to the city of Hacienda del Patron, like right on the edge. Entire portion under the control of the players of Kemenex Venom. But look at this, iQOO Soul. Are they prepared to take on the players of Reckoning? Shots fired, no knock secured, nade laid out, but still no knocks. Viper looking to push in, S-Power takes the fight, and he gets knocked down. Shot in the back, Hunters and Viper in tandem, just picking apart iQOO Soul. Reckoning Esports, big advantage in this fight. They've turned it into a 2v4.
And now Reckoning Esports, they want to cash in on it. This is as close as they could get, and iQOO Soul, such a big fight. Are they going to cut on their losses? Gravity Jot gets the better out of Ronnie. S-Power also being dealt with. Manya and Knuckle, they've done this in the past also. It was the game of Miramar in the league stages. But this time, the stakes could not be higher. For Reckoning Esports, a little bit of a standstill. They're trying to reposition themselves. And they know that they're not just those small, tiny little fishes. In fact, they are the sharks in the ocean. And Reckoning Esports would definitely want to make some more moves.
I mean, of course, they would love to just wrap things up in this team fight as quickly as possible. They have the numbers advantage to work with, and the next few minutes at least, they aren't really expecting a third party. But look at this, VASISTA being pushed upon by the players of Team LIMRA. LIMRA down to their last man, VASISTA. Today, they look absolutely incredible, but I wonder if that is going to be enough. Turns out it is still not enough. Just two individuals from the side of LIMRA taking down the entirety of VASISTA Esports, and VASISTA become the first team to be eliminated from this map of Miramar.
And Team LIMRA, they're starting to rack up quite a lot of points. 4 finishes already, and this time they're looking oh so aggressive. VASISTA Esports, yes, they were out of the picture. There was a little glimmer of hope in the previous game. MJ securing them that top 3 position. But even VASISTA Esports seems like they've made peace with their fate. One more game destroyed, and now the next circle shift, it's going to be so quintessential. It's going to give us so many answers. But for Kemenex Venom, it was such an amazing start to this tournament. And this time, they could really capitalize. Venom, the IGL, having the circle spot central all to themselves. And now Global Esports, it's going to be just a couple of meters inside. But for Team X-Park, they have been silent. But now, who knows, they might have to pick a fight. And it could be the players of Carnival Gaming.
Carnival Gaming, it seems like I headed quite close to the players of X-Park, but instantly swaying away. X-Park also looking to move down south and then maybe rotating wide. But as you mentioned, Kemenex Venom brilliantly managing to hold on to the center of the circle, all thanks to the IGL. But we want to see how the fight breaks out on that southern edge. We also have the players of Reckoning Esports still hiding in that factory. But here we have it, Global Esports spotted out by Carnival Gaming.
Oh, look at this fight breaking out left, right, and center. FS Esports again in a whole world of trouble. Hitman, he's got a little bit of that flank angle to work with. Decides to push in, gets that knock on Maxi, instantly finds the trade. The team Tamilas, they are still fighting it through. Maxi has been down and out, but Clutch and Wizard, they've all got their grenades pinned out, and it's all about throwing it down. Mr. IGL might be in a little bit of a pickle, but still survives the onslaught.
He's still up, still taking the fight, but let's see. Can they make sure that they are still there left standing? FS Esports, they are stuck out into the open. And Team Tamilas now, the revives have been given out. And the nades being cooked. This is going to be a big one. Nade lobbed out, damage taste out. One man in the back lines down to half HP. Now the duel with the shotguns begin. And Team Tamilas are very eager to force a fight and wrap things up against the players of FS Esports as quickly as possible. It makes a lot of sense as well. This is a fight to control a position, an important position close to the center as well. Whoever wins does end up surviving for a long time, and FS Esports get wrapped up. 2 nades out, 2 players down. FS out of the game, back to the lobby on the 15th position.
3 points secured for Team Tamilas. And they look quite decisive as ever, but look at this, a big fight again breaking out. Ninja Jord joins in the forces. Kevin X Venom, this time Alto, he's got his grenade pinned out. Ninja needs to survive this, cannot afford to have another bad game. As now MOGO Esports, out of nowhere, they also decide to come charging in. And Ninja Jord does get that knock onto with Zestro, but instantly gets raided out. As Sarang, he also falls out. And MOGO Esports, they're in no mood for any shenanigans as they keep on shredding apart teams left, right and center. Venom Gaming, they have dealt with heavy blows, but MOGO Esports, they do not want to seem to stop at anything at all.
Not anymore. They have lost it all over the last 2 days, and this might be their chance to regain the faith of their fans. But the teams around them, they have a lot more to lose. X-Park with those nades are looking to wipe the floor with the players of MOGO Esports before they step up to the first floor and take the fight against the players of Kevin X Venom. With the nade from MOGO, Desto destroying Shadow on the other side. Sarang definitely looks like he is about to panic, gets in the vehicle back on the revive. Kevin X Venom though losing control of the central compound. This could be big, this could be a heavy loss for them.
Look at this, Venom is trying to run away from this fight. Kevin X Venom, they do not want to be a part of this at this point, as Destro just decides to charge in like a madman, but there you have it. Shadow responding in kind as Justin, he is going to follow suit. Sarang barely surviving with a sliver of HP as Shogun and Justin pushing in tandem with each other. Sarang needs to patch himself up as Shadow steps out of his compound. Delta goes falling down, but there you have it, the trades coming through. And now Shogun and Sarang, as Sarang clutches out the entirety of MOGO Esports, but still is not out of the woods yet, as now even Kevin X Venom could decide to join in on the fray.
Big blunder coming in from MOGO Esports. They had the man advantage, and yet they threw it all away when it mattered the most. Down to 10 teams we go, 32 players still alive in this game, and stage 5 is about to end in just about a minute. Not what we expected, but look at that, 8-bit also out of contention now. Another top contender taken care of. And again, iQOO Soul, they have been able to hold on to the center, but look at this, big blunders, trying to leap inside the smoke when they knew there were players waiting for them on the other side. Shadow with an impressive push, tries to find a trade and yet fails to hold on, gets knocked out, but at least he brought it down to a 1v1 with his player, his teammate. Sarang was able to clutch it out. What an incredible start. And of course, look at that, LIMRA with 8 eliminations.
Global Esports still alive, Reckoning still alive. TX down to their last man, even iQOO Soul Knuckle. He's feeling quite lonely. Look at this team, Insane, closing in on Inferno squad. And if you talk about the circle, Team AARU, they've got the central position. Phantom opens it up against Team AARU, Veyron down and out. And this is the perfect cue for the likes of Inferno squad and Insane to try and enter in through as Omega. He's been picked off. Jatin, Owen and Manthan need to provide that cover fire, but Reckoning Esports, they've also got fire in their eyes, and seems like Team AARU could also be next.
And Team AARU, they have been in trouble all this time, and I think this is just about to get worse. As you mentioned, I think it's going to be very difficult for Team AARU to get him back into the game, and even the backlines players are getting knocked. They're down to the last man down. Assist on the flank, but this is an impossible situation to recover from. I think it's all over for Team AARU, at least in this map of Miramar.
It could be. It could be. Heavy damage already done, but Hunters overstepping just a little bit, gets picked off. But still would be hoping for a revival pretty soon. Shikari not too far away though. Just needs to drop down that smoke, but for Reckoning Esports, that's not where the trouble ends. But look at this, Global Esports being pushed upon by the players of Venom Gaming, as now suddenly deciding to push in charge with each other. Venom already falling down. Global Esports, they're feeling that heat. They're fighting tooth and nail, and Fury seems to be the final survivor of Kevin Venom.
Now Kevin X Venom makes the push again, and Fury is quite furious with Global Esports. They are giving away his information. Down to a 1v1, the battle of the shotgun, spotted around the corner, and a shot on his shoulder. He goes down. Venom Gaming still 6 eliminations, surviving, and they have an opportunity to recover in this game.
So many drops down there, so many loot boxes. Sarang has enough first aids to work with, but still, Kevin Venom, are they aware? He's still breathing, has 6 first aids for now, but he needs to make that move ASAP. He had the perfect golden window, but he missed out on it. 4 finishes for Team X-Park, but Sarang needs to be the hero once again. We know he's done this in the past, but looking at this, Reckoning Esports, they're quite on the roll as those nades keep sailing through. As Sarang gets one more, Venom is down himself, and the final player, Fury, can he clutch it out? It is a 1v1.
It is down to a 1v1, but it's not going to be an easy one for sure. But Reckoning Esports against the players of Team AARU, we're on out in the open, gets spotted out outside of the smoke. Viper down, Hunter's down. Reckoning Esports, they find a trade, but this 1v2 down assist. Can he pull this off? Few shots on the lad in the front, brings it down to a 1v1, and away they go. Reckoning Esports wiped out, and along with them, Team AARU hit the floor as well. Reckoning eliminated from the game on the 7th. AARU out on the 6th. An impressive third party coming in from Team Insane, and they're not done yet. The next squad in their eyes, in their crosshairs, it's going to be the side of Team TAMILAS.
Nobody saw them coming. Team Insane from the sidelines, sweeping the floor, and Team Tamilas caught napping as well. They need to recover ASAP. Another very consistent game for Team Tamilas at this point. As Venom Gaming, they're still alive. They've got those 6 finishes to work with. Maybe Sarang is also down, and now 7 for them as well. Team Tamilas at this situation have gotten so close. LIMRA Esports, they've had such a big game, so many finish points to them. But now, Mr. IGL, he has to walk inside the circle, just 12 meters inside, out of it. As Team LIMRA is the only team inside the zone.
Well, the only team so far. They've done quite well for themselves in this game as well. Kept their numbers alive, intact, went for a lot of early fights, secured all of those points. But can they walk away with a chicken dinner in their hands as well? A big question, and one of the teams that can contest them right now is going to be the side of Team Insane. Team Tamilas, they are hoping for the win as well. If they can get this one in the bag, it does propel them all the way close to global esports. But here we have it, Fury from the side of Caminex. Venom refusing to give up. Last first aid, does he find a few more? We are going to see what fate has in store for him. In the meanwhile though, Insane AARU knocked out by the players of LIMRA, and Team Tamilas, they are looking to capitalize on all of this chaos that's brewing up on top of the ridge.
Shadow and Spy too much out in the open. Spy especially has been gone down, and in the blink of an eye, Team Insane, they are deleted from the server. Team LIMRA, they have decided to go big, or they are going home, as now that final player surviving, Mr. IGL, against 3 players of Team LIMRA, does have the cover to work around with, but Poco, he's got a beautiful angle to play around. Mr. IGL still surviving the onslaught, and now suddenly in a 1v2.
But no HP, and the nade is quite close. It's over! LIMRA with an impressive win. They might have been down, but they're not knocked out. And the fight is still on.
Wow! What a script turner again this match of Miramar was. Especially Team LIMRA, they decided to go aggressive, and now look at this, at least getting around 15 to 16 finish points for their name. In fact, 27 points out of this game. And who knows, Johnny, they might have also carved their way inside of the top 8.
Hey man, we always call day number 2 the day of comebacks, but in reality it was always day 3.
It's a day of chaos.
Yeah,
I have to agree with what both of you guys said, but oh my god, Team LIMRA, I would say a big weight that they had throughout the entire grand finals has come to alive, that they take a chicken dinner in the big stage, and right now with a very big bang.
How many finishes did they have?
Around 17. 27 points secured in just one game.
Yeah.
Previous game also they had around 8-9 finishes. They are literally on a rampage.
Again, nothing left to lose, right? I mean, the first 2 days does not really go their way, and on the last day, as I said, nothing left to lose, everything to gain. Going all in, that was always their playstyle. I mean, in the previous stages of the tournament, we have seen LIMRA maintain a nice little balance between their placement and their finish points. But today, it's all different, right? You can throw the script, all of the game plans out the window and just go all in every single fight. But let's have a look at the reactions of the players when the games were happening.
Everything seemed electrifying, and the way even, I would say, Team Xbox Sarang played, I mean, that clutch, oh my god, it was so amazing, and everybody in the arena went bonkers with that one. But overall, it was a very tough job for Team Xbox to handle. MOGO Esports came into the contention, Caminex Venom still trying, but Global Esports, another big setback.
Global Esports crumbled, iQOO Soul crumbled, FS Esports crumbled. Sara and Team X-Park had a little bit of points, like around 5 to 6. But Team TAMILAS, I think they might have taken the second spot, or who knows, they might have gone the first.
No, I don't think they're going to be first because not a lot of eliminations. They did play for survival.
They wiped out one squad. FS Esports was wiped out. 3 finishes at least.
Yeah, I think they're going to be very close to global esports. I think they will be very close. Like maybe just a point or two shy. Maybe.
Maybe.
You never know. Even my maths isn't that great, man. Could have been top of global esports. So, but let's have a look at the last few moments of the game. It is going to be the winner-winner chicken dinner moment in which Team LIMRA secured the win and took it away from Team TAMILAS. And all thanks to the amount of utilities they just lobbed in the end towards the players of Insane and, of course, Team TAMILAS as well.
They have done an incredible job indeed, Fixes. And Team TAMILAS, they were literally confined. And Team LIMRA, they had all the breathing space that you require in this kind of circle to play along with. And having those utils also gave them the big chance. But for Team TAMILAS, I still believe they are again hoping for a chicken dinner for themselves.
I mean, I don't know if it's a chicken dinner they're hoping for. I think that's the best case scenario, but I think they're hoping that they will be consistent because it's now consistent games for Team TAMILAS already. Yesterday we had the final 2 games. Today also the first 2 games. You know, having that now #2 isn't too shabby at all. Now you were talking about if Global Esports first position has been toppled or not. Even I feel like the difference is now very minuscule, at least barely around 2 or 3 points. But now FS Esports, this has been such a huge fall, even for the likes of iQOO, considering VENOM had such a good rise in this game. We're going to see again some huge shuffles.
Well, before we see the shuffles, let's have a look at the numbers, other numbers. In fact, MVP of the match, we have Gokul from the side of Team LIMRA. 8 finishes secured, 938 damage dished out in this game. Incredible performance coming in from Gokul. And of course, not just him, his entire team was absolutely phenomenal.
Team LIMRA, they have set a benchmark for the upcoming undergods, those who will be taking part, because this is a team which nobody knew. In this BGIS 2024, they have made a big leap for themselves, and now coming down to the grand finals and performing like this, my god, you can just imagine the amount of confidence, the amount of love all these boys will be getting from the audience.
I think that could be the case, at least for Team LIMRA. Like we talked, right, in BGIS 2023, we saw the likes of Big Brothers, we saw the likes of Third World Mafia kind of creating those dream fairy tale runs. And Team LIMRA, yeah, the first 2 days did not go their way, but the third day, I think they've kind of broken free from all the shackles they had, and they have just decided to go all out. And this is them giving their best. Look at this, 8-6 for 2 of these players, 14 finishes already, one more had 3, but for Venom Gaming, Fury, especially that clutch against Global Esports, taking down Sarang. I think such a pivotal game for Kevin Venom.
Let's see how big of an impact this performance is going to put. But before that, let's have a look at the rankings of this particular match. And here we have it, 27 points for Team LIMRA. 17 finishes secured in this game. We have Team Insane on the second with 11 points secured. Team TAMILAS on the third with 10 total points secured, tied up with the players of X Venom, who are on the fourth with 10 points as well. On the fifth, we have X-Park with 8, Reckoning on the 6th with 6 points, Team AARU on the 7th with 5, and of course, Global Esports on the 8th with 5 points as well.
They're still continuing the point system. Like Global Esports, are not going for a 0 point a game, right? They're all getting like at least 3-5 points. It's coming, but the gap is closing up. And one of the reasons I'm really concerned is iQOO. They go down with the 0 point a game once again. This is going to be the second game of today's day, but they also had similar performance in the previous 3 games yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be such a big blow if you're iQOO at this point, because now you start to run out of ideas, because the way they were pushed on by the players of Reckoning Esports seems like they had no answer to it. All the players, they were there. It's not like 2 of the players were outside or somewhere else, but you could see the hesitancy, you could see the reluctancy from the players to really chime in, get into the fight. And it was Knuckle towards the end trying to survive, but what could just one man do?
Exactly, one man against an entire lobby. It is a tough feat to pull off, and of course it's not going to happen every single time. But iQOO, it seems like all of the hard work, effort put in on day one has finally just been shut down. Let's have a look at the overall rankings. They are going to be on our screens in the next few moments, and we are going to see the impact the performance of Team TAMILAS and Team LIMRA have had on the overall leaderboard right now. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
Oh my god, 110 points for Team Global Esports, but even Team TAMILAS have made it and crossed the 100 marker, 101 on the board as they climb up on the second spot, followed by Team X-Park on 99. iQOO sold 0-pointer game, that's why they're still on 94. Not a big lead, but the difference is still not that huge, Fixes. I mean, one good match, anybody from the top 5 to top 6 can literally make a comeback.
Look at this, Reckoning Esports, now they're in the contention, and look at the difference that if you look at just the top 8, 110 for Global Esports, 8-bit at 88. Just one more chicken dinner for any of them, and even now, LIMRA Esports, they could also possibly start dreaming.
Well, let's see. It is going to get more and more intense now. The difference, barely any. 11 points between Team 8-bit and X-Park, and of course, Global Esports now, their safety cushion is completely gone, and if Team TAMILAS keep moving up with the same pace, can take that first spot away. X-Park as well, not too far away. iQOO Soul still in the fight. And of course, Team LIMRA, they have kind of joined this party as well with 84 points now as their total points sitting on the 9th position. But they will need another big game, another match with 27 points, and whoop, you are also on the podium.
I guess it's going to be a big task for the boys of LIMRA, right? Yeah. But they have made the impossible possible for them, because nobody, I would say almost 90 to 95% of the people won't have the faith like, no, Team LIMRA can't do it. But hey, in front of all these people out there, they have proved it. And believe me, Fixes, believe me, Johnny,
yeah,
the entire arena, all the crowd is amazing. The kind of appreciation they are getting, everybody, in every fight you get to see the claps coming in when they a single player like Sarah got taken down finally. Everybody had the claps on because the try he did was phenomenal. Team LIMRA's performance was also very much appreciated by the entire crowd, and I really feel so good about them.
Yeah, I think for Team LIMRA, nobody really thought that they would be pushing so hard in the final day. And not just Team LIMRA, we're looking at MOGO Esports. They seem to care at nothing at all. The way they just barged into the fight. VENOM, Team X-Park, they were fighting it out. Team X-Park were in such a driver's seat because they had two of the players isolated of VENOM. And out of nowhere, MOGO Esports just decide to charge in. And suddenly Ninja realizes he's got 4 more extra players to deal with. And that is where things went crumbling down for Team X-Park. But Sarang and Shadow, the way they pieced it out against MOGO Esports, you're talking at them taking down the defending champions, and by just 2 players where, you know, VENOM, they went in for a hard reset, and even they had a storyline for themselves. Went down on the players of Global Esports, took them all out, got those finish points secured, and now, you know, we're starting to just make those calculations, racking our heads, who's going to topple who, because now the difference is just mere 9-10 points. And next map being Sandhawk, it's so difficult to really anticipate who's going to get the lead next.
Exactly. I mean, it's very difficult to predict who's going to go where within the top 5. But one thing is for sure, I mean, last day of the grand finals, these teams are playing every single match that it might be the last match of their entire career. And of course, that is leading to a lot of incredible possibilities, but it is going to be exciting, ladies and gentlemen. When you secure a win like this, it is a feeling that can't be matched. But right now, we are about to head to a very special interview with a legend from our very own country. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head over to Rohit on the stage.
And of course, 2 intense games में अभी भी ये बताना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल है कि अल्टीमेटली ये ट्रॉफी कौन ले, लेकिन इंटेंस गेमिंग के साथ, एंटरटेनमेंट के साथ आपका फेवरेट गेम BGMI कुछ बढ़िया कॉजेस के साथ भी जुड़ता है. एंड एज यू ऑल नो, इस बार हमने इंट्रोड्यूस किया एलीट पासेस, जहां पर ऑल द मनी कलेक्टेड फ्रॉम द एलीट पासेस विल बी डोनेटेड टू द अभिनव बिंद्रा फाउंडेशन, ताकि स्पोर्ट्स साइंस को, ताकि स्पोर्ट्स को इन जनरल हमारे देश में बढ़ावा मिल पाए. एंड इसीलिए अब मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा, आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल अप ऑन स्टेज द CEO ऑफ क्राफ्टन इंडिया, मिस्टर शॉन, टू प्लीज जॉइन मी ऑन स्टेज. Ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए the CEO of Crafton India, Mr. Sean. And अभिनव बिंद्रा फाउंडेशन के साथ क्राफ्टन BGMI ने कोलैबोरेट किया फॉर द एलीट पासेस, जहां पर एक तरह से स्पोर्ट्स एंड स्पोर्ट्स साइंस को बढ़ावा मिल पाए. ये BGMI का एक कंट्रीब्यूशन रहे वहां पर, एंड इसीलिए नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू वेलकम द प्राइड ऑफ इंडिया, द मैन who got India's first ever individual gold medal at the Olympics in 2008. Ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए for Mr. Abhinav Bindra. वेलकम मिस्टर बिंद्रा. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं आपसे यही जानना चाहता हूँ, हाउसफुल है इस समय. ऑफ कोर्स इट्स द फाइनल ऑफ BGIS. ये वाइब आपने ऑब्वियसली कन्वेंशनल स्पोर्ट्स में आपने व्हाइल यू वर परफॉर्मिंग आपने तो देखा ही होगा, लेकिन ई स्पोर्ट्स में इस तरह का रिएक्शन देकर हाउ डू यू फील?
Because I never had such an environment and such a great crowd when I was competing, at least back home here in India. So I'm very, very impressed. It's very, very impressive कि यहाँ आपने कैसे organize किया है, and it looks so exciting. ये जो आपने field of play बनाई है, it looks spectacular, and I'm very, very impressed with what I've seen so far.
एंड ऑफ कोर्स अगर ई स्पोर्ट्स की बात करें तो ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है कन्वेंशनल स्पोर्ट्स और ई स्पोर्ट्स में. अगर कोचेस की बात करें, एनालिस्ट की बात करें, प्लेयर्स की डेडिकेशन की बात करें, मैंने तो ये भी सुना है कि कुछ टीम्स का एक डाइट प्लान होता है जस्ट लाइक एथलीट. तो इस समय ये ई स्पोर्ट्स को ग्रो होते हुए मिस्टर बिंद्रा, हाउ डू यू सी द फ्यूचर ऑफ ई स्पोर्ट्स?
देखिए, आई वाज क्वाइट सरप्राइज्ड. 2-3 साल पहले आई वाज इन अ कॉन्फ्रेंस which was with gamers, esports and conventional sports. And जब तब मुझे introduction मिली कि the esports community जो gamers होते हैं, वो what all they do to be the best that they can be. And it is absolutely very, very similar to what happens in conventional sport. So my respect for gamers suddenly became multifold. And it is very, very interesting कि कितनी similarity है to be able to bring out the best, whether it be the physical aspect, whether it be the mental aspect, whether it be recovery, because recovery is also very important here. Yes. Because you have to be sharp, it's all a matter of reaction, etc., etc. So there are so many commonalities between conventional sport and esports, and I think both can learn from each other and become better and stronger.
Definitely, sir. And when you made India proud in 2008, I started reading about you, and मैंने ये पढ़ा कि आपको अपने आसपास के फैमिली से, अपनी कम्युनिटी से काफ़ी ज़्यादा सपोर्ट मिला. बट यहाँ पर भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं जिनके आंखों में सपना है कि वो भी कभी इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करें, वो भी इस मंच पर एक दिन आकर खेलें, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं उनको फैमिली से उतना सपोर्ट नहीं मिलता. वो कहते हैं कि पढ़ाई लिखाई करो. लेकिन इस तरह का माहौल जब आप देखते हैं, जब आप स्पोर्ट को इतना ग्रो होते हुए देखते हैं, आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं टू द पेरेंट्स आउट देयर जो चाहते हैं कि उनके बच्चे कहीं ना कहीं स्पोर्ट्स में तरक्की करें?
देखिए, I think I don't know. I'll tell you what my parents did, and maybe that will be a nice way to answer it. देखिए, my parents gave flight to my dreams. उन्होंने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया, बट उन्होंने मुझे मटीरियली सपोर्ट किया ताकि मैं बाहर जाके ट्रेन कर सकूं, मैं compete कर सकूं. पर अगर आप मुझे पूछिए कि उनकी सबसे बड़ी contribution क्या थी, उनकी सबसे बड़ी contribution थी, they backed me. Whenever I was down and out, they continued to see a lot of hope in me. When I felt hopeless, they continued to see a lot of hope in me. उन्होंने एक बहुत ही positive environment घर में create किया, where success and failure were two sides of the same coin. Failure was not looked down upon. It was always कि उन्होंने मुझे push किया कि I have to do my best. And looking back, I think that was one of their biggest contributions that they made. One of the other contributions they made was give me space to make my own decisions. Because at the end of the day, when you're on the field of play, whether you're at an Olympic final or you're here competing, you're going to be alone. And it is, you have to get that courage, that determination from within yourself. So they gave me space to own my failures. They gave me space to make my own mistakes as well along the way, which is also something very valuable for an athlete development, because at the end of the day you have to keep learning from experiences, and वो उन्होंने मुझे allow किया to and gave me that space, and I think that to me was their biggest contribution, and which actually really helped me become the best that I could be.
And thank you so much for becoming the best and making India proud and giving us that moment in 2008, sir. And of course we have to talk about the collaboration of Abhinav Bindra Foundation and Crafton BGMI. So first of all, I would request Sean, because we have to thank you, sir, for this collaboration. It has been amazing. So just a small little thank you from Crafton BGMI. And Hyderabad and everyone watching at home, मैं आपको बता दूं कि ये जो elite passes का जो money collect हुआ है, वो अब donate किया जाएगा to the Abhinav Bindra Foundation. And the BGMI community collected 25 lakh rupees. So that's our small little contribution for the development of sports science and sports in general with the Abhinav Bindra Foundation. Thank you so much, BGMI community, for making this happen. And thank you so much, Abhinav Bindra sir. Thank you so much, Sean. So, इस समय हमें ये पता चल चुका है कि BGMI में दिमाग तो लगता है, skills भी लगता है, लेकिन इस game में दिल भी है. And अब इसी game को आगे ले जाते हैं. Over to our amazing casters who will now lead us through to the next games.
What an incredible moment, man. Last year, we are getting to meet legends just by being a part of the Indian esports. And of course, thank you to the BGMI community once again for the lovely contribution towards this event. And of course, in helping us also contribute towards the Abhinav Bindra Foundation. But incredible journey. We need to keep this going. We have one more match lined up in a few short moments. And it is going to be the map of Sanok, which will be coming up next. So what is going through your heads, my lovely co-commentators?
At this point, I'm starting to zone out, really. You know, I'm trying to rack in all those drop locations. I'm trying to rack in about what the circle or where the circle is headed at, because we haven't seen a lot of the circles going towards the western side. So maybe that could be the day where we get to see maybe iQOO or even X-Park really benefit from it, because so far the storyline has been about circles ending around at the central areas. So Global Esports went ham yesterday, but today they're really being chased out, and now the points has come down to single digits.
Exactly. I mean, it is down to just 9 points of difference between the two teams.
Yeah.
And of course, not just those 9 points will cause the pressure, because there is X-Park, iQOO as well, chasing quite closely. They might not have crossed a 100-point marker yet, but they're still in the fight.
Yeah, definitely. And they're in a fight in a way that I would say it's really, really like every match counts from this point. You miss one match, you fumble in one match, and it might cost your entire championship. And that is not a position that anybody wants to be, specifically if we talk about Global Esports, Team X-Park, or even FS.
Yeah, I mean, it is still a few more games to go. 4 more matches left for the teams to consolidate their rankings at the top. But it is going to be interesting to see how it all turns out after the game of Sanok, because Sanok could either establish Global Esports at the top or maybe take the throne away for them. What is going to happen? Only time will tell. But for now, let's have a look at this. And of course, the official partner of BGIS 2024, ladies and gentlemen, the iQOO Neo 9 Pro. And of course, we have one more pro on the desk. That is Crores. How are you doing, buddy?
Oh, I thought you were talking about fixes, but okay, I get it. Because yesterday you told me that he's a pro player, so I thought,
No, he's not a pro player.
Okay, I am very much obliged with the recognition I'm getting from Johnny, and yes, finally I'm a pro, it seems like, and it's time to beat these guys in a 1v2 situation. Maybe in a TDM battle we can sort this out, but hey.
In an MMA cage, maybe. Yeah, let's go.
I'm not up for it. I haven't signed an MMA cage competition. Hey, do I look like I can fight this man in the MMA cage?
See, this is what... I mean, I really feel like this is what the pressure is doing to us. These two have lost their minds, and even I'm zoning out. And I'm pretty sure you watching us on the broadcast are also wondering what happens next.
Hey.
But still, the love continues.
Yeah, you were zoning out, and then there's Scout.
Who loves to go outside the zone, and he's again gone to greet his fans outside the zone. And yes, for the elite passes, you had shown us your love, you contributed for a noble cause, and this is also something that comes along with it, a chance to meet your favorite creators. We told you, we delivered. So next time, thank you so much for the ones who bought it.
That man is enjoying the signature.
I mean, just look at it. Yeah, it's my time.
He was feeling like, oh god, finally on the t-shirt I'm wearing.
I mean, I get it. I mean, it is a luxury to meet the man, the myth, the legend. Because you and I mean, we have been associated with it from a long time, but imagine waiting an entire year, showing up to an event just to get a glimpse of this man who made it all happen, who has inspired thousands upon thousands to pick up their devices and to get competitive in BGMI.
Yeah, indeed. Everybody, almost, I would say, everybody who started playing BGMI once in his life to be an esports athlete, compete in a stage like this, and also lift the beautiful trophy, which was there. You know what? I actually lifted the trophy before anybody else.
Yeah, we saw, but then again, you did the most generic thing ever.
What's heavier, Necro's weight or the trophy?
I think the trophy. Necro is pretty light.
Hey!
At least 30. 30 kgs, I think, is what Necro's
I'm
weighs.
58.
In your dreams, bro. But look at this, some pretty faces out here and showing some support.
What is that guy looking at in the back? There's nothing at the roof, my man.
He's looking at the seat which was empty and was hoping that there would be somebody else. And yeah, that's how our lives are also. But you know, for these teams, the one who gets the ultimate glory, I'm pretty sure they're going to have a lot of slidings done into their DMs.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know what
you become the champion and suddenly you are the ladies' favorite.
Because I'm going to slide towards the schedule because I want to watch the matches, I want to enjoy the action, and I want the matches to never stop. Unfortunately, after 4 games, they will. But let's move forward to the schedule, ladies and gentlemen. The next game is going to be the map of Sanok, or it will be played on the map of Sanok, in fact. And Sanok yesterday was very, very interesting with Global Esports setting a record in this particular map.
Yeah, 18 finishes. My God, that game actually turned the entire tides for the side of Global Esports, and from there on, Global Esports did not stop. But for now, in today's matches, they didn't had a great run so far. I mean, they are not crumbling down, but still the gap that they made by the end of day number 2 has been completely thrashed. I would see like Team TAMILAS just 4 points away.
I feel like they're facing the heat already.
Exactly.
How often have you seen Global Esports losing those 4v4 fights? And this time even they had the numbers against them in Venom, and yet they choked it down. And this is going to be such a huge setback for them. And Mavi really needs to just amp up the boys, give them those motivational speech, whatever needs to be done. Because from here onwards, Global Esports, that lead that they had started the day with, is finally just inching in ever so close.
You know what you've just asked for, right? Mavi's motivational speech.
Yeah.
You are aware of what that sounds like, right?
Doesn't matter. Like I said, right? This is a moment, even if you have to go a little harsh, even if you have to go a little light, I think Mavi understands how it feels to be in this position. He's been there, and even in bigger stages than this. So he knows how to handle it. I mean, 3 lads with him, it's the first time, an official LAN, and now the jitters are visible.
Exactly. I think one thing that you said right now is true. No one understands the pain, the misery of finishing second better than Mavi.
Oh my God. It brings back so many memories.
Yeah.
But hey,
it's a new day. It's a new stage.
Mavi doesn't want to finish second this time.
Yes.
Never. He had the taste of second position once, but not again. And this time, he has his eyes set on that one beautiful trophy that is in the center. I mean, complete gold, almost like golden color. We can see it's very heavy. It's very heavy. And even heavier is the bragging rights.
Exactly. I mean, the bragging rights are going to be important. Because it's so impressive when you walk up to one of your colleagues, I mean, who's also a professional player, and be like, hey, do you remember who won the last tournament, the BGIS 24? Oh, it was me, right? So sorry, I forgot.
And you know what a huge reset it would be to his career, right? And what the journey line, and everybody was saying that he's done, he's washed off, and he's proved to the world he's still got it in him, along with the band of boys who nobody knew really. And now they're all out there, Ninja Boys still fighting for that MVP. And then you've got so many of those so new names coming into the scene. And goes on to show that BGMI is on the rise.
Yeah, and we also have a lot of creators with us in this arena. Kashvi right there, greeting her fans, Scout greeting his fans. I think Mortal was doing the same a few moments ago, but now he has decided to take a small little break and enjoy the matches. So many pitches to click, man. I would get tired very quick.
Well, he's quite accustomed with the situation. And yesterday we saw some of the greatest sights, right? He was just roaming around this entire arena, and all the fans literally swarmed on him and like, I want pictures, but...
G fighting. We saw that G fighting.
They were just showing their backs.
No, he was showing hashtag G fighting.
I mean, I think you've got a different lens than I, and I think we've got different visuals, but it's all right. I think at this point, maybe for Global Esports, either they go out fighting or they come out winning.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, go down fighting, and I think that is exactly what they are going to do. There is no other option. I think it is the game of Sanok. If the circle goes anywhere around boot camp, I mean, even in the initial stages, just gives them a stable enough position to get their game started. I think Global Esports can definitely initiate a comeback on this map just because of how the team plays and how this map usually tends to play out.
Global Esports have kind of had a kind of domination, I would say. But talking about the domination, look at the crowd, man.
Oh, man.
I mean, it's all full packed. I mean, but now we are on a break. The match, as soon as it gets started, you won't see a single seat vacant. I was there. I was just looking from the stage that we're standing on. And whatever, as far as I could see, it was just all the heads.
I mean, I barely see any vacant seats. It's all about players just getting some snacks, some refreshments, and there you have it. Hyderabad showing up in numbers of thousands today to support for their favorite team, and the Marpa is definitely on. A lot of X-Park, a lot of snack supporters. There's somebody who loves Kashmir, and now you also have Mortal Scout. They've all got it figured out, Johnny.
Yeah, but a little uncoordinated, I guess. These lads have been showing up for all 3 days.
Oh my God, look at that!
Different signs, and look at that. The wave of lights, of course, in this arena right now. Every single one of them showing how much they love to be here, how much they support this esports. And of course, it is a heartwarming moment for all of us.
Indeed. It feels like a cluster of stars you can see inside this arena. Look at this, the visual. What a beautiful shot it is. All those seats, all those people waiting eagerly for their favorite team to win, but they have got mixed opinions. Some people are there for Carnival Gaming, some for iQOO Soul, some for X-Park, and Global Esports as well.
Yeah.
And so far, you know, this is the best thing about the Hyderabadi crowd. They're supporting everybody. And this is love for you, Johnny.
No, not for me.
No, it is for you.
It is for you, Johnny.
That is not for me. See, you have to accept who you are.
You are Johnny.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Okay, I mean, so what's your name then?
My name is Super Johnny.
I mean, that people still call you
it's
Johnny.
It's still Johnny.
Yeah.
These guys, I don't know what they're talking about. But anyways, time to start talking about the next map again. Okay. And we were having this conversation yesterday. I want to bring it up again today. Camp Alpha, Global Esports, iQOO Soul, one last time. Can we please have it?
No, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I really don't want it to happen because, see, Global Esports, they've kind of made amends. They're heading towards the central spot. They're going towards boot camp. We've seen that happen, and that is how they got that chicken dinner. And right now, we're all hoping for a western circle. Imagine the circle goes down south.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Hey, that is going to be fun because, I mean, imagine this. We have been seeing that Tambang Nakam prioritization throughout this entire tournament, and not a single time we have had that southwestern circle. So.
Okay. I think that it's the time that we might just see it, but even if it goes down the western side, iQOO Soul will be very happy with it.
Yeah, I think they will be. It's quite close to Camp Alpha, and of course, the rotation paths will be open, but let's see how things turn out, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 15 of the Grand Finals, BGIS, map of Sanok. Here we go. The plane has taken to the skies, and I love this flight path. It starts from the city of Hathin, sticks close to the center, and ends between Hathin and the position of Khao.
Yeah, completely centralized, almost in a little bit shifted towards the western side. But it's Sanok, right? It actually doesn't matter that whether the circle or the flight path is going down south or it's going north. You can easily reach your drop locations, and there's not that big contentions for the vehicles as well. But one thing is for sure, Johnny, that the circle will play the major part. Everybody will be, at least for the boys of Global Esports, will be praying for a central shift, for a central circle. But for iQOO Soul, if they get that northwestern circle for themselves, they would get ample amount of finishes to make a huge comeback as what they have done earlier as well in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think they're going to be hoping for a central circle as well, but let's see how things are going to turn out. I mean, we do have kind of a southern zone, not perfectly down south, but it can definitely prove quite beneficial for the players of Global Esports. But what is that? Shogun from MOGO Esports also dropping in boot camp. I mean, when players usually tend to pull off shenanigans like this right at the start of the game, I think I've come to understand that we know what's going to happen. I hope you guys too, because, well, guess what? We are going to be back on your screens, and here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is another rehost.
Hey, this was a southern circle, right? We anticipated, but it's not our luck, it seems.
I mean, at this point, I'm pretty sure we're not getting another Southern Circle, so we might go for a Western one this time. Or is it going to be towards the Central once again?
I mean,
The
we never
default
know.
Sanok Circle.
Yeah, default Sanok Circle. I would love a default Sanok Circle, but one of those older default Sanok Circles was Paradise Resort. That is going to be an exciting one.
Okay, MOGO Esports in the contention, and probably they don't even have any drop clashes anymore. So if they can reign supreme in their own drop location, MOGO Esports can actually turn the tables around for themselves.
I think MOGO Esports can certainly do that, but so far with just, what do you say, 4 games remaining, I think the only idea or the target right now for MOGO Esports to maybe try to break in inside the top 6 or the top 8 at the very max. Because Trophy seems quite distant now.
What about 8-bit though?
8-bit has a chance. They have a
They
big
have a
one.
chance.
But they kind of had a very bad momentum breaker in Miramar. They could not salvage enough points. So they again need a beautiful reset. And yeah, if you look at the facts and figures, 8-bit has always had some good games in Sanok. This is one of the games of Sanok where I'm starting to anticipate some good healing battles also. There'll be slower rotations inside the zones as well.
Alright, first of all, my apologies. It seems like, again, we have not spoken a lot about Team TAMILAS and their performance on Sanok. So I want to know from you guys, what do you think? What are their chances of standing victorious in this game? And of course, securing another chicken dinner, which will propel them all the way to the first position.
I think for Team TAMILAS, they've really not had a lot of success in the game of Sanok, right? And this is not one of those games, or Team TAMILAS, the way they're approaching, yes, they're eyeing out for the chicken dinner, but what they're really excelling at is being in the top 3. So if they can still somehow manage to get those 6 points and out of that 4 to 5 extra finishes, we're still talking at 10 or 11. And that has been their secret sauce of breaking into the top 2. And who knows, one more consistent game and somebody decides to target on Global Esports, Team TAMILAS could be writing history.
So one thing I have understood, that nobody has their focus on that one team, Team TAMILAS. They have been the sneaky heads out there. So you get to see Global Esports having focus on Xpark, Xpark having the focus on maybe Cheminix, VENOM, iQOO Soul. But between all these commotion, FS Esports were one of those teams to make a comeback and finish in a top 3 spot. Also because of these kind of conditions that nobody was anticipating them. And right now, Team TAMILAS seems to be in a very similar position. Nobody is seeing them coming from behind, and right now they're sitting in top 3. So it is also possible, by the consistent game that Team TAMILAS is having right now, they might have a chance to even go close and get the first spot for themselves if Global Esports goes down early.
And again, I think all of this can happen. I think Team TAMILAS can actually take the first position away on this particular map, because let's not forget, day number 1, this was the map they got their first chicken dinner in. Day number 2, they were the ones who ruined the chances for Xpark in the very end towards, I think they were in the top 3, the top 4 of that particular match as well. And their strategy, as Fixer sort of broke it down, was never to make those flashy plays, but just be consistent, make sure you're getting 10 to 11 points every single match. And with that sort of a mindset, there is, again, a probability, a big one, that Sanok can go in the hands of Team TAMILAS. But as we were talking about Xpark, we saw that awkward little shenanigan. They always land quite close to the players of iQOO Soul. Now, Fixers, would you agree that going anywhere near iQOO Soul on Sanok is very risky?
At this point, really, iQOO Soul seems to be on the back foot. They seem wounded at this point. And if I were Xpark, and right now, I just went to use the restroom and saw Sarang. He was looking all stoked. And he was like, Fixes, you know what? I am going to settle and only settle for the trophy only. I don't care. And especially with the kind of a pump that he's gotten from the previous game and how he sort of clutched out that situation, that kind of gives you that extra push, that extra confidence, which I think is much needed if you are a player who's playing under such severe pressure.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. And I think you were having a conversation with the players of Xpark in the morning as well at breakfast. And I think the confidence that was that you could just feel coming out when you're talking about how they expect today's matches to go. You could tell their eyes are on the prize. And that prize is a beautiful trophy at the center of the stage. But ladies and gentlemen, there's another team. We've been talking about a lot of them. Even the fans want us to talk about them. iQOO Soul. And it was an impressive performance that we witnessed from them yesterday, but what is more impressive than the performance of iQOO Soul is the performance of the iQOO Neo 9 Pro, ladies and gentlemen. The best smartphone for its price segment. And of course, the 144 Hz refresh rate on the display, which these two individuals will use to settle their differences in a few days, I guess, guys?
Yes, definitely. I'm going to settle some scores with Fixes.
All right. Guys, we've got 2 phones. I mean, let's make things even, right? Why don't you make a showdown happen right here, right now?
Right here, right now.
Yeah. Why not?
I mean, I'm going to see if I can find someone from League Operations, set up the devices up properly. I want things to be fair. This is going to turn into a competitive game. But let's see. We are going to see if we can find someone who is available right now. I mean, there's a LAN event going on, Fixes. Everyone's busy.
I mean, what better way to settle it on the LAN itself?
I mean, rock, paper, scissors, I guess.
Hey, we can do that.
No, not interested. Definitely not interested. But for now, you know, rock, paper, scissors, imagine for the trophy also, that would have been a different story. But look at these players. I think they're getting into the game mode because right now the match is about to begin. I think the moment you put up those headphones, I think this feels like the war horns are starting to blow. And now at this point, you know, Chem and Venom, this was such a good game for them also. I think they've had their moments, they've had their clutches. Who knows, Chem and Venom could also sneak through.
I mean, yeah,
and it's the land of snakes also.
Yeah, I was about to tell that. And it seems like, guys, Johnny and Fixes, can you just again go up, getting a southern circle, please?
I mean, hopefully. I would want it to be towards docks or cave this time, though. That is what I would want, but I mean, we do not always get what we wish for. That's the rule of life. And while a lot of these teams want the flight path and the circle to be right on top of their heads, that is not going to be the case. Ladies and gentlemen, the game of Sanhok live again on our screens. Match number 15 of the grand finale. And this time we have a flight path starting, and in fact, leaning heavily towards the northern half of the map. It starts from the northwestern edge of Camp Alpha and goes towards the eastern edge just underneath Camp Bravo.
This is going to be an interesting flight path, but again, all the teams will have the privilege to go down and reach their drop location without any kind of problems, or maybe without any kind of clashes as well. But as Fixes mentioned earlier, I guess his spy working is working pretty nice, and if that is the intention of X-Park, then I am expecting a fight, a collision between iQOO Seoul and Team X-Park, and if that happens, Johnny, then iQOO Seoul might face the consequences because they won't expect X-Park to come onto their drop location. That's why even they have a little bit of split. You don't see the players of iQOO Seoul going up on the temple area, right, exactly taking the drop. They're keeping the vehicles within themselves. Then they're going up front to have a drop, reaching temple, getting the loots done. But X-Park, even, I still feel like X-Park can also be targeted by iQOO Seoul, because when it's time for the points, you don't compromise. You don't see friends inside the match. It all comes down to the rivals, and it's the matter of the trophy.
Friendly rivalries. Let's just call them friendly rivalries. I mean, it's not like they're going to get extremely serious. Well, they will get extremely serious. There's a lot on the line right now. And it's a trophy, it's a prize money, and of course, bragging rights as well. But a decent start of the game. I think we did not see a lot of early drop clashes apart from 8-bit just continuing the glide towards the southern edge of the circle, where they might have a little bit of interaction against the players of Reven Esports. And of course, we have kind of a central circle. Global Esports, as you mentioned, they are going to be happy about it. Insane as well, smack in the center of the circle. Same thing as yesterday, right? Insane, they were smack in the center, but unfortunately weren't really able to win the game. But there it is, the first casualty of this match. 8-bit down a player before they can even land.
This is going to be a tragic exit for one of those players. 8-bit never anticipated for a start like this. With Reven Esports, it seems like what they face in the map of Erangel, they want to just replicate the same in this map of Sanhok. The first pick goes in the favor of Reaper. Reven Esports, they want to start off pretty well, but Team AARU seems to be in a little bit troubling position. You see AARU just literally swimming and fleeing away from this position as soon as he spotted down the players of Cheminix Venom, but they don't want to let him slip away like that.
That's not going to be easy, of course. Cheminix Venom out on a hunt, out on a fishing trip, in fact, and one of the fishes or the sharks that they have come across is going to be AARU from AARU Gaming. Still waiting for him to pop his head out of the water so that they can take him out as well. He's going to run out of air in his lungs. Look at that. HP slowly and steadily being depleted. Spotted out, shots fired, goes back under.
He's done, Johnny.
Yeah, he's not surviving this, I agree.
No chance for him. If he survives, it's luck, but he doesn't want to give his finish to the boys of Cheminix Venom. Not an extra point. Why would you give that to any other team when you have got options that you can just go down by yourself? It's a good decision, I would say, but AARU literally got so much separated because you see his other 3 teammates around the areas of Bhan, and he was only the solo player coming down in the extreme eastern side. So it's a big, big move.
So again, I mean, the distance that he would want to be there between two squads isn't really there amongst a lot of these teams over here right now. And look at this. Today they are doing something different. We have Team TAMILAS going for an early push on boot camp. Again, as we mentioned, similar circle to what we had yesterday, but yesterday they took their sweet time before they engaged into fight. Today, they're here early. Shots were fired, damage was dished out. Fox OP has been dropped down to around 50 HP. And of course, even this flank from Ninja Boy can cause a lot of trouble for Team TAMILAS if they do not have a read on this.
I have a 50-50% opinion on this. Ninja Boy might be in a good split, but you also see the players of Team AARU. You see the players of Team Insane around the corner. And if Ninja Boy is caught off guard, Johnny, again, the main MVP, the main striker for the side of Team Global Esports, he has gone down consecutively early on both the matches that we have played already in today's day. If it goes for the third time, it can be very, very much problematic, but it seems like Dionysus has got some different intentions as they engage with Team Insane.
Unfortunate, unlucky again on Sanok. Insane, one man down, but the recovery should not be too difficult. This time up against a team that is already down a player, so they can take advantage of the fact that it is going to be a 4v4. But the question is, do they have this information? But we're on. Where are you going? Off on a wide flank. Can be a game changer, can catch the players of Team Insane off guard, but he needs to make sure that he lines them up and takes both of them down as quickly as possible. And before Shadow can do anything to Atanki as well.
If he gets both of the players taken down instantly, we can see Insane's momentum getting shifted. Even Afu is in a different direction. Shadow still waiting the right moment to strike in. But yes, the pressure is on the boys of Insane. Sanok has never been the map that we have seen Insane performing, but Dionysus, his position is compromised, but Veron, he has got all the information, he's got all the ADS. He's just waiting for a confirmation that how many players are there, because he knows there are two players out there, and if he can get two of them in a single spray, that's what he's looking for.
Okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about, because there was another soft drop clash between Inferno squad and the players of VASISTA Esports all the way towards Cow, and finally a fight has broken out where the players of Inferno squad are getting their trades in, but it is VASISTA who are there with a clear advantage down to a 2v1. And what can you do, Jatin? He's the best player for his team. Can he clutch this fight out as well? Waits for the players to make mistakes, and they're not even looking at him. Finally, Jatin gets shut down. And VASISTA Esports, somehow they managed to survive, all thanks to that 3K from Rage God.
What an insane play by those boys, but even Spy gets taken down. Veron's flank has worked as a miracle for the side of Team AARU, and now even Shadow is diverted. He's concerned about the flank coming up from Veron. Afu seems to be just backing off from this fight. That's not what Team AARU wants. They've got two finishes as they wanted. Veron was waiting for this moment for a longer period of time, and even they want to take a revenge. Though it was a different team, but still, when you have got someone just stepping up front, you would like to take him down. But oh, Atanki, not an ideal position, and even Afu, he's now quite aware where Atanki is hiding, and he can literally backstab him.
Well, let's see Atanki up close and personal against the players of Team Insane. Afu coming with a push and has the takedown as well. Atanki put down, but it's not even going to matter. Reckoning Esports, brilliant timing on the third party. They get the wipe of Team Insane, a few extra points picked up, and now all of their attention, it's going to turn towards the players of Team AARU, who are stuck on that slope of that hill. Veron, his position is compromised as well, but he has some cover available that protects him from all of this damage coming in from the players of Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, and he will have the time to back out from that particular region. Team AARU, sitting in the dead center of the circuit, has got a lot of responsibilities on their shoulder. I mean, ask me, Veron, he's again trapped. Oh my god. That flank did work out for the boys of Team AARU, but now they're still trapped. Raven Esports coming up from the backlines was literally not anticipated.
Yeah, that was the final nail in the coffin. Now, I don't think Team AARU, they're going to go anywhere. In fact, wait, to make things worse, Team TAMILAS also show up. Imagine how unlucky can you be in a single game. I do not want their fate for a second.
Oh my god, Dionysus' big responsibility. He's cooking up an 8 and Team TAMILAS. This is not the ideal TAMILAS we see. They're going all in, not hesitant to what they want to perform, but the nade has given the damage. Goes Dionysus. He get one knock. He confirms it out. Team AARU still in the contention.
big plays being made with their backs against the walls. Team AARU still in this fight, and it is down assist. By the way, Veron still ignored. His concerns are still, he's praying to the gods of BGMI that please let Raven Esports stay in the backlines, but he's extremely low, and there it is. The knock secured, and this might lead to the eventual end of Team AARU. Veron, oh no!
Oh
Again,
my
the
God.
steal from Reckoning Esports. They take that point.
Those nasty boys are literally walking very cheeky and actually playing it smart.
Yeah.
Why do waste bullets and getting knockouts when you can just capitalize by getting some single tap shots and confirming those finishes for yourself? But Raven Esports, they are still there. The Hulk might got a lot of shots on him, but trying to pace it up, trying to wait for the right moment to strike in, because the intensity in the air of this particular region has heated up so vividly. But if you look onto the circle area, Johnny, there are still so many teams. Even Keminix, Venom are trying to chime in.
I mean, they are trying, but the question is, will they be allowed to? I mean, because you see all of that commotion in front of you. 5 different teams.
So many colors.
Yeah, so many colors. I mean, they don't know. They are just hearing all of those sound cues, so they're trying to estimate how many players are going to be there. But, again, you can never perfectly put a number to the picture, right? So Keminix Venom, I think they're just going to stay on top of that hill, just observe, keep a vision, maintain vision, see if they can see players going down, players getting picked off. And then maybe when they feel like, all right, this might be the perfect opportunity to strike, that is when they run towards them and try and pick a fight.
Yeah. MOGO Esports waiting, but the airdrop, as we see, the second airdrop in this match, we see Crores, you see 8x scope, level 3 gears. But hey, Johnny, we see some more fights. Team LIMRA, they're on a hunt. And FS Esports, who had a brilliant run, almost eliminated 8-bit if I'm not wrong. They are getting taken down one by one. And yes, the story of FS Esports ends here, whilst the 8-bit still breathes with one single player remaining. Team LIMRA, they have been the real party spoilers.
Yeah, LIMRA, we spoke about them before we jumped into the match. One more big game needed. And if Sanok is that match, that puts LIMRA in contention for the trophy. Imagine an undergod lineup. We're seeing them for the first time, and they all of a sudden start fighting for the trophy. I was speaking to one of the people from the LIMRA management team, and they were telling me like the players were extremely nervous, their nerves getting to them on day number 1. But then the management sort of chimed in, and they were like, guys, you have done enough already. We wanted you to make it to the finals. You've done it. Incredible performances. And as soon as these players realize, like, all right, we do not really have that much pressure to deal with, they have just let themselves loose, and this is the result. Incredible comeback initiated, but still, don't get me wrong, still quite a distance away from contending the trophy. Although, as of now, in Sanok, 3 teams wiped out. Maybe we're going to see a few more go down. By the way, the cluster in the center, where we saw all of those fights happening, Team TAMILAS, Keminix Venom was there, Reckoning Esports, Raven Esports. A little bit of an airy silence in that position.
We don't see it often, right? Sanok being silent hasn't been in a lot of matches. But talking about the rotations, teams, those who are on the top, they're feeling the heat. It's evident by the gameplay. You can see the rotations going so slow. iQOO Soul, not a usual rotation that you see. They usually take the Pine Island Bridge, cross it, and go to the main island, to Bootcamp Island. But it seems like they have got some different plans. I mean, they want to go again down south, predicting that it might just shift down to the areas of Query, and they can take a head-on fight with Team LIMRA.
It has been quite an awkward rotation for a lot of these teams. Every single time they try and break into the circle their usual way, because everyone's being red. But talk about being red. Carnival Gaming, they have a read on what Global Esports is up to. Sluck is going to be the first man to be knocked out. Goblin, incredible timing on that spray and the peak. Global Esports, they never saw this coming.
Big heart attack if you ask me, but Neo getting shots from behind. It's not just Global Esports in front of them. Raven Esports being those cheeky birds in the game right now. They also want to snuck up from behind and get some more finishes in their name. Carnival Gaming seems to be in a very sandwich situation, while Raven Esports, they have been the vultures of the game, actually preying on those free finishes that they could get in the entire map. But right now, Carnival Gaming, they have a lot more covers to play around with, but Neo, he finally gets some rich cover for themselves, but because they have to be very cautious. One side, Global Esports might push, but Raven, they don't want to push, but they want to take those ADS fights from a distance.
Well, let's see how this is going to turn out, though, now. And of course, from the distance, we have again Revan re-engaging against the players of Carnival Gaming. The distraction was enough to allow Global Esports to find a little bit of a breathing room for themselves. Looking for a reset after that initial casualty from their side. Although their pathway towards the circle is still blocked by Carnival Gaming, and they're not going to let go of that hill. Plus Omega, that flank can actually pull the players of Revan away from the rest of the squad as well. So there is a strategy to relieve some pressure from his teammates. But let's see how that is going to turn out. In the meanwhile, X-Spark here playing the eastern edge of the circle. They have some cover to work with, and it's right on the edge, so they're going to be forced to move in the next few moments. But hey, some cover now is better than no cover now.
Yeah. Actually, I'm really not a big fan of the Quarry Circle, but my God, the rotation iQOO sold it has to give credits to the big brain Arjil Mania himself. It will be a beneficial spot, but hey, there's one player tailing behind. It's Aditya. You can never, ever underestimate that player. He can be very cheeky, and he can be the party spoiler for iQOO Soul. We're talking about the circle. It's evident Revan Esports will be colliding against the Reckoning. And if that fight breaks out and Carnival Gaming makes a good move on time, they can literally creep on all those finishes of Revan Esports.
Let's see, though, Reckoning against Revan. That is going to be the first fight to break out. Both the teams have ample amount of information about each other's position, but Reckoning Esports choosing to stay hidden inside of the compound. But finally, Global Esports push comes to shove, and there it is, the opening knock traded out. Mavi, the IGL himself, steps up. Neo knocked out, Omega right next to him, and Mavi with the nade is going to try and rack up the finishes, but only succeeds in forcing Omega away from going for a revive. And where are the remaining players of the Global Esports squad? They are in the back lines. We are seeing them on the radar. But they're going to try and go for a flank, try and see if they can deny any more entries to the players of Carnival Gaming. Akshat spotted out as well. This is just brilliant between these two teams. Even though Global Esports sit there with a man disadvantage, they are fighting tooth and nail to make sure that Carnival Gaming is the team that hits the dust after this fight is settled.
Mavi is playing very, very stable, but finally goes down. Goblin opens it up. Beast is there in the backlines. Neo has been taken on and he will be compromised, but instant trades literally being exchanged by Carnival Gaming. Ninja Boy, the MVP, remains as the solo player surviving, and even he doesn't have a lot more healings to play along with, but Carnival Gaming will be confirming all those finishes as they take all the vehicles away to go for the rotation, because the circle is way, way too far and they need to enter it in the right time as well. MOGO Esports will be colliding with the remaining player of Team AARU, and Dionysus is down. Team AARU is out of the question.
Team AARU eliminated from the game. Global Esports quite close to getting eliminated down to the last man, but MOGO, no, not another delivery service. All of them in a vehicle trying to get away. Delta and Justin, in fact, there's the first. Can we see the second as well? Does he make the escape?
I don't think so. Teminix Venom, they have a beautiful sprays for themselves, good mechanical skills on the players. Now entering the circle has got a lot of responsibilities. MOGO Esports, Team TAMILAS around the corner. They need to actually kick out a lot of teams in order to get the northern side control, but iQOO Soul, they're also facing some consequences. Team LIMRA, they just don't want to go down. S-Power is down and out, and Team iQOO Soul down to 3-man.
Down to the last 3 players. And I think their journey in this game might come to an end. That edge, Team LIMRA quite close. Again, Team LIMRA, a team that is getting used to going all in. Majority of the teams outside of the circle right now. X-Spark, I think this can be their game, if only they don't get stuck in that query dip.
I told you earlier, I'm not a big fan of this circle. I'm not a fan of this particular area. But X-Spark, they have literally done something better. But even Global Esports takes an exit in the 10th spot. Carnival Gaming, they're still there, but MOGO Esports completely being decimated. Right here, right in the corner, and Fury's nade might just be the nail in the coffin as MOGO Esports are down and out, and all the finishes almost goes in the favor of Reckoning, while the final finish being registered on the name of Cheminix Venom.
Reckoning's timings on everything is just perfect. Minimum effort, maximum results. But this time, they are going to have to put in everything that they have to move inside the zone. It's not going to be easy. Their rotation already delayed by a little bit of fire coming in from Fury from the side of Cheminix Venom. But look at the nades from iQOO Soul. Carnival Gaming annihilated in a matter of seconds, blown to smithereens. And iQOO Soul 4 points secured in this match, but now is when there is going to be trouble in paradise. From the flank, it is Team LIMRA chiming in.
They are everywhere. Team LIMRA doesn't want to give it up. They've already spoiled the game of West Power. iQOO Soul, they're down to 3-man, and they won't be looking forward to have any other casualties. But Manya, I don't think he's going to survive for too long. It is a risky revival, and Dragon wants to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes. iQOO Soul down to 2. Right now, Knuckle is the only survivor. Team LIMRA, my God, these boys, they have made history almost, spoiling the game of iQOO Soul, and Knuckle, he's just barely surviving out there.
Well, at the start of the day, we asked the question, can these 4 players from iQOO Soul uphold the legacy of the past? And I guess now it all comes to an end. LIMRA building a legacy for themselves. 10 eliminations secured in this game already. 5 teams remaining, 13 players still alive. What an amazing performance from these undergods.
Late shiners for sure, Johnny, but Aditya, he has got all the visuals to spoil the game for Team LIMRA from the backyards, and he can be the main party spoiler for these boys. But right now, even Reckoning are in the contention. You can see them, Reven Esports, up in front. But Hunter's going all in, trying to chime in with the environment, but not allowing them. Reckoning goes down in the 4th spot as well. 6 finishes in the name.
6 finishes for Reckoning. I think they have to be happy about that. But let's see, LIMRA, all 4 players left. Xbox, all 4 players left. And it is just down to 3 teams. Reven Esports also there in contention. But it is LIMRA against the players of Xbox down in query. Reven with the high ground advantage, but they are making the leap of faith. As we see Hulk and Reaper down on the low ground. Aim God looking to join them soon. Oh no though, too much utility committed from LIMRA quite early in this fight. But Xbox from the flank, shots taken, damage taken by Sarang. Although I don't think he's going to be too worried about that. Maybe the nade gets the knock, and yes, it does.
Aim God, what a beautiful one indeed. But you can see the mud area is literally breathing fire. It's actually working good for them, but Shadow makes the connection. Reaper is down. Reven Esports, they're confined in a single spot, and even Team LIMRA wants to chime in, but it's Shadow who confirms it. All comes down to Team LIMRA versus Team Xbox.
I mean, are we going to see a back-to-back win from the underdogs? Down to 2 teams we go, and it is going to be an epic showdown, the 4v4. By the way, we only see 2 players from the side of Team Xbox inside of the zone. The remaining 2 players, they are holding on to the high ground in the back lines. It is going to be an intense fight. If Shadow and SprayGod have it their way, then LIMRA's mistake of thinking that there's just 2 from the side of Xbox inside this query is going to backfire, and the chicken dinner might slip out of their hands.
But what a play by these lads. SprayGod has worked as a diversion. Sarang cooking up a nade. But Poco, Dragon, both are up front. This is the situation. SprayGod goes down almost.
Almost knocked out. Might have been a mistake moving in this early. It will all come down to how much utility both the 2 teams have left. And since we've seen LIMRA commit quite a lot of it early on in this fight, I fear that they might be running out as well.
This is a situation. Proper 4v4 with SprayGod still in the back lines. I don't think anybody would anticipate Gokul's position, but Sarang has a good read. This circle of query, it has tested so many teams, so many players, but only these 2 have made it this far with a lot of finishes in their bag.
A lot of finishes and looking for a few more. Back-to-back chicken dinner on the last day of the grand finals where everyone had given up on LIMRA. They continue to fight, and Xbox as well, hoping to win this game, hoping to snatch that first position away from the players of Global Esports. The nade looks good, quite close to Ninja Jord. Down to 50 HP he goes. But again, as we see the players of LIMRA move up, I think this is a sign that they are running out of those utilities indeed. But Sarang with a nade being cooked, if he lobs this and takes down 1 or 2 players from the opposing side, it can change everything. Just bounces off the cliff, and Dragon OP barely survives getting knocked out. He steps into the Molotov. This might be it. Extra damage is out. He won't get knocked out, but he's going to be out of commission from a fight.
A lot of nades being tossed up, but the upper ridge advantage, the topographic advantage for the side of Team LIMRA should be one of those things to get them the chicken dinner itself. But oh, that nade gave a hefty damage. Even Ninja Jot got hit by the Molotov. Spray God, Ninja Jot, they need to heal themselves up, but Sarang's position is literally not anticipated.
Holding on to an off angle, and there it is. LIMRA, 3 players down to 1. Dragon, the fire, this time not enough. And X marks the spot. The graves, the crates of their opponent. A big win coming in from Team Xbox. And this can propel them all the way up top on the first position of the leaderboard.
They wanted a game like this. They have got the game like this. Team Xbox, they have literally sparked everybody's energy in the arena as they're all shouting at the top of their voices. But Xbox, this can be that one game to literally turn the tables around for themselves.
Everyone's standing on their chairs right now. Not a single person is sitting down. No one thought this is how things were going to turn out. But fixes, I don't think Mega Heart can take anymore.
When the pressure hits, Team Xbox delivered. I mean, how often do you see a quarry circle at that? The rotation all the way from Hatin. They had to be silent. They had to be sneaky the moment they got it. But LIMRA, what are they on steroids? I do not know at this point. The amount of finishes they're getting, I'm pretty sure they might also enter inside the top 4 at this point.
I do not care if this team lifts the trophy or not. These lads are incredible. They deserve the respect of everyone that is there in this arena. This is an incredible run. I don't think I've seen this before. A new team, 4 new players step up on a stage like this in front of, I don't even know how many thousand people are there. I think like 3,000 plus right now already.
Yeah.
And of course, tens of thousands of people that are watching us live over the internet as well, performing in front of so many eyes. It is so much pressure, and yet LIMRA, such a phenomenal performance. Mistakes in the end, but again, lack of experience.
I don't think it was, coming down to mistakes, right? It was all about that moment. That little grenades, yeah, but, the idea was, right, the way they kind of laid down all those Molotovs out there to flush the players of Xbox. Had they had that one extra grenade, because they knew all the players would just hunker down behind that rock, things could have absolutely changed.
No, I disagree with that. That is, again, you lob out 5 different nades, or actually more than 5 different nades in the exact same spot, didn't get a single knock. Why are you throwing more?
I think it was all about trying to get the chip damage. Yeah, the idea was right, but the execution just wasn't.
Yeah.
And Team Xbox, you could see them holding on to so many of those utilities towards the end. They knew the moment they laid down the smokes, they're going to come through it. Instant Molotov was already deployed to kind of stop that push from coming in. And when the circle started inching in closer, that is where Xbox realized that Team LIMRA will be the aggressors. They held on to their position, quick knocks, and then suddenly there was nothing left to reclaim for LIMRA.
That was a fight. I mean, they had the topographic advantage, but I said it earlier, they never anticipated the position of Sarang to be there for such a long time, and he is the only man who pulled the strings, got 3 of the players taken down in an instant with those beautiful shotgun plays, and literally you can see his reaction. Xbox wanted it, and he delivered.
And well, we promise you your favorite creators. There it is, Pile Gaming in the house. And of course, also greeting her fans like everyone else. Again, I just get tired seeing people getting pictures clicked.
I mean, with such beauty like that, we do fall short of words. That's
For the first time, you haven't said beautiful faces in the house. Fixes. Why did you not say that this time? What happened?
I mean, at this point, well, I think we should just cherish the moment, and while it is, but, we're at such a junction where even Xbox, they know that the task hasn't been completed.
What happened to the beautiful faces, Fixes?
I am a beautiful face.
No, I take my words back.
No, I mean, at this point, Johnny, we need to understand. We can't get distracted anymore. Yeah.
No distractions. Eyes on the prize.
Eyes on the prize.
Keep looking at the trophy at the center of the stage. That's
Hey,
where
you're guarding my view, bro. Okay,
sorry.
Sorry. Never mind with that, but the trophy looks really, really amazing, and it feels great when you just lift it on your hand. But talking about the winning moments, the chicken dinner moment, what a play. Sarang, at first, he got taken down for sure, but the way they confined, both the teams confined Rev and Esports, they had nothing to do with it. But that position of Sarang, back-to-back players came in, went out, and even with a Bullion, I would say that 1v4 was really, really anticipated by him, and he delivered at the right moment.
Now, for X-Pac, they've gotten 20 points out of this game. And I'm pretty sure the difference between them and Global Esports is pretty much done and dusted. They might be holding on to the top spot. Team TAMILAS, not really a good game in this one. But Team LIMRA, they swinged hard. iQOO Soul, they were looking so good up until the point that Team LIMRA Storm hit them. And seemed like, this is one of the biggest teams in the country and they had no answers for them.
Exactly, I mean, an incredible performance coming in. And I think, as of now, no one has figured out how LIMRA is able to pull this off. Again, 2 matches, back-to-back. They had a chicken dinner in the previous game, and now in this game, they almost had it. It was this close.
Yeah, this
The
close.
win. But unfortunately, again, few decision-making errors towards the end, and X-Pac also, the more experience of the two, were able to secure the win. But LIMRA had a lot of eliminations. That is what I want to focus on. I mean, they had those eliminations, so they are definitely going to take a leap up the leaderboard, but I wonder where they will end up. Definitely in the top 8, but where? On the 6th, on the 5th? Where do you think, Fixtures?
I think they're ending up around the top 3 or 4.
Top 3?
Yes.
I'm going to go with top 3 as well. There's no doubt about it, because back-to-back 2 games like this, you can literally feel the heat. You're all pumped up. As a player perspective, you see that you can feel the heat within themselves, and the way they're performing, I don't see them literally even thinking twice even before taking any kind of fight against any team.
Yeah.
If you can take a fight against iQOO Soul like that, not even letting them answer back, I mean, they have earned my respect.
Yeah.
They're brimming with confidence at this
exactly.
point, Team LIMRA. I think there's no stopping them. They are the Grim Reapers currently inside the lobby, and teams are starting to shake, they're starting to tremble, and Team LIMRA, they know that it is all down and out. But when you talk about the, the storyline that's building up, there was barely any difference between the top 8. They were, before this, they were around the top 6.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're going up.
I'm sure they're going to climb up as well, and it is going to be an interesting climb. But again, once you get into a position from where you can see yourselves lifting that trophy at the end of the day, do you panic? Or do you still just stay focused, forget about what is happening on the overall leaderboard, and just continue playing like the way you are right now?
I think for Team LIMRA, Gokul, he's the one player who's leading the team from the front. He's leading by example. He's getting so many of those finishes done. I'm pretty sure they know they have to go all out. And this is where Scout, the wise man, giving all the advices that he possibly can. He has all that experience. He knows how much it matters. And for Team X-Pac, they've got the top spot. They better not bottle it up.
Exactly, and of course, I mean, when we talk about X-Pac, there's that one man who goes like an unsung hero. It is Osmium, the analyst of the team.
The coach of the team, and yes, we do have so many VIPs also joining with us. Everybody excited, but for now, Scout giving all those wise piece of advices, and now Team X-Pac need to hold on. Next map, it is going to be Weekendy, and this is one of the strongest maps. And for X-Pac, if they can somehow build up a 20-pointer lead after this, then anything could happen. But Gokul, back-to-back MVPs for this lad. I mean, I'm loving it.
The experience is actually speaking for Gokul. He has been very dominant. I mean, he have played in Team TAMILAS, if I'm not wrong, previously. And right now, after a long time, handling this team, new undergod players, and they are literally outshined at its best. And even Gokul stepping up is boosting the morale of the entire team. Followed by that, we've also got the 2 of the players, Shadow and Sarang, stepping up. Total of 9 finishes was taken by both of them.
Exactly, an amazing performance coming in from the players of X-Pac as well. So I guess the top 2 teams kind of split all of those frags within themselves and left the entirety of the lobby suffocating. But the impact of a game like this, it can be quite drastic on the rankings. So let's just have a look at the rankings, starting off with the point standings of this particular match. And here we have it on our screens right now. X-Pac finishing the game with 20 points, LIMRA with 16, Reckoning Esports with 10 points, Raven Esports with 9, Kemenex Venom with 5, and I think iQOO Seoul is one of those teams within the top 5, along with Kemenex Venom, that has done quite decent. But now with Xpark and LIMRA just taking leaps, Xpark is definitely getting a head start. They are going to be sitting on that first position, and LIMRA also catching up. The competition getting tougher and tougher by the second.
Exactly. Even you see Carnival Gaming, they try to step up this game, but again got taken down by some conditions. But real setback is for Global Esports. 1 point only from this particular map of Sanhok, even 8-bit. Those who had, they were looking good right from the beginning of the day, but only 3 points from this match of Sanhok.
And not just Global Esports, FS Esports, especially after how they played day number 1 and 2. This day hasn't really been going along for them. They need to conjure another magic in Vikendi. They secured a chicken dinner yesterday. If they want to have their eyes on the prize, if they want to claim their stake at the trophy, their next game has to be it. So now the pressure really surmounting on the players of GE, FS, and even for the likes of iQOO Seoul, the others are really stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, we were just discussing this at the start of the day, right? You're sitting at the top of the leaderboard. If you get even a little complacent, all of that slips away. And it seems like Global Esports, they have fallen into the trap laid by their own heads.
Yes, and at this point, it's not just Global Esports anymore. Like we said, even FS, iQOO Seoul, they're not converting those big games, and they need a 10 or 12 pointers to really get themselves back into the contention for trophy, because now after this only 3 games remain. And for Xpark, the idea is clear. They need to have one more chicken dinner that could solidify them getting the trophy, unless and until Global Esports bounces back in Vikendi.
I mean, that is quite true, but Nick Crores, what are your thoughts on this?
I really want like Rahul again to come out with a global esports support. The chance of GE fighting has to be there, because it has worked so brilliantly yesterday. After those chants came in, we saw Global Esports going all out with those 18 finishes in a single game. Exactly, isn't it? So hey, if Rahul, if you can hear me out, the boys need your support, then please come back and cheer the arena up again.
Rahul sir can't hear us. All the Global Esports fans watching right now, GE fighting if you want to see GE win. Or support for your favorite teams, because last 3 matches left of the grand finale. But before we move forward with our story, let's have a look at the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen. The storyboard, how the pages are turning and how we are seeing our heroes being defeated, and of course, new heroes rising up to the challenge and seizing their glory. Here it is, the overall leaderboard, and Xpark 119 up top with their first chicken dinner of the grand finale. Global Esports on the second with 111. Team TAMILAS on the third with 101. And then on the fourth, we have Team LIMRA Esports with 100 points secured already.
And still iQOO Seoul, they are sitting on 99, not able to convert and get 100 points for Team LIMRA. My God, the performance that they have put up. One good match, and maybe they can enter in top 2 as well.
Also, my apologies to everyone for screaming, but I can't believe what is happening right now. iQOO Seoul still haven't crossed the 100-point marker.
Yeah, exactly. That is where the concerns are being raised. But, Pixels, what do you have to say about it?
I think we need to go on the LIMRA Esports choo-choo train at this point. The boys, they've gone all the way up. Yes, FS Esports, they're slipping down. But right now, Team TAMILAS, LIMRA Esports pushing in heavy, pushing in hard. Just 20 points separating Seoul from Xpark. But now with just 3 more games remaining, I think Xpark really need to maintain this lead for the next 2 games. Build a little bit of a lead over Global Esports. And I think this trophy could be theirs.
Oh man, this trophy can go anywhere.
Yeah.
There is no doubt about it. I mean, still in contention, but the only difference is when we started the day, we were talking about just 2 teams in contention. Now there is 5 to 6 of them.
What if Team LIMRA lifts the trophy, guys?
That would be
perfect story. That's the fairy tale.
That is exactly what we want, right? A team coming in from the grassroots, beating the biggest titans ever.
Exactly. But talk about beating titans, you need the tools to make it all happen. And there are things that makes it a little bit easy, and it is going to be one of our official partners, ladies and gentlemen, iQOO Neo 9 Pro. It is an amazing device, and if you don't believe me, have a look at this amazing promo from iQOO.
I feel the vibe, life is a game. I got the power. Click, clap, bring it back. The power. Click, clap, bring it back. The power. I'm born to win. 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 Power in my veins. I feel the vibe, life is a game. I got the power. I'm iQOO Neo 9 Pro with dual chip power.
Dual chip power, the best smartphone in its price point, and of course, 144 Hz refresh rate on the display. It is amazing. Get out the iQOO Neo 9 Pro, ladies and gentlemen. But what we're going to check out is what happens in the upcoming match. Predictions for the next game.
I think I want to go with LIMRA. I want to
LIMRA?
go with the
Yeah.
story.
I want to go with Global Esports.
By the way, next map is Vikendi. It is an off map. We have seen LIMRA perform on the standard ones. Vikendi, I don't think it's been that great for them ever.
See, ideally, Xpark right now looks the strongest in Vikendi. We've seen them get a lot of good points, and finally, the chicken dinner they were long waiting for is there. And this is one of those teams that does not really rely on those chickens. They, in fact, rely on so many of those fights, and the confidence is definitely there as well.
Exactly, but let's have a look at the schedule once again, and it is going to be Vikendi, as we spoke about it, ladies and gentlemen. 3 more matches remaining, the last 3 matches of the grand finale of BGIS 2024, and it is Vikendi, the upcoming match, followed by Miramar, and then the last game of Erangel, the ultimate conclusion you can ask for from a journey like this. But with Fixes' prediction out of the way, I think we need some fresh voice, right? I mean, you were getting tired of Fixes.
I was getting so tired of Fixes. I mean, he has been a little bit, I mean, he was going for a 1v1 duel he wanted to meet, but that's why we've got a replacement coming in before. But surely, we can just take, I'll just go back to that later on, but I want to go with the prediction as well, because, you know, my prediction has been Global Esports. I mean, they have been doing good, but if you ask me why, Global Esports, they can literally come up with a big comeback story
You were asking, you have been saying Global Esports so much that people from Global Esports have just started to pop up. And, well, one of them is Crores, who has joined us on the panel. Crores, how are you doing, buddy?
Really well, thank you so much for the warm welcome. Although I must say I am a little nervous. Kind of used to seeing Global Esports up on top, but now the fact that Team Xpark has overtaken them, it makes it really difficult to make a comeback this late in the tournament, right? I mean, there's such a thing as momentum, and it's real.
Yeah.
And if you lose the momentum at this stage of the game, it becomes hard to recover that.
I mean, I would say it has already been lost. Now it is about recovery in the last 3 games. But Cripps, since you are here now, I want to know your prediction for the next upcoming match.
Okay, in this particular game, I have a very strong feeling that Carnival Gaming will play really well. I don't know if they will get the chicken, but frankly, they just need the finishes, and they're pretty good at it. In fact, Vikendi is one of those maps where not a lot of teams feel comfortable. Of course, FS Esports was excellent yesterday on Vikendi.
Yes.
VASISTA claim to be excellent. They say that this is their best map, but their performance suggests otherwise. So this is going to be a wild card of a match, and anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. It's about to get cold in here, and these teams are digging for gold. Let's head over to the snowy tundra. Let's head over to the whitewash map. It's Vikendi, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 4. We are about to hop into it very soon.
One of my favorite maps for sure, but I guess we have to wait for a little bit more because it seems like we are here to welcome you once again. You can see our faces.
What is Fixes doing? I think he's the one causing all of this. We blame Fixes always.
You really need to lay off him, bro.
Why?
No, we aren't leaving him that way.
Fine, as long as I'm not the one
playing
being
as a
roasted,
team.
I'm okay.
We're playing as a team.
You have to choose a side, Cripps.
Yeah.
There's more of us, by the way. Sensei has joined our group as
majority
well.
is here.
Oh yeah, I'll take Sensei's side.
That is how it all started. Fixes was picking on Sensei in the morning, and I was like, all right.
Oh wait, he picked on Sensei?
Yeah.
Is that why you're roasting him?
Both of them are having a fun little banter amongst
Okay, in that
themselves,
case,
yeah,
in that
so
case,
quite friendly.
I'll pile on him and I'll hop on Sensei's side as well.
You should be siding with Global Esports right now. They need your support.
Yeah, but I am not that strong that my vibes can manifest their victory, you know? I can manifest a very good vibe here on the desk. I'm not sure if I can influence their performances.
I mean, yeah, we aren't that influential anyways. But, I mean, we can just hope to see them bounce back in the next upcoming map. Of course, Chase from Xbox, Chase from LIMRA. Let's talk about, I want to know your thoughts on the journey of iQOO Soul, because, I mean, this is not what we expected.
It's been quite turbulent, hasn't it? I mean, yesterday I spoke on the desk about how I had a conversation with them back in the hotel, and they said that at the end of day 2, they were trying for 125 points.
Yeah.
I mean, no team has gotten to that point yet, but the fact that they had such high standard sets for themselves, such a high target set for themselves, the fact that they aren't able to live up to their own expectations, it is a little bit of a bummer.
From how they played on day 1, I would say the target of 130 made sense. They were just about to... It was less than the double of the points they had at the end of day 1. They ended day 1 in somewhere in the early 80s, if I'm not wrong. But think about this. At the end of the day, in fact, halfway through day 3, and they are still not across that 100-point marker. So even though the expectations were laid out and it was realistic expectations as well, they aren't really able to succeed. And I think for iQOO Seoul, they need to go back to that aggressive front, just start picking up teams apart, start running into fights, and just start annihilating the competition.
Yeah, completely agreed. I mean, iQOO Seoul, the gameplay that we're seeing from them, it's looking very steady.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, it's not looking like it's the old iQOO Seoul or maybe the kind of aggression that they carry forward within them, like the attitude that they carry with themselves. It's not reflecting in their gameplay, and somehow they seem a bit lost. 4-5 matches went down, and in the grand finals, in all those 18 matches that you get, going down, like not having points in like 3 to 4 matches, it's a very big deal.
Exactly, it is a big deal.
Unfortunately, Team iQOO Seoul has been one of those teams that has their priorities set, right? So far, their priorities has been targeting the top teams, the teams that are actually a threat to them. But every time they try to pick up a fight, it just becomes a little too late. They drag it on a little too much.
I mean, we have a lot more to discuss, but this first.
Power and I play for Team iQOO Seoul.
This is Venom from Venom Gaming. आज हम लोग करने वाले हैं 5 second challenge.
I guess इसमें लोग हमसे कुछ questions पूछेंगे and we have to give the answers.
Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp.
Snapchat, Twitter and WhatsApp.
Instagram, WhatsApp and Twitter. X.
BGMI, Instagram, WhatsApp. Mortal, Scout, File.
Scout, Mortal and Snacks.
Scout, Mortal and Jonathan.
Hyderabad, Delhi, Mumbai.
Delhi, Mumbai and Hyderabad.
Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Neeraj Chopra.
Virat Kohli, Dhoni and Neeraj Chopra.
Dhoni, Virat Kohli and Sunil Shetty.
MI, CSK, KKR.
IPL, SRH, RR and MI.
RCB, Chennai, Mumbai Indians. Destro, Uthmania और मुझे पता नहीं बता.
GDR, Blind and 7C.
Gladiators, Blind and maybe 7C, I guess. Skylights.
पैसा, खाना और गाड़ी.
I guess my family, my phone, तीसरा कुछ नहीं.
Family, game and nature.
Family, mobile phone and okay. कर रखा है वैसे तो सबको. होप तो फाइनल्स में भी कर दें.
No answer. सब टफ ओपोनेंट्स है तो किसी को डोमिनेट करना है नहीं, अपना खेलना है.
सोल, जी, मोगो. ये मेरी समझ से बाहर है.
Mercury, Venus, Earth.
ये भी मेरी समझ से बाहर है.
ऐसा मतलब मेरा कुछ हुआ भी नहीं ना कभी कुछ पास में.
कोई नहीं.
कैमिनी स्पोर्ट्स, कैमिनी स्पोर्ट्स, कैमिनी स्पोर्ट्स. स्नैक्स वो खेलता नहीं है. दूसरा हमारा पावर. तीसरा मैं खुद. मुझे बोल दो तुम्हें खुशी मिलेगी.
समझ से.
मानना नकुल रोनी.
मैं अपने आप को ही बोलूँगा पहला तो. एंड मेरे टीममेट. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर वॉचिंग.
मेरा जीके बहुत अच्छा है तो आपने देख लिया होगा.
बस गेम में लोग टफ पढ़ते हैं, बाकी ये सब नहीं. वेरी
आगे भी ऐसे चैलेंज करेंगे. इस चैलेंज में बहुत मजा आया.
And of course, the players enjoyed the challenge. And did I just hear Destro call Sensei overrated?
I think so. I mean, he calls a lot of people overrated, so I wouldn't be surprised if he even named a bunch of other people.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Destro from the stage as well is looking at Sensei right now. He's like, yes, I did, buddy.
I did the nasty job, man. Yeah. If you can, qualify for the finals. I'm firing shots at Sensei right now.
When he's not even here. See, this is why, Necros, you will...
I'm playing it smart, right?
I'm pretty sure there's a group of people just like looking for you right now. Waiting for you to get off the stage, but let's see if Necro survives. And if we get to see him again in a few moments, ladies and
gentlemen.
You
know, I'm slim. I can run very quickly.
Just because you're slim doesn't mean you can run very quickly.
That's
not how it works.
Let's have a competition, Johnny. We can have a 100-meter race among ourselves.
Why 100
You want to compete as well?
Absolutely not. Thank
Why
you.
only 100 meters? Let's do 25.
Okay. It's way too much to ask for Johnny.
I used to run cross country, buddy. But anyways, coming back to running around inside the game, running around on the map, that is what will be required because Vacandy, well, no, not on Vacandy. You do not run around on Vacandy. You just hold your positions, get to the center early and just pray that the circle does not move away from you in stage 4, stage 5. But yesterday as well, we did see a few early awkward collision mid-rotation fights, and especially these days, Cripps, we are seeing the circle prioritize the western half of the map. What are your thoughts on all of this?
I kind of feel like Weekendy is one of those games that can be really abrupt in terms of pacing. Like the first circle will force the teams to mass migrate, but after that, your vehicles and all of these movement abilities are not the ones that are most important. You need more throwables, you need nades, smokes, mollies. So that's the thing you need more, because there's so many teams holding all these compounds, and there's only one way to move from one compound to the other. You need to breach it with util as much as possible.
It's like a mix of Miramar and Sanhok, but with snow. Because one thing, as you said, I completely agree. Vehicles, be extremely careful when you're using vehicles on Weekend, because what do you find most of the time? Either it's going to be the snowmobile or the Zima, the vehicle with the least HP in the entire game. And we have seen in the past as well, entire squads getting taken out in just a single spray.
You know what, Johnny? Weekend is one of my favorite maps that I really want to play on. But hey, I'm again not very fond of the vehicles that you find around the map. Not those snowmobiles, not the bikes, and neither the Zima as well, because I got taken down by one of the players. Just one player sprayed on my Zima and boom.
I mean, we have seen teams vanish that way, buddy. So one player is still fine. Although I do have to say, there is one thing on Weekend that I love. T36C.
Oh man, that's a very beautiful gun if you ask me. I mean, M4 is one of my favorite for sure, but Chris, what about you?
I definitely prefer the G36 over the Scar any day, any given day.
Yeah, I think Fixus is again going to come for you, Cripps. You better watch out for him.
He likes Scar?
Yeah, he's a Scar man.
Okay then.
Yeah, but let's see. I mean, a lot more to discuss, not about the weapons, but about the teams and the game. The next match is live once again. Match number 16 of the grand finale, the map of Weekendy. And guys, it's time for you to take it over.
Yes, thank you, Johnny. But right now, again, the flight path is still looking forward to how it goes. Team X-Park, Ninja Jod is the flight captain, and starting the flight path we see from the areas of Milnar and ending in the areas of Fort. Completely a western-oriented flight path as we see, but right now I have to see where the team goes.
Yep, this is going to be one of those maps where all the teams towards the bottom 8 will be on the hunt. Eligible for anyone else to jump back in there.
Exactly, and as we were talking about it, Necros has vanished. Yeah, exactly, a magic vanishing act being pulled by Necros. But
did you have something to do with this?
Always, buddy.
Oh my god, I'm scared of him now.
You should be. But anyways, Cripps, let's continue our conversation. Weekendy, we had an interesting start. That castle circle was looking quite interesting. Even the flight path quite standard as well. I was hoping for a few early drop clashes. We saw the splash of colors towards the southwest. Do you think a few important teams could have been taken out over there?
Over the southwest? No, not early on. The thing about Weekendy is there's plenty of cover. So even if you lose a couple of your players, there's quite an easy chance for the rest of your players to dip away to safety, right? The bigger problem arises when you are somewhere towards Dino Park. I mean, if you're trapped in one of the mazes, then there's no way out. Then you have to find your own way out. You have to be careful of the enemies. And once you're out of the maze, where do you go? What do you do? Because there's barely any vehicles closer to this place.
Exactly. Plus, I mean, the northern exit of Dino Park, there's this huge hill that you have to climb. And majority of the times, teams, instead of directly dropping in Dino Park, take control of the hill and hold the top and try to fight from there. And towards the south, it's completely open, so no escape from there. But I do have to say, I miss Dino Park endgames, man.
I miss Podbosto endgames. Podbosto endgames are even more awkward, you know, because it has those layers on top, like one on the top, one on the bottom, and imagine if the circle is square half over it. Like the teams on bottom can still jump down, but the teams on the bottom side of Podbosto, how will they climb up? They gotta go all the way around, tank circle damage, and then go for it. So that's awkward.
If you were to go on a vacation on Weekendy, what would be your ideal vacation spot, basically?
My ideal vacation spot? Definitely castle, because I want to live like a king.
Wow.
I don't want to be like a common peasant. But I mean, I know how much of a king I am, so I think I'll just go for something humble, like maybe
Hot Springs,
Gorka or something. Of course, I would love to visit Dino Park.
But I mean, we are going to find out what Cripps' favorite holiday spot is. But for now, let's have a look at this.
तो हेलो गाइस, आई एम मानिया फ्रॉम टीम iQOO। और आज हम करने वाले एनीथिंग बट BGMI क्विज।
तो मेरा नाम है तेंजिन केल्संग और मेरे को सब जानते हैं शैडो के नाम से, और मैं खेलता हूँ टीम एक्सपार्क के लिए। रोल है मेरा IGL।
हेलो गाइस, आई एम मिस्टर फ्रॉम टीम तमलास।
हेलो गाइस, माय नेम इज़ आरू, मैं अपनी टीम का लीडर हूँ। एंड आज का जो क्विज है उसके बाद में आप लोग मुझे काफ़ी अच्छे से जानने लग जाओगे, एंड आई थिंक फन होने वाला है ये।
नो आइडिया भाई, खुद को स्विमिंग नहीं करना आता, कौन कितना मेडल जीता कैसे पता?
माइकल फेल्प्स ऑफ कोर्स। अकॉस्टिक, इलेक्ट्रिक और यूकेलेले अगर काउंट करो उसको।
नो आइडिया। मुथैया मुरलीधरन। अभी याद था मेरे को ये।
द्रौपदी मुर्मू।
के से कुछ है ये स्टार्टिंग।
प्रेसिडेंट नहीं पता भाई, देख के आना चाहिए था मेरे को।
अभी मैंने याद किया था उसी चीज़ को, पता था ये क्वेश्चन आएगा और मैं भूल गया यार। उसका नाम बहुत वैसा है, मैंने अभी ना देखा था, मुझे पता था ये क्वेश्चन पूछोगे, फिर भी मैं भूल गया। बुमराह। मोहम्मद सामी। अगर मेरे को फुटबॉल का नहीं पता तो मैं यहाँ होता।
हमारे इंडिया का ही है वो, सुनील छेत्री सर।
ओह भाई, ये मुझे पता था एक्चुअली, मैं मजाक मस्ती में बोल गया। थोड़ा दिमाग लगाता ना याद आ जाता यार।
लेटेस्ट वर्ल्ड कप
स्पेन।
डोंट नो।
अर्जेंटीना।
अर्जेंटीना।
आई थिंक ऑस्ट्रेलिया।
ऑस्ट्रेलिया। इंग्लैंड। नो ऑस्ट्रेलिया, सॉरी। 5 6 6
3 रॉन्ग। 5
APJ अब्दुल कलाम। यूसेन बोल्ट। स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में पूछो। जीता है उसने? टाइटैनिक होगा, मैं वही देखा।
बर्लिन प्रोफेसर, टोक्यो।
I forgot it.
नो आइडिया, इंडियन में देखता ही नहीं।
अरे वो है वो, अरे पता है मेरे को यार, रुको। अरे गणेश राइट, पता है मेरे को, रुको नाम बस याद नहीं आ रहा, रुको। अबे यार नाम क्या था, याद है यार मुझे, देखा है मैंने। ये भी सबके मुंह में यार, याद नहीं आ रहा, मुंह से ही नहीं निकल रहा ना, याद है बस। देखा है भाई, पूरा देखा है, पर याद नहीं आ रहा था नाम।
ये भी नहीं पता। इंडिया कुछ पता ही नहीं है को कनाडा की।
ये भी ट्रिक क्वेश्चन होगा, टोरंटो बोलूँगा फिर कुछ और होगा।
आयरन मैन। अबे रुको, इजी है, मैं भूल रहा हूँ। आयरन मैन, थॉर, हल्क, स्पाइडरमैन। अरे हल्क, स्पाइडरमैन, आयरन मैन, एंटमैन।
तो दैट वाज इट फॉर दिस क्विज गाइस। आई होप आप लोगों को पसंद आया होगा, काफ़ी फन लगा होगा और कुछ हटके लगा होगा।
तो अभी फाइनल्स के वक्त मेरा ध्यान तो सब रोटेशन और ड्रॉप्स पे है, फिर भी ये लोग मुझसे इतने सवाल पूछ रहे हैं।
तो गाइस आप लोगों ने देखा ही होगा कि मेरे को BGMI के अलावा भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें के बारे में पता है। तो वही कहना चाहता हूँ कि मेरे जितना तो कोई मेरे को नहीं लगता है कि सवाल जवाब दे पाएगा इधर,
जिसमें मैंने थोड़ा बहुत तो दिया है जितना हो सका। बाकी हंसना मत ज़्यादा। बाकी अभी के लिए इतना ही, बाय बाय गाइस।
Wow, what an interesting quiz. Crips, you knew some answers, right? More than a few?
I knew almost all the answers.
He was just saying he could have slayed the entire this Q&A session.
So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I believe him. I mean, Crips is one of those people who does actually study a lot. He's a nerd. But in a good way. In a good way. In a good way.
I don't study. I mean,
Meanwhile,
when it comes to studying video games, yeah, sure.
Yeah, no, you do go more beyond video games. I think video games is like me and Necros.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yes, we are the guys, but he is the studious guy that I have ever met.
You got good grades in school, man.
Yeah.
I was an average like 80s.
I was below
average 80s guy. You know what the average is?
His average is 80. You can remember ours. I mean, you can guess ours just by our faces. Isn't it so? What do you think, Grips? How much average do we have? Like,
Oh, Johnny is definitely a 95 plus. I don't know about you, honestly.
Okay, so only one time in my life I got above 90s when it really mattered the most. But just like these teams, it matters the most to them right now that they also get their 90% of those finishes inside of this game. I mean, of course, an unbelievable feat if they pull it off.
Yeah.
But I think, again, that is what you have to, that is the mindset you need to drop into this game with. It is going to be an important game. Again, ladies and gentlemen, weekend day, a very, very crucial match for all the top 5 teams at the top of the leaderboard right now. And again, we are ready. I hope you guys are ready to jump into the background. Here we go. Game number 16 of the grand finals. The map of Vikendi. The plane is set to take the skies.
This time I really believe, Johnny, that we will be seeing a lot of clashes as well. Cripps, talking about the flight path, we see it starting from the areas above Cement Factory and ending between the areas of Port and Kricha. So it's a northern side oriented flight path, or northeastern I would say to be precise, but I really saw Ninja just praying to the god before the game got started. He is really wishing for a great game as what X-Pac just had before.
Exactly right, but historically, X-Pac manages to get to the top 6, top 7 of Vikendi, but they don't really manage to do anything beyond it. So Vikendi can be a little bit of a rough spot. On the other hand, teams like iQOO Seoul and Global Esports, they are terrible on Vikendi as well, but they know that they can't do position points. So they will go for all-out aggression. They will go for finishes. And if they end up farming more finishes than X-Pac, then they might not be able to hold on to their lead.
Hey, talking about the circle as well, it has already made a central shift. I am really excited because you see Team AARU taking a drop around the corner, right? You also see Team LIMRA. I mean, the form that these boys have is extremely dominant. Back-to-back to chicken, almost to chicken in the second match as well. They got almost 10 finishes, so it's a big leap, taking 100 points already on the board, making an unexpected comeback. I would say, like, the other 15 teams are stunned out by their performance.
Yeah, I was stunned by Team TAMILAS' performance, especially in the Miramar game yesterday. That kind of rocketed them all the way to the top 5. And I'm pretty sure that if they perform in a similar way in the next Miramar game as well, they might just take the #1 spot. So Global Esports, X-Pac, they need to keep their eyes out.
For sure. Talking about even Carnival Gaming, they are going for this rotation. You can see them collecting those vehicles, trying to reach the areas of Winery. But iQOO Seoul around the areas of Volnova and Hot Springs. This is going to be really important. Like last 3 games, the first half of the day is done. You're just left with final 3 games. If iQOO Seoul doesn't take a chicken dinner, at least 1 or 2, I don't see them even winning this BGIS 2024.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they have dropped down towards the 5th spot is a bit of a concerning position for them, right? Because, yeah, sure, the top 5 teams are not separated by a lot of points. One good game rather, should be enough to help you overtake all of them. But then again, you look at the maps in which you have been forced to play now. Vikendi, Miramar, not a lot of teams are comfortable on this one. And it's too risky to leave it all up to the very last game of Erangel.
Yeah. And what about the difference? Like, it's about 14 to 15 points.
Yeah.
But iQOO Seoul, they are falling behind. Because if you see X-Pac, they're on 113. If you see Global Esports, they're around like 110. Then comes LIMRA with 100. And there goes even like FS, they have dropped down drastically. They're down to 9 from 3rd position. So it's a big leap that they have faced against themselves. But talking about the players of iQOO Seoul, yes, 13-point difference as what we were talking about, 13 to 14 points. So one good game, a good 20-pointer should be actually more than enough for them to make a good comeback. And if they can do it right here in the map of Vikendi, I would say this is the best spot that you can ask for a performance like that.
Yeah. Take a look at Team X-Pac though. They are looting in a very split manner. A couple of their players are just a tiny bit south of Port, just a little to the left of Zabava, and Shadow and Spray God are just really far away from each other. Now, luckily, there's no other teams next to them that can be an immediate threat. Otherwise, Team X-Pac would have been in a dire position where they can actually get picked off one by one. Global Esports too. They have the entirety of Cosmodrome for themselves, and this is a pretty good spot to finish up your looting. So they will get a lot of good armor, plenty of meds as well, which can be quite relevant in a game like Vikendi, because a lot of people might opt to go for the heal strat over here.
Yeah, Vikendi has always been, I mean, it is a map where you see teams going often for those heal battles, but hey, talking about the circle, again, we see a lot of teams, 8-bet out there. For them, the Vikendi has always been good, thanks to the drop location that they have for themselves around the areas of Mount Kresnik. And yeah, I mean, Goroka, Mount Kresnik, these are the areas that you often see to be there in the circular area, the first circle or the second circle, until and unless You see a drastic shift go down there. But even on the map, we can see Cheminix Venom is also one of those teams, Krebs, that I really anticipated that they will perform. Maybe also the other teams anticipated them to be there in the top 3 spot, but the collisions that they have over all the past matches that they have played in the grand finals against Team X-Park have led them down to the 8th spot.
Yeah, and you can't afford to keep doing that again and again, right? Sure, the fact that you're facing X-Park again and again might just be a bit of a threat for X-Park because they actually have things to lose. The other guys, on the other hand, they might just play with no care for their lives, with no care for their own position. They don't have much to lose.
Exactly. X-Park, they're doing brilliant, but for Cheminix Venom, I mean, it seemed to me, I don't know if you have some different opinions about it, Krebs, but it seemed to me that they're up for a vengeance or a revenge against those boys of X-Park because, or either way, they have almost a similar drop locations for themselves, so the rotational clashes are evident, but even by the fate, even if they're taking 2 different drops in the map of Erangel, X-Park took the drop of Nova Ripnoi, Cheminix Venom went on the Yasanaya, but still by the end of the match, you see them colliding against each other.
Yeah, so at this point, I don't know if it's fate or if they just have a tracker placed on the enemy team. They just somehow single them out of every possible target that you have on the server. How is it you end up clashing with them again and again?
Oh my god, look at the situation, Krebs. Veyron is all alone and Reckoning, the entire squad is literally in front of him and he cannot make a single sound. If he makes even one single footstep, he's done. And Team AARU will be also facing again an early casualty.
Exactly, and AARU has been playing in a very split manner right from the start. A couple of them towards Mount Kresnik. All the other players who are north of Coal Mine are just starting to rotate now in their vehicles, hoping to give Veyron some cover. That is, if he requires cover at all. It is quite unlikely that the players of Reckoning Esports will check every single nook and cranny, but they've got their nades primed, so they are aware that there's going to be someone in the vicinity. They just need to fire the exact position. Veyron, with the return nade of his own, gets popped with the shotgun up close and personal. Had no idea that someone's already knocking at the door.
Yeah, he didn't have any read about that players of Reckoning they've already pushed. If he had, I really believe he would have cooked and thrown the nade towards the stairs to at least gain some advantage for himself. Team AARU, they tried their level best to get their comrade the backup he wanted to survive this fatal blows of Reckoning. But the kind of approach that Team AARU has for themselves is like to confiscate the entire squad of Reckoning and corner them in one single compound. With Shikari shot, that nade has done some hefty damage on him. Barely surviving on 30 HP right now.
Yeah, but look at the amount of angles that Team AARU Gaming have.
Yeah.
Dionysus, Atanki, AARU, all of them have kind of Reckoning Esports sandwiched. And this is not the kind of sandwich that will make your mouth drool.
Hey, you're talking about sandwiches. You're making me hungry, bro. Don't just do about it. But for now, we are looking forward for the main rotations. I mean, I have my eyes on a lot of teams, specifically Team LIMRA. I mean, I just can't let that team getting neglected from the limelight. But the Cold War between these two teams are just not ending. Reckoning, Team AARU still continuing the big game, while I really believe if Team LIMRA has a little bit of insight that, yeah, this is a compound and we might have some chances of third party, they will be going all in.
Yeah, and the bigger problem is this fight has been dragging on for ages, dude. There was like one finish, and ever since then, they're just throwing stray nades at each other, hoping for a lucky connection. Now, the problem is, if this fight drags on for too long, it will invite a third party. You see all these nades blowing up, you see all these gunshots, you hear them, and you will be tempted. Especially those teams who are towards the bottom 8, they will want some finish points, so they would love an opportunity to third party. Although, at this point, Team TAMILAS, they are quite safe, right? These guys are all the way towards Movatra. Even when they enter the circle, there's nobody really gatekeeping them or anything, so they've got plenty of time and a very safe rotation path for them. The same goes for teams like Raven Esports, Cheminix, Venom. All of these guys are in relatively safe positions. And since Vikendi is one of those maps where every team just tries to take a central position right at the start, even if you don't have a very central compound in the first circle itself, you can stay towards the edges at least at the start. And then maybe make a safer bet, a more accurate prediction later on. But here we are. It's Global Esports who are racking up the finish feed. They just got one knock, and they might just be able to convert some more into their favor.
So Global Esports are very desperate for the points. They
Yeah.
have been taken down by a lot of situations, but oh, MJ, he went for the revival, but inviting the entire squad of Global Esports was never the intention for the VASISTA boys. But right now, if you even ask me, this is a situation in which Global Esports would like to capitalize. One finish being registered, and the second one is on the way. Though the smokes have been made, the smoke path will be made, but MG is intact. He knows his fate is done. He cannot be revived. Ninja Boy went up close, but Global Esports, they are having a very steady approach towards these fights. Every match, they're getting 4 to 5 points, and even if they can back at least a 10-pointer or 15-pointer from this entire game, they would be more than happy.
Oh, they would be very, very happy. No chance to revive MJ. So VASISTA just have to lick their wounds and tank these losses. Meanwhile, Global Esports will be very happy that they get these two finishes very early on in the game, and they don't get third-partied. So the more they keep on farming up like this, the faster they will move up and try to catch up to Team X-Pac. It's ironic, right? VASISTA Esports claim that Vikendi is their strongest map, but this game has not been very favorable for them right now.
I'm really concerned about the positionings of Team AARU. I mean, every match you see them trying to put up a great show, but those early casualties, those unnecessary fights that sometimes they don't take, but they does come upon them, has kind of been the main culprit for the position that they're holding right now. But hey, that's Carnival Gaming around the corners. We see them against Team LIMRA. I mean, Carnival Gaming, they don't have any idea that Team LIMRA, they're holding on to this point, but Team LIMRA has even a little bit of insight that, yeah, we have a team around our radius. They will be completely diving it to get those finishes for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Team LIMRA is kind of in the thick of things. They've got Carnival Gaming to their south. They've got Insane to their southeast. AARU Gaming to their extreme east. And very, very close to Team 8-Bit as well.
The circle shift will determine a lot of things. Inferno squad, they're in the areas of Castle, not a big, drastic position, because Castle has always been, I mean, one of my favorite drops for sure, but from there, if you rotate down up north, they will face iQOO, you will face Insane, you will face Carnival Gaming. So there are a lot of teams that Inferno squad need to breach through. We're talking about MOGO Esports, team in contention as well. They're on the southeastern part, just crossed the areas of Cement Factory, and they have entered around the main radius where the circle might just prevail on them, but have to wait for the circle shift as we have got just 10 more seconds to go.
Correct. Now, FS Esports, I loved their performance on Vikendi yesterday.
Yeah.
We kind of discounted them a little too early, considering they did not perform really well on day one, but they had a massive bounce-back affair in the previous game of Vikendi yesterday, and that kind of propelled them into the top 3. Of course, they did not manage to stay there, but that might just change today, because as of now, FS Esports is positioned relatively in the center, and they don't even have that much heat around them. So even if they want to move away, it shouldn't be that big of a problem.
Talking about problems, I remember that Sarang, he's the kind of guy who actually creates a lot of problems for other teams when he's already pumped up. And if you just remember what he did in the map of Sanok, you would, as a team, would like to not engage with Team X-Pac right now, because the pump that they have within themselves, as they're completely warmed up right now, Team X-Pac, as Fexis said earlier, that Sarang has all his eyes set up on that particular trophy, and he will go to any extent to reach that.
Okay, now here's a concerning point. MNX Venom, moving into the circle, they have no idea that Raven Esports is also going for a similar approach. Raven Esports, sure, they might be a little ahead of them, closer to the edge of the circle, closer to the edge of the blue, but Raven will stop the moment they enter. They will heal themselves up, and that will be very close to the stopping point of MNX Venom. So there might just be a fight over here. At this point, they should have heard each other. And here comes the damage. Fury unleashing his fury as he takes down Aim God, and that's the first knock. That's the cue for MNX Venom to go in right now and finish them off before the res can come through. However, you will have a prime nade from Hanzo. He's hoping that somebody pushes him so that he can blow them to smithereens.
Oh, the timing did not actually favor. If it was a little bit early, he would have got both the knockouts there. But the nades coming up close. A lot of exchanges being done.
Yeah.
Both these teams still finding for that one opening because the one who got taken down has been revived. So Revenue Esports are again back on their feet, while Venom's position is going to be very, very valuable if he can find some unorthodox angle for himself, and if he can find one of those two openings, then Caminix Venom can literally reign supreme in this compound fight.
Now, the best part about this particular fight is that it's isolated. It's all the way towards the western edge of the blue zone, and no other team is going to go out of their way to third party on this one. So they can afford to take their sweet time, wait for the perfect opportunity, prime a knock with the nade, and then move in. You know, when you have the man advantage, they're in no hurry whatsoever. Even the circle, it will start closing in like some 50-something seconds, right?
Yeah.
There's plenty of time available for you to finish this fight.
Revenue Esports just holding back for the right moment to strike in. Caminix Venom actually playing the patient game. They know that they have got the room. Even Fury, he's in a very good flanking spot. He's just there to pick up the players if anybody tries to sneak up from the backyard, try to make a flank.
Yeah.
And the probability of it is pretty high when you just look down on Hulk. But hey, Team AARU taking in collisions against Team Carnival Gaming, and it seems like the knockouts are being confirmed by the backyards and the back dogs. It's 8-bit coming from behind.
Yeah, I was actually concerned about Carnival Gaming because they were moving from Villa all the way towards the north of Gorka, and they were going from between so many teams. It was natural that they would suffer a couple of casualties. Now, they started fighting against AARU Gaming, but 8-bit obviously would want to capitalize on the opportunity. So Aditya gets a free point for himself as well, and they would be saying, thank you so much, Carnival Gaming. You just pumped up our stats a little bit more, padded them a little bit more. Of course, now that the circle has shifted a tiny bit towards the center again, all the teams will start to position themselves near Mount Kresnik and on the foothills of this area. You can see Team Insane as well, spreading out quite evenly. Reckoning Esports, of course, are holding a compound. They don't want to leave that area. AARU Gaming, on the other hand, as well as Carnival, since they have lost a few members, they will want to stay as sneaky as possible up until the very last moment. They don't have any safe compounds for themselves. I mean, one tiny house doesn't exactly count as a compound, right? But it will keep them safe at least for the next circle or two.
Now even, I'm a really fan of this circle. Mount Kresnik, one of my favorite locations to play along with in the map of Vikendi. And when it comes down to this kind of circles, I really anticipate a hill fight, in which we might be seeing it later down the line. But hey, Caminix Venom and Raven Esports, they need to wrap up this fight as quickly as possible. They're way too far off the circle, and again a shift is going to come. I really wish it stays on the areas of Mount Kresnik, and it will be, as Global Esports, they are still in one of the most comfortable spots as you can ask for in this entire circle. The coal mine is completely vacant, and Team X-Park, if they have that intel around themselves, and if they want to even go for and clinch for that spot, they can find a lot more room for themselves to play along with in this entire circle.
Yeah, and Coal Mine can be a tricky place to navigate, especially with all the pipes and all the machinery. You can get a nice couple of rat spots from where people won't really pre-aim you, they won't really check. And this could be your cue to take that spot for yourself. Of course, Team X-Park has the same idea. They want to take one of the prime spots for themselves. That's great in terms of real estate. I am concerned about this particular fight, though. Team TAMILAS versus 8-bit. Mighty takes the first frag. It's down to the ground. Maxi, IGL, all of them biting the dust.
Wow.
And Manti tries to go for a massive flank, but he's bleeding internally. He's hemorrhaging, and he's been finished off.
Team TAMILAS, the storyline that they were creating for themselves, have to taste the dust for now as they have been eliminated. The first team to go out from this map of Vikendi, but they have got some new neighbors coming in. It's none other than the boys of Team LIMRA. 8-bit This is going to be a disaster if they can't stop them. Mighty is still there trying to fight back. ESPORTS goes down. Dragon going up close and personal. But Mighty, the position is not good. He goes down. Team LIMRA, one after another. The big mans, the big names are crumbling down in front of them. And there is nothing more that they could do. Mac wants to go up close, but he goes down as well. 8-bit into shambles.
Both Poco and Mac trying to go for the pre-fires with the DBS, but here comes Poco. The final jump shot as he peeks wide will put 8-bit in the ground. He's digging them a shallow grave. Doesn't have time to dig 6 feet because here comes the fourth party. Insane is actually living up to their name, and Team LIMRA is quite weak. There's 2 people who are already knocked, so this is practically a 4v2. Make it a 3v2 as the nade will give them a fighting chance. Spy responds in kind, blows up Esperos, and Poco has the pressure of the entire world on his shoulders. He will try to double peek along with Dragon. Spy though goes down.
Whoa!
Here comes the full finish. Jump shots being connected, and it's all down to this 1v1, which Evil will triumph in.
What a comeback from Evil. He literally saved the run for Team Insane. He will be looking forward to get both the revivals done. But Cripes, between all these commotion, the circle has taken a big shift towards coal mine, keeping X-Park, Global Esports, the big names, in a very, very profitable spot.
This is the prophesized game. It's destined to be the greatest one of BGIS. The rank 1 and rank 2 team. X-Park and Global Esports have prime real estate in this circle, and Global Esports might just pad up their stats. They just got the knock onto Destro. Here comes the rest of the team to back them up. Both those teams parking their vehicles, getting on their feet, getting on their knees. Here comes the jump shot from DBS. Slug planting some slugs into the bullets of his enemies, and MOGO is out. Destroyed in seconds. Global Esports get a bunch of finishes, and they are at 6 points in just this game alone. If they wipe out one more team, they will reach double digits, and they will be more than happy regardless of whether they get a chicken or not.
Global Esports wanted a match like this from a very long time. It hasn't been a great day for these lads. But hey, Insane Esports, we're up against Raven Esports. Again, some of the wings being cut short by these lads of Insane as Raven Esports crumbles down to the dust. 2 players remaining, that too outside of the circle. Even iQOO, Soul, you see them rotating down from the western side, playing the safer game. I'm not quite sure. I mean, it's evident. iQOO, Soul, they're facing the pressure. They have this inside their heads. But for now, entering the circle, getting a lot more finishes like what Global Esports are doing is very evident for the boys of iQOO Soul if they want to turn the tables around for themselves.
Yeah, and while we were witnessing all of that, we also saw Inferno squad fight against Raven. Both of them lost a couple of members, but iQOO Soul seems to be in a bit of trouble. Never mind, it's X-Spark turning up the heat, and as iQOO Soul scrambles for cover, X-Spark tries to pad their stats once again. Can the next VENOM have their sights set on iQOO Soul, but they might just get away without losing any members, and that's really important for them right now.
Yeah. Phantom just tossing some freeness, trying to make some connection, but hey, you can hear the fans. X-Park, they are literally trying to make a lot more lightning bolts above the ground as they're trying to get the finishes, but not an ideal spot for iQOO Soul to hold on. Inferno squad has their eyes, Cheminix Venom has their eyes. Again, iQOO Soul completely being in a sandwich situation.
Meanwhile, Global Esports will file reckoning, and they have finished 7 people off. This is insane. Look at the cojones on Inferno squad. They don't even have their entire team, and they're going full send onto iQOO Soul. Knuckle blown apart. This should finish him off as well, and iQOO Soul has to get away from this spot, otherwise they will be eliminated. They leave their members on the ground and cut their losses short. S-Power will lose his life, and Fury is the one who actually steals that kill away from Inferno squad. This is absolutely crucial. Fury, he gets the knock onto Manya as well. iQOO Soul are losing their members left, right, center.
This match is done. iQOO Soul will be relying on the last 2 matches to clinch this championship, but the way Global Esports are playing, Cripes, I don't think they're going to even get them the chance. A huge setback, a huge downfall that the boys of iQOO Soul never, ever anticipated for themselves.
VENOM, I don't know how they went through that situation. They were in so much trouble, but the fact that they managed to get away with almost all of their players alive is a big deal. X-Pac, on the other hand, they were trying to poke their noses into everybody's business, right? They were trying to participate in a lot of fights, but they've only secured 2 finishes so far. Not the outcome they were hoping for, but at least they have all 4 of their players alive, and that's the saving grace.
Team X-Pac, they're looking pretty amazing, isn't it? So, I mean, the position is there. You can actually see around the map, the entire coal mine control is in the hands of Team X-Pac, and they know in which place they need to take care of. VENOM Gaming, they're coming from behind, and Raven Esports being taken care of by the players of FS Esports. They're in the contention. They are in an intention to make a comeback in the overall standings as well. While you see Global Esports, 7 finishes already being registered. Trying to go up front, but Ninja Jor gets Jalen down and out. Inferno squad, they are being denied by the entry, and even Saring joins the party.
Yeah, X-Pac were looking for a lot of finishes since the very beginning, and now they're finally being rewarded for their efforts. Spray God trying to connect that nade onto Barry as well. He knows exactly where he is. Meanwhile, Global Esports are stepping up. They are pushing their foot down on the gas pedal, and they refuse to stop.
Barry is just literally surviving, but Team AARU also goes down and out. Global Esports on 10 finishes, taking an entry from the northeastern side. Definitely fighting for the championship. The top 2 teams are really prevailing supreme, but finally the fight that everybody anticipated in the lobby, in the arena. X-Pac take on the boys of Global Esports for the control of the northern corridor, and the circle also makes a big shift down south.
Oh my god, both these teams have been displaced by the circle, and Coal Mine is about to turn into a graveyard. Usually it's Ninja Boy and Beast who are the top fraggers for Global Esports, but this time it's Mavi who's already on a rampage. The IGL stepping up for the team, and here comes the one that will change the tide. Sarang's nade puts Ninja Boy down on his knees. Now there is a potential that Mavi can revive Ninja Boy, but he needs to lay down some covering frags first so that Team X-Pac don't feel encouraged to push.
10 finishes was done, but even now, X-Pac, they're going all out in every direction possible. Fury is out, Alto is down, Venom, his position is predictable, and Spraygor will just let it slip away like that. Shadow has been taken down by Barry. I don't know whether he will be confirmed or not, but Inferno Squad has got the retaliation star. Ninja Jor saves it for his team. While Cheminix Venom around the corners, the arch rivalry that we have witnessed throughout the grand finals. Team X-Pac wants to end it once again, but Global Esports, they can literally have room to chime into this fight.
Oh my goodness, FS Esports, they want a piece of the pie. Both CG and FS priming their nades, and Omega connects. Wizard blown up to smithereens, shrapnel damage, almost infinite right now, and even Clutch stepping up. It's just down to Omega. Manages to get the full first aid kit off. Trapped in the corner, tucked in tight. He can't take this fight. It's Reckoning who are trying to steal these frags, and Clutch goes down. Of course, Carnival Gaming will be eliminated at the 8th spot, but FS need to reset really fast.
Yeah, Cheminix Venom around the corners. They will be also looking forward to chime into this fight. But talking about the circle, X-Pac coming up from the northern side will be looking forward for more of those finishes. But oh my god, VASISTA Esports. What else can you want in this final circle? The boys are still there fighting it back. But Global Esports versus Team X-Pac on one direction. Cheminix Venom versus FS on another. While VASISTA Esports wants to be the party spoilers among all these teams.
Exactly. Now look at Global Esports. They're still on the low ground, and they need to somehow climb this height and get into the circle. X-Pac have prime real estate. They are in the best possible positions from a spot where they can keep eyes on every single teams, and not just keep eyes, keep the pressure on them so that nobody can come close enough to them. You can see how desperately Global Esports are trying to lob their nades into that big red building, hoping to get a connection, but this time the captain, Mavi, down on his knees. Of course, X-Pac had secured a knock onto Global Esports previously as well, but that has been rendered irrelevant because the moment X-Pac try to push out of this building, they will be the ones who lose their estate. So they just have their nades to work with. X-Pac can't push out, and now that Slug connects as well, Global Esports have a good chance to reset. X-Pac and Global Esports can't harm each other, but VASISTA might just play spoiler.
Oh yeah, but Cheminix Venom, they're taking care of it. They literally have diverted their entire attention towards FS Esports. They will be looking forward to get all those finishes. Wizard is down. Xbox, they're still fighting around the corners, but main focus is Fury wiping out everybody from the side of the FS Esports. Trace God remains a solo player, but he has to pull off something, but no, it's done. FS is down and out. KMNX Venom, they're on a hunt right now, but even for Global Esports, they need to enter the circle. Ninja Jot gets Phantom. That's the opening. Xbox needs to shift their focus towards the players of KMNX Venom in order to enter the circle, and they're doing the exactly same.
Yep, but I just hope nobody picks them off in the middle of this full send. Shadow has the elevation required. He just needs another angle, but they need to keep in mind that they will be exposed from both Reckoning as well as Global Esports if they commit to this push. Of course, they know the primary position and it's down towards the bottom, so they might as well just push KMNX Venom right now while they are weak. And Shadow confirms the frag onto Phantom. Ninja Jod loses his life, but Fury might just finish this off, and he continues to plunder. He continues to plow through the opposition.
Oh my god, what a play that Fury is coming up with. But even Global Esports, they are taking engagements. 10 visions done, but Ninja Boy gets shadowed down. Instant trade from Venom from a different direction. But Global Esports, they're down. 11 finishes, 5th spawn. This is going to be a tragic elimination for the boys of Global. But Xbox trying to fight back, but then look who are here. The Venomous Snakes, they are spitting poison around the map of Vikenian, not allowing the boys of Xbox to have this match in their favor.
This is as even as it gets. Xpod had the best possible position at one point, but now they are down to their last member. Keep in mind, this is a very important game for them. Global Esports already have 5 finishes, and the few measly position points that they get might just help them overtake Team Xbox, so they need to push for as high of a position as they can. Spray God has 2 enemies on each team against him. He knows exactly where KMNX Venom is. This nade will destroy them.
Wow!
Viper secures these finishes, and completely unlikely contender. Reckoning might just prevail on this one.
Let Reckoning go away. They just have 2 finishes. Xbox Spray God is still surviving. He's still breathing in this intense air and waiting for the right moment to strike in 7 finishes in the name of Team Xbox. At least they would be walking away with 5 placement points. But now Spray God, he needs to move. Viper, I don't know whether he's aware of it or not, but Spray God just 2 more first aids, waited a lot of time, but Spray God will be looking forward to chime in. Viper goes down, Austin is down, Gravity Dot barely breathing, but he gets the final finish. Sue is going for the heal battle, doesn't have a lot of time. 8th finish registered for Team Xbox as Sue, he's breathing, he's inside the circle. Spray God is inside the circle. It can be the chicken dinner for the boys of Team Xbox, and Sue is waiting. Spray God doesn't anticipate. It's VASISTA Esports taking it home for themselves out of any other team in the contention.
They promised, they predicted, they claimed Vikendi for themselves. They were so adamant in this game. Yesterday they told me that Vikendi is their strongest map, but after they lost 2 of their players early on in this match, I thought they don't have a chance. Well, they have proved me wrong, and I am glad they did.
What a match it turned out to be, Johnny. You can literally feel the heat, man.
Yeah, I mean, we can. I mean, and it is always, it makes us happy whenever we are proven wrong, right, Krebs?
Yeah.
And VASISTA Esports, they've not just proven us wrong, but that steal, the chicken dinner is stolen away from Xbox. Oh, that is going to be so big. It just keeps the fight close, ever so close between Xbox and Global Esports now, because these 2 teams will compete for the trophy in the next 2 games. I mean, of course, there will be a few more behind them in the tail, but it will depend how the last 2 matches of the day go.
Yeah, you consider this, right? Global Esports, 11 finishes. That's a big game, big number.
Yeah.
If Xbox got the chicken, they also would have been at minimum double digits, but they were denied. So I don't know how this is going to result in these 2 teams pit up against each other. I don't know if VASISTA has any chance of winning the tournament, but hey, they definitely have a chance of making it more intense.
Yes, they do, but here's a recap of how things went down and how people were reacting, players were reacting with every single frag of the game. But it was an interesting and intense match, every single fight. Global Esports, Team LIMRA, that fight very early on in the game, and the third party by Team Insane a few moments later on. Global Esports racking up those finishes, taking on the players of Xbox. And Xbox, that last 1v1 and the steal in the end. Chicken dinner denied.
Oh my god. I mean, Spraygod wouldn't have anticipated that there will be one player sitting inside the compound. So he played the big brain game. He waited outside. He let Austin go up front, take the battle, clear the players of Reckoning out. He did the entire job, but never ever imagined that, it's Spraygod from behind.
We saw the celebration from the fans. Of course, they were expecting X-Park to win, but did not happen. And VASISTA Esports, I think, good way to perform on the last day of the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. They may not win, but they will definitely go down swinging. They will make a mark for themselves.
Yeah, that is for sure. But we have to see how many swings they have left. 2 matches to go. If they can have a respectable finish somewhere in the top 8, I think that is what would make them happy. But still a long way to go for that. Let's have a look at the winner chicken dinner recap of this game of Weekend, ladies and gentlemen. It was an intense one for sure.
Yeah. Talking about Austin, he got the knockout, instantly got traded off, but never anticipated that Gravity Jot would be coming from behind. But instantly Spraygod, he had a very good spot. If he had an idea that, one of the players is still there in the compound, he would have made those moves, but he was going for the healing option.
Yeah, he had to go for the heal battle. He was stuck in a corner, and that was always going to be a viable option for a team like VASISTA, but the steal was a bonus. All I want to see right now is how many points was the total tally for the side of X-Park, and what was the total tally for Global Esports, and of course, what the overall rankings look like.
Oh boy, this is going to be a very close affair.
Yeah.
First of all, hats off to Sue. I thought he would go for a heal battle, but he decides to go against that, shoots down the last member of X-Park in the nick of time, just before he bleeds out to the zone.
He took a chance.
Yeah, I mean, it was the end zone, right? It was the dead end of the game. Even the player from the side of X-Park was taking a little bit of extra damage from the blue. And Sue just took the opportunity of the fact that he knew he had more HP because he was just coming off of applying that final first aid of his. But let's see who is the MVP of this game of Weekend, and it is Fury from the side of Kemin x Venom.
This man played a real big game for the side of Team Kemin x Venom. I really wish they would have got a performance like this before so that they could have sat in a very comfortable spot in this final day. But they came in late, but overall they made an impact. But talking about the other top 4 players alongside Fury, we see Mavi stepping out with 5 finishes, Ninja Jod doing a big job as well with 4, Venom also stepping up with 4, and Slug with 3. So you can kind of get a gist about the entire map of Vikendi just by seeing on the top 5 players.
And this is such a good time for Global Esports to just come alive, right?
Yeah.
So far, it's Slug, Ninja Boy, these 2 players, maybe even Beast, who have been carrying the bulk of finishes for Global Esports. But the fact that Mavi steps up, that is amazing. What a time to wake up. The man with the golden hand, he's turning the white Tundra red.
Exactly, and I mean, as you said, the perfect time to wake up, the perfect time for the monsters to strike, but point standings of the game in front of our eyes, and VASISTA Esports, an incredible performance. 15 points secured from this game. X-Park, chicken dinner denied, but still 14 points. And this is what I was talking about. Global Esports as well, sitting there with 14 points.